Morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of July the 14th, 2026. As we begin this morning in recognition of the passing of one of our county employees, Philip Toledo, we're going to have just a brief moment of silence, and then after that we'll have the invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you. Philip, unfortunately, is a young man who passed unexpectedly within the last week or so, and so we want to just remember his service. He worked here for Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, and we wish the very best for his family as they deal with these trying times. With that, we're going to move forward. I'm going to ask Commissioner Wilson to introduce her guest who will be bringing the invocation this morning. After that, Commissioner Wilson, if you will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll start the formal portion of our board meeting today. With that, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for taking that moment. Philip was a friend to all. Commissioner Cordero's office, they welcomed me when I walked onto that floor in 2020, and Philip was somebody who we all looked to for guidance and for wisdom. He was brilliant. And even though my invocation guest this morning will be doing a Christian invocation, I'm Jewish, and in the Jewish faith, we say, may his memory be a blessing. And Philip's memory is a blessing and will continue to be a blessing for all of those who knew him. So good morning. This morning, I'm so honored to welcome out my friend, Pastor Socrates Perez Jr., to lead us in our invocation. Socrates Perez Jr. is a pastor who served in church ministry for 18 years with a passion for teaching, spiritual formation, and music ministry. Currently, Socrates works with Undivided, a national organization committed to activating churches and communities for racial healing, solidarity, and justice. As a part of these efforts, Socrates has launched the Central Florida Micah Movement, a local network of churches and Christians committed to standing with immigrants in a time of uncertainty. And this is certainly a timely invitation, knowing that blood was spilled in our streets again yesterday. Since December, people who share this commitment have come together to learn from the experiences of immigrants in our community, to support them through accompaniment at their ICE check-in appointments, and to advocate for just policies that affirm their dignity and worth. Most recently, the Central Florida Micah Movement has drawn the interest of over a dozen churches and groups to participate in the Care Kit initiative, packing backpacks to serve kids and teens who have been impacted by the detention and deportation of a family member. Pastor Socrates is a proud product of Orange County, raised in Orlando, period at Saddleback Church in Southern California, the other Orange County, Central Florida. He is the son to immigrant parents from the Dominican. Socrates has been blessed with a strong foundation in Jesus and the church, experienced Christian faith lived out throughout various cultures. Today, he's passionate about seeing the power that faith has to respond to pain and brokenness in our communities, and with enduring hope, healing, and reconciliation. Please join me in welcoming Pastor Socrates Perez Jr.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson, and good morning, Mayor Demings and commissioners. I consider it an undeserved blessing to offer a prayer this morning. I call it a blessing because it's really a gift for this Hispanic kid whose life was formed here in Orange County to have this honor today. And I call it undeserved because I went a couple minutes long last time I had this opportunity. So thank you for inviting me back. And I'll keep it shorter this time, but just want to thank you for your commitment to serve this community. I often pray for each of you that God would lead you and watch over you. And specifically for the past week, I've been asking for God's presence, that it would bring peace as we grieve the passing of Philip Toledo. I've witnessed the profound love for him and the appreciation from many for Philip's kindness, his humility, for his high level of excellence, for his dedication to serving Orange County well. This is a great loss for all of us, but one that I imagine is felt deeply by each of you and the Orange County staff. And in times of loss, the answer to the question, why, O Lord, is often beyond our understanding. And even then, I believe that God offers us consolation through the embrace and outpouring of love from our community and through the nearness of God, who comforts us in all our troubles so that we can comfort others with that which we receive from God. Let us pray together. Creator God, giver of every good and perfect gift, we begin by thanking you for the gift of life. And in the same breath, we mourn as we consider the loss of a devoted public servant and a friend to many in this room. We ask for the comfort of your presence and the warmth of the people who surround us. And today, God, we also pray for all that will take place in this room, for the conversations and the decisions that will impact our neighbors in significant ways. I pray that we would treat one another with mutual respect and mutual love, that we would receive wisdom which you give freely to all who ask. I pray that we would honor the dignity of all our neighbors, especially those who have been cast aside or mistreated. And may we find the strength and courage right now to do what is right in this hour, even when it comes at a personal cost. God, I'm deeply moved in this moment to lift up our beloved Haitian brothers and sisters this morning. We bring their concerns and their burdens before you, as well over 300,000 of them, many here in Orange County, are set to lose their immigration status next week, despite the lives they've built here and despite dangerous conditions in Haiti. So we pray, God, for the protection of these neighbors who are vital to our community and who are precious in your sight, that you would make a way where there seems to be no way, that your peace, which passes understanding, would guard their hearts and minds, and that you would embolden us to stand in solidarity with them, doing all we can to seek justice on their behalf. And finally, O Lord, we ask that you protect and watch over our leaders today, mind and body, heart and soul. Protect them from attacks that aim to diminish their own humanity, and may they know how deep and wide is your unconditional love for each of them. May they be led by you in humility to value others above themselves, seeking the interests of those whom they serve. Thank you, God, for Orange County, for this beautiful home that you've called us to care for. And we thank you, God, for our people whom you have called us to serve faithfully. We pray these things in your holy name. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Pastor Perez, and thank you very much, Mayor. There are 2 proclamations today and 2 special presentations. We will begin with the proclamations and then have the presentations following. The first proclamation is for Smart Irrigation Month. Smart Irrigation Month. And the proclamation reads, whereas Orange County recognizes water as a vital and limited natural resource that is essential to sustaining our communities, environment, and economy, and whereas outdoor water use, including landscape irrigation, accounts for a significant portion of the county's overall water consumption. And whereas each July, Orange County recognizes Smart Irrigation Month to raise awareness of the importance of efficient irrigation practices and responsible water use. And whereas smart irrigation technologies such as weather-based controllers, soil moisture sensors, and efficient irrigation design help reduce water waste, improve plant health, and protect our valuable water resources. And whereas regular irrigation systems, maintenance, proper scheduling of irrigation timers, and routine inspections are essential to maximizing irrigation efficiency and supporting long-term water conservation. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of July 2026 as Smart Irrigation Month in Orange County, Florida, to raise awareness of the value of water use efficiency and encourage residents and businesses to adopt smart irrigation practices to preserve this critical resource for future generations. Done and ordered this 14th day of July 2026, signed by the Mayor and all 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is Matt Blowers. Mr. Blowers, the Environmental Programs Administrator for Orange County Utilities. Mr. Blowers.
Good morning. Mayor Demings, Commissioners, County Administrator Brooks, thank you for this opportunity again to come and highlight the importance of water conservation. More than half of our potable usage goes to irrigation here in Central Florida. And if we're going to continue to grow, responsible water usage is going to be paramount for us to be able to sustain our population. Improving the efficiency of how we use water is one of the most cost-effective and impactful ways to help ensure this valuable resource remains sustainable for future generations. Again, thank you for this board for the support that you've given to water conservation. Orange County Utilities, because of your support, remains a leader in water conservation. Our team has trained and certified irrigation technicians who provide customers with expert assistance in evaluating and adjusting their irrigation systems to improve efficiency. I'd just like to add, we are the first municipality or utility in the state of Florida that all of our personnel to go out in the field are certified and trained professionals. This July, we're encouraging you to take a few simple steps to make sure your irrigation systems are operating efficiently. First of all, we recommend walking through your yard while your irrigation system's running. If you don't walk through, you don't see the problems, you can't know what they are. So you walk through, you check for leaks, you check for broken components and misaligned sprinklers. I don't know how many times we go by where we see where it's spraying completely on the sidewalk or only on the driveway. No matter how much you water it, concrete's not going to grow. And also as a reminder, during this time of year, to set your irrigation timer to no more than twice a week. And if your system continues to run after a significant rainfall, like last night, I'm sure you saw in the news, the intersection on 50 flooded out, you probably don't need to be irrigating today. So if you see your system running after that significant rainfall like that, your rain sensor may need to be repaired or replaced. These simple actions can help homeowners use water more efficiently, avoid unexpected increases in their water bill, and maintain healthy, attractive landscapes. Thank you for your continued commitment for water conservation and the opportunity to highlight the importance of smart irrigation practices.
All right, our crack utilities team, Mark Canada is the director. All right, let's give our utilities department another big round of applause. Good job, everyone. Thank you, Matt. Our second and final proclamation is for Parks and Recreation Month. I see our parks friends here. A lot of them are here today. Good to see you all. The proclamation reads, whereas the National Recreation and Park Association has designated July as Park and Recreation Month to recognize the vital role that parks and recreation play in building strong, vibrant, and resilient communities across the nation. And whereas Parks and Recreation Services are an essential component of Orange County's commitment to enhancing the quality of life for residents and visitors by providing safe, accessible, and welcoming spaces for recreation, wellness, education, and community connection. And whereas Orange County Parks and Recreation manages a diverse system of 114 parks, trails, preserves, recreation centers, athletic facilities, campgrounds, historical sites, natural resources that welcome more than 16 million residents and visitors annually. And whereas Orange County's parks, trails, and recreation programs promote healthy and active lifestyles, foster social connections, support physical and mental well-being, inspire lifelong learning, and contribute to the economic vitality and environmental sustainability of our community. And whereas Orange County's extensive park system provides opportunities for outdoor adventure, environmental stewardship, cultural and historical appreciation, athletic participation, and community celebrations, helping make Orange County one of the most desirable places to live, work, and play. And whereas the dedicated park and recreation professionals work year-round to preserve natural habitats, protect environmental resources, provide high-quality recreational programs, support youth development, engage older adults, encourage volunteerism, and create memorable experiences that enrich the lives of Orange County residents. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of July 2026 as Park and Recreation Month in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all Orange County residents to take advantage of the quality public recreation and park services provided by the Orange County Parks and Recreation Division. Done in order this 14th day of July, 2026, signed by the mayor and all 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is the manager, Kyle Kent. He is the manager of Orange County Parks and Recreation. Mr. Kent.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. On behalf of the 500-plus staff members that you have working on your Parks and Recreation team, we're pleased to accept this proclamation. We're grateful for your recognition. We like to point out that Parks and Recreation, the places and the faces are the draw when people feel things are going right in their community. And right now, with 4 million people visiting us each quarter, I think that's a testament that they feel things are going right in this community. So we always appreciate your support, and we're pleased to accept this award. I would like to flip the script a little bit here. We have one of those important reasons that we all work for Parks and Recreation, and we invest in our community here with us today, and her name is Elise Loki. Come on up here, Elise. Elise is the winner of our art contest. Come on over. Each summer, come on over here. Each summer we hold an art contest throughout our summer camps, and Elise is one of the camp members at Fort Gatlin. Her artwork is on the screen up there. And Elise, I'm going to give you like 3 seconds to tell us what's going on in this bottom corner over here, because I think that's important to narrate. Why don't you tell us what that is?
One of my counselors, Matt, is helping a squirrel. It happened in real life. The squirrel fell on its arm and broke it. Matt knows a place to help squirrels, so put it in a box and helped it.
Excellent. Thank you. So you captured quite a bit. You captured some fun, you captured some picnicking, and you captured a rescue. So don't go away, because your family's here, and we want to let you get a picture with the mayor, if that's okay, prior to the proclamation. If there's a family member who would like to join, come on up.
Hi, Matt. Hi, Matt. Good job.
Why don't all of our parks, hang on, don't go yet. With all of our parks and recreation officials, why don't you go back up there, everyone?
Yay, parks.
And the advisory board as well. Please, if you come on up for a quick photograph, we'd appreciate that. Parks Advisory Board members, our Parks Recreation employees who want to be a part of the photograph, come on up, please.
Ladies first.
shy. Come on up. All right, thanks, Parks. $114 parks and over 16 million residents and guests. Don't go too far, Kyle. We have one more. We have two presentations for the morning. The first presentation is regarding parks again. It's a presentation of the National Association of County Park and Recreation Officials Award for 2025. So Kyle, if you're going to come up and talk a little bit about this award, we'd appreciate that.
Thank you very much. So one of the events that we have been producing for several years now for the community is called Movies in the Park. We make it an effort to bring out large projection screens, show current movies in a community setting, on the lawn, bring your lawn chairs, throw your blankets down. It's a lot of fun. It's free. We try to do those in multiple communities throughout the year. And we submitted a nomination, and it was recognized for bringing community together as a great gathering and community building function. So we are pleased to admit that they felt it was worthy of an award. So thank you.
You know, one of the ways that you always compare yourself to greatness is you look around the country and then you submit these different nominations for recognition, and the peers of the National Association of County Parks has recognized our Parks Division on receiving this prestigious award. This award is a testament to the division's dedication to creating meaningful, family-friendly experiences that bring our community together. Who doesn't love our parks? You know, you gotta love them. And to all of those volunteers on the advisory board, thank you for serving. Through its Movies in the Park program, countless residents have enjoyed evenings of entertainment, connection, and lasting memories in our beautiful parks. And so with this award from the National Association of County Parks and Recreation Officials in 2026, it says Park and Recreation Program Class 3 Award presented to Orange County Parks and Recreation for Moving the Park and Movies on the Trails program. So again, Kyle, congratulations to you and your entire team. Come to the center, join us.
All right. All right, thanks, Parks. Thanks, folks. And the final presentation is for the North American Hazardous Materials Management Association Best Outreach Program. I'm going to call on Kate Rogers, the Environmental Program Supervisor from the Environmental Protection Division in our PEDS department, for more. Kate?
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator Brooks, and Comptroller Diamond. I am very honored to receive this award on behalf of the Environmental Protection Division. As I am very new in my role as Supervisor of EPD's Pollution Prevention and Control Program, I must direct all praise for this accomplishment to my team and our predecessor. This national award recognizes the team's innovative approach to keeping hazardous pharmaceutical waste from small healthcare facilities out of our environment. Our pollution prevention and communications staff designed a user-friendly digital questionnaire that achieved a response rate of over 50%. Furthermore, follow-up engagement continued with calls, emails, and in-person inspections that improved the facility's understanding of their roles and responsibilities in pharmaceutical waste management. This national recognition reaffirms the importance of the work Orange County is doing to conserve, protect, and enhance our environment for current and future generations. It also shines a light on the tremendous talent and professional expertise that characterize the care and service EPD provides to our community. Thank you very much.
You know, I know it's a little undaunting at times to come before the public like this. I can hear that nervousness in your voice. You couldn't wait for it to be over. But let me just say this. Our community, our Board of County Commission, and our EPD staff have made it a priority to make sure that we protect our environment here within Orange County. And so for the Environmental Protection Division, to receive this recognition reflects the county's commitment to protecting the environment, whether through preventing pollution, improving water quality in our lakes and rivers, or protecting environmentally sensitive lands. So to our entire team, thank you for the work that you are doing each and every day. Sometimes you're our unsung heroes. So join me in the center. Hopefully this will be a little less stressful for you all.
All right, one last round of applause for our PEDS and EPD department. Thank you all so much.
All right, as we transition, again, congratulations to all of those who received recognition this morning. We're going to move forward on our agenda at this time. We're going to move to the period of time in which we invite members of the public to come forward regarding concerns or topics of importance to them. There are certain matters that will be taken up this afternoon during the afternoon portion. Typically, they are land use issues or other issues that should be properly brought to other boards. We will, of course, move forward at this time. How many persons do we have that wish to be heard this morning during public comment?
Mayor, we have 42 speaker cards this morning.
All right, so we do have a pretty active schedule this morning. So those of you who are going to come forward, we're going to give you each 1 minute by which to plead your case. Because of the history that we have, the experience that we have, we do know that it can be done in that period of time. And so with that, we'll start perhaps in the order in which we have received the request to speak this morning.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, folks, I'm going to call your names in batches. When I do, please line up along the wall at the end of the room here. Approach the podium in the order called. When you do, please begin with your name and address. Our first speaker is going to be Hank Halbert, followed by Lucy Halbert, followed by Anna Marie Halbert, followed by Chad Mangione, Michelle Mangione, and David Martinez.
I thought it was going to be 3 minutes, but we're going to shorten this down by 2/3. Hello, Mayor. Thank you for your 45 years of service to the city of Orlando and the county.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Lee.
Appreciate it.
Okay, good morning. I'm Hank Halbert of 2711 East Michigan Street. We're here kind of in objection of a large steel building that's been placed on Michigan Street at a professional office, in and around two professional offices. They've been called the Monster on Michigan Street, the Michigan Street Monster. What's the other one? The spaceship that landed, and the Michigan Street Eyesore. I've sent pictures to each and every one of you. I hope that you've seen those. It's hard to describe it in words. It's 33,000 cubic feet building sitting in the middle of or adjacent to a neighborhood. The permit was approved over like a year period, I guess. And we didn't know anything about this. Very little transparency, very little fairness, no input from the neighborhood whatsoever. There's 12 houses involved. We see, talking to real estate people, we have probably $50,000 to $100,000 of value per house that's going to be affected. That's why I'm here today, and I'll let the next speaker elaborate. But we asked the county to not approve the permit in October, the final permit. That's what we're. Thank you,
All right,
Commissioner
thank
Uribe.
you, Mr. Halbert, for your presence.
Thank
We'll
you.
move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning, everyone. And first of all, shout out to the Park and Recreation team. And thank you, Mayor, for recognizing the importance of them. And also, my two daughters, they both learned how to swim in the Gatland pool. Yeah,
All right.
we love it.
All right,
Thank you. And thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lucy Halbert. My husband and I have lived in 2711 East Michigan Street since 1998. I came to United States in 1996. And we raised our two daughters here and have been proud to call the community home for nearly 3 decades. We are here today because of the large steel building warehouse that was constructed at 2617 East Michigan Street, just 3 doors from my home. This structure is not compatible with the character of the Edinburgh Heights neighborhood and the surrounding communities. Edinburgh Heights is a quiet, diverse, established community built in the early 1980s, with some houses built even early, maybe 50s, 60s, 70s. We have families, small children, senior citizens, and longtime residents who value the peaceful quality of life we have here. We love our neighborhood, and we do not want to leave. About 12 families.
So, Ms. Halbert, that time does go quickly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very quickly.
All right, well, we
Okay.
get the point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just thank you. Just we don't think that building belongs there. Thank you.
All right. We'll move to our next speaker.
Hi, I'm Anna Halbert. If you can't tell, those are my parents. I live at 2711 East Michigan Street. I've lived in the county my whole life, from Cayley Elementary to Blankner to Howard to Boone. I've followed the school path of countless other Orange County natives. This is my home. When I got home from college to see that the paint company down the street had erected a humongous metal shed that towered over all of the houses on my block, I was very confused, to say the least. I have no issue with all of the professional offices that are scattered around the area, but the industrialization of my neighborhood is something that I truly cannot stand for. We are a community of working class people from all walks of life. My mother's an immigrant, and I know that there are many other immigrants in my neighborhood. We have members of the LGBTQ+ community. It's very diverse. The most important thing is that people raise their children here and invest their money in their property here. I feel that this structure sets a very dangerous precedent for not just my neighborhood, but for Orange County as a whole. No one wants to see their home turned into an industrial zone. We ask that the county considers reevaluating the permitting of this structure and that a solution is worked towards for the whole neighborhood. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Albert. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Good
I don't
morning.
believe that I'm actually the next speaker, but there's nobody else online, so. I'm actually here to voice my concern over the same building that Hank and his family have spoken about. Oh, I'm sorry, my name's David Martinez. I own 2707 East Michigan. And basically, this building is completely out of character with the area in every conceivable way. When you think of buildings, you think of scale. It's out of scale. You think of style. It doesn't really mesh with any style in the neighborhood. Materials, absolutely anything, and use, and more importantly. So it's going to bring, I don't know what's going to be stored in this warehouse-looking building, but the use of it is of concern, the increased traffic and the type of traffic that it's going to bring. It's only a two-lane road at that point, and so it's also setting a dangerous precedent for the area as well. So just wanted to voice my displeasure, and maybe we can get this thing taken care of. Thank you. Bye.
All right, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next speaker, please.
All right, if Chad and Michelle aren't here, our next speaker will be Destin Correa, followed by Peter Murray, Susie Morris, Sana Hafiz, Jose Hernandez.
Hello, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Destin Correa, and I live at 32825. I'm here with Sunrise Movement Orlando in support of the START plan. I'm a Valencia College student with no car. I ride Wings every day, and I filed a 311 request about an unsafe crossing on Valencia College Lane and Bella Vista Way. Because students like me have nothing protecting us from traffic. The last thing I want my loved ones to see is me on the evening news because I succumbed to fate like other Florida pedestrians when crossing the road. This is because our infrastructure currently does not account for pedestrians. The solution is the STAR Plan, a rapid transit initiative that funds and brings 8 rapid transit corridors to this county. With rapid transit, transit-oriented development becomes easier and pedestrian safety becomes a higher priority. I ask this board to take the next step and invest in the infrastructure that actually keeps everyone safe. Protected lanes, safe crossings, and a STAR Plan. Miami-Dade and Denver did it, and Orange County can too. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
While they're doing this, I would just say my condolences to Commissioner.
I'm going to ask you to go to the mic so we can hear you. Can't hear you.
Can we get this on? Okay. I wanted to say condolences to Commissioner Cordero on losing somebody very important, it sounds like. Sorry to hear that. Okay. They can't project the evidence I'd like to show the community. Okay. Peter Murray, ACOE. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I want to thank Controller Diamond for investigating the evidence regarding federally funded procurement Y22-609. The Controller's findings confirm that this $2 million procurement was federally non-compliant and that Charter Spectrum was received unfair advantage. What concerns me is that I first reported this issue to the Board on April 9th, 2024, and to Professional Standards on May 1st, 2024. The evidence presented at the time indicated that 2 employees were involved in Y22-609. In 2024, Assistant Procurement Manager Zuli Milan also advised Professional Standards that the available evidence appeared to show that 2 employees from the Mayor's office were attempting to prevent a potential bidder from receiving the contract award and that this should not have happened. Professional Standards declined to investigate. I asked over 100 times to follow up, and they refused. This is now the 3rd federally funded transaction that I reported, which has been confirmed to be accurate. I have additional evidence, and Professional Standards still refuses to review that evidence. I'm not going to ask, I'm not getting thrown out again. Thank you. I have more evidence. I'd like to help Orange County. Mr. Brooks, it's in your court, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Murray. Next speaker, please.
My name is Susie Morris. I live at 3638 Lake Dottie Drive, Orlando. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm here to speak to the support of keeping Greens Place. properties as protected green space. I urge the board to prioritize conservations when evaluating managed agricultural uses on these lands. Green Place was funded by taxpayers to preserve environmentally sensitive areas, wildlife corridors, water resources, and public recreation, not for agricultural production. I respectfully ask that you keep the primary focus on conservation and public benefit, apply the strongest environmental protections to any potential uses, and continue involving the public in these important decisions. Thank you for your work on the Green Place program. Please keep these lands as true spaces for all of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Mi nombre es José Santos Hernández. Mi inglés es muy poquito, más o menos regular, pero no soy fluente. En este medio yo me presento ante que en la vecindad tenemos un edificio que para mi ver no está adecuado para que sea un negocio tal como es, porque se trata de cosas químicas, ¿verdad? Yo estoy a la par ahí de ese edificio y entonces enfrente tenemos un kindergarten que cuidan niños y todo ahí. Se supone que para mi ver, ¿verdad? No sé, usted, para mi ver, no está...
Hi, my English is not very good. I lived in this neighborhood for many years, and I don't think that this building is is characterized of their surroundings. There's a kindergarten school right directly in front of this building, which may or may not contain chemicals. It looks like it probably will contain chemicals.
Pues esa es mi opinión, ¿verdad? Yo no estoy viendo por mí, porque yo estoy viendo por el futuro de los que vienen detrás de uno, ¿verdad? Porque, digamos, uno, para lo que yo voy a vivir, ¿me entiendes? No es... pero yo estoy viendo por el futuro de los que vengan detrás de mí, de mi familia, o si no vivo allí, pues otra gente. Pues uno viene para un propósito. Uno cuando ve una cosa que no está bien, pues uno en el corazón dice, no está bien. No sé la opinión de ustedes, yo acudo a ustedes, ¿me entienden? Eso es todo.
I'm not only concerned for myself, it's mostly for the future residents, for my family in the future. I don't feel that it's right, and the decision is in your hands. Thank you.
Okay, I know he gave us his name. Can you repeat his name for us?
Mi nombre es José Santos Hernández.
What was it? Mr. Jose Santos Hernandez. All right, thank you.
All
All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker will be Alan Levi, followed by Linda Coffin, Nicholas Tatali, Ava Gorin, Trevor Sweet, and Samuel Chambers.
Good morning. My name is Alan Levi. I live at 535 East Harding Street, Orlando. That's District 3. There's a myth that people experiencing homelessness are mostly drug users or alcoholics. While substance abuse exists within the homeless population, most people experiencing homelessness do not have a substance abuse problem. HUD data shows that about 16% report abuse. But that 16%, it's the same number for all Americans. And you know the myth that adults experiencing homelessness struggle with severe mental illness? Yes, 26% do, but so do 20% of all Americans. It's just as likely that someone's homelessness led to mental illness and addiction than the other way around. Again, it's really just as likely that someone's homelessness led to mental illness and addiction than the other way around. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Levi. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Did have an image, but I'll just start speaking. Hello, good morning. My name is Nicholas Natali. I live at 32836 in District 1. I am here as a part of the Sunrise Movement. I'm going to talk about two things. First, I am opposed to opening up Green Place to grazing lands because I don't know if you saw yesterday, the flooding on McGuire and Colonial yesterday. If we were really committed to mitigating stormwater damage and flooding in our county, we should be preserving our wetlands, not opening them up to additional agricultural usages. And my second thing is I'm here to talk in support of the STAR plan. Again, I'm going to keep mentioning it until September and maybe after that too. But I believe in it a lot. I lived in this county for most of my life, and I'm in a very touristy part of town, and whenever the tourists come to town, they crowd the streets, and I can predict whenever there's a Disney shift change because the traffic gets more. So if we can get these people on public transportation and free up the roads, I think it would be a much nicer place to live, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Before I get started, I want to express for immigrants who are welcome here our heartfelt condolences to all of you, and especially Commissioner Cordero and her staff, as we remember Philip. Thank you very much. My name is Linda Coffin, and I'm from 32810. Immigrants are welcome here. The deadline to end temporary protected status for many Haitians is now July 24th. We recognize the tremendous burden this will place on families, employers, and the entire community. Mayor, we are asking you to take action on behalf of the board and write a letter to Senators Scott and Moody to say yes to S 4814 that would extend temporary protected status. We know that the House has already passed this bill, so that's why we want you to go ahead and write a letter with all of you signing it for S 4814. Haitian immigrants came here legally under TPS. They've become essential part of Central Florida. They serve our hospitals, nursing homes, hotels, restaurants, schools, and countless other businesses that keep our local economy moving. They're caretakers, healthcare professionals, hospital workers, and much more. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Coffin. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Trevor Sweet. I live in 10626 DeMillo Place. I am a District 1 resident, and I'm also the field representative for the Central Florida AFL-CIO. I'm here to ask the Mayor to sign a letter to be sent to the U.S. Senators encouraging support for U.S. Senate Bill 4814 to extend TPS protections. Our neighbors are in jeopardy of losing homes they've come to know for so long. Our members, who have been working in the theme parks, in the airport, in hotels, and all across Orange County in different occupations, will no longer be qualified to work, to provide for their families and work in the industries vital to enriching our community. Mayor Demings, show your support for the residents in your community, show solidarity, and sign the letter. I yield my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Board of Commissioners. My name is Ava Gorin. I live at 4291 Mensa Lane, and I'm here on account of Sunrise Orlando, Florida, to support their Star Transit system that they've developed. As a university student from South Florida, I was deprived of the opportunity to grow up with safe, organized transit for much of my life. It was the norm for my family to get around by separate cars, even as gas prices rose tremendously and the emissions in cars increased climate change and the enhanced greenhouse gas effect. Now that I live here in Central Florida, however, where more attention is paid towards community, the environment, and finding more productive means of transport, I find that it's in my best interest to put any resources possible towards supporting this STAR plan that could encourage the follow-through as a thorough point for the rest of Florida to replicate throughout the years. Thank you so much for your consideration, and I yield the rest of my time as well.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
All right, folks, our next speaker is going to be Christiana Oyenega, followed by Mike Ruggiero, Barry Lardner, Nelson Shapiro, Barbara McCain, and Rick Baird.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Dr. Christiana Oyenega at 935 South Cimarron Boulevard, Winter Park. I am speaking on behalf of the Nature Conservancy TNC in Florida regarding agenda number 260837, evaluation of future managed ag uses on Green Place properties. TNC asks that the board carefully weigh water quality implications of proposed ag uses, specifically cattle grazing, on Green Place properties before taking any action. There is evidence that cattle grazing operations near water bodies is a driver of non-point source pollution that results in cumulative impacts that can persist long after the lease term ends. TNC requests that before developing lease terms that allow the use of Green Place properties for cattle grazing, that the board direct EPD staff to complete water quality impact assessment for each proposed lease parcel to understand the state of water quality, establish appropriate lease conditions, and confirm consistency with the county's BMAP targets while protecting the land and water resources that residents depend on. Orange County, like many local governments, is working to meet stricter pollutant load requirements in its BMAP. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. Barry Lardner, 1257 West Christmas Road, Christmas, Florida. I'm here to oppose the consideration for future agricultural uses on Green Place properties. The purpose to purchase these lands was to preserve environmentally sensitive lands. The previous owners not only sold these lands for that purpose as well. Once sold, the landowner terminated leases if leased for agricultural use. Please know I've been in agriculture in Orange County for 49 years, 19 years as a ranch hand, then a ranch manager, followed with 30 years providing ag services and silviculture services to many ag and government, agricultural and government agencies, including Green Place program. Recently working on properties being considered for potential ag use, Roberts Branch observed lands degraded in every regard. To utilize such lands for cattle grazing would entail a tremendous cost. The property be considered for would require new perimeter fencing, interior fencing consisting of cross fences for the purpose of rotating cattle fencing.
Thank you, Mr. Larkin.
All right.
We got the point.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Next speaker.
Good morning, everyone, Board of Commissioners. My name is Nelson Shapiro. I'm a civil engineering and urban planning student here at UCF. I'm also a worker and a resident of 2 years here in Orlando. I would first like to note that in order to be here, I've had to sacrifice my attendance to lecture, part of my working hours, and also commute here. Therefore, I would want to serve as a reminder to the council that the voices you hear today are likely not truly representative of the total population, as many people are likely at work, school, or far away. With this, I would like to share with the council my critical support of today's proposed STAR plan. Due to a lack of public mass transit systems here in Orlando, we are all paying for the city's primary mode of transportation, cars, a minimum of 4 times. One, we pay taxes and tolls that go toward expensive highway construction and roadway maintenance. I know this since I work and study in that industry. Two, we buy or rent vehicles. Three, we pay monthly payments for insurance. And four, we all have to pay for gas. This is not to include the cost of space for everyone, including the city, as well as individual repairs or maintenance. Please, we need a true public mass transit system, and we need it now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up.
Hello, Barbara McCann. I live in Azalea Park since the early 50s. And I am with Azalea Park Safe Neighborhood Association. And when Commissioner Mary I. Johnson was our commissioner in District 3, we had asked, she used to come to our meetings, and we had asked her if she could help us get land to build a park, because there was no park in Azalea Park. And the closest park was Inglewood, so everybody had to cross Lake Underhill, which was dangerous. So she went to OUC and acquired land for a very low price. The rumor that she got it for $1, but there's no record of that, but we'll believe it. So we got a great park. We got, it's a dog park. Now it's got volleyball. It's a skate park that my son helped build. Shout out to Trent. And so I'm here to please ask that the naming of the park get changed to Mary I. Johnson. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next.
Good morning. My name is Rick Baird. I live at 5426 Tribune Drive, Orlando, Florida. I'm here today as a private resident, but I also am a member of Orange Audubon Society. After I retired from Orange County EPD, I went to Osceola County, and they were talking, I went to a meeting where we were talking about BMPs and TMDLs on the Kissimmee chain of lakes, and how the ag interests would really protect the water quality of those impaired water bodies. And I asked if, as a member of the local government whose responsibility was meeting TMDLs, could I tour some of these BMPs on ag lands? And I was told no, that local representatives could not look at their BMPs. Secondly, cattle leases did exist at one time on Christmas Savage Creek, but they were canceled several years later. And finally, psilocybin mushrooms do readily grow on cow patties. So, thank you.
All right, I got Rick. What was the last name?
Baird, B-A-I-R-D.
Got it. Thank you. All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
All right, folks. Next batch of speakers is going to start with Mike Patterson, followed by Aaron Germer, David Ward, Robin Ward, Christopher Stalder, and Janet Ellery.
Good morning, Mayor,
Morning.
Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, County Administrator Brooks. My name's Mike Patterson. I live at 2325 Phillips Road, Christmas, Florida. The reason I'm here today is a brief statement. I sit on the Ag Advisory Board, which y'all appointed me to, and the Green Place Board. But our chair for Ag Advisory is not here today, so he asked me to make sure that y'all got these points, positions from the Ag Advisory. Also, I've attached some letters from the community of support for grazing, the pilot program on these properties on Roberts Branch. And you'll also find a folder there from UF-IFAS, shows other counties that has allowed the grazing to be done on some of the properties they were bought, just as you bought it. And Mrs. Burkett had passed those out to them. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patterson. Next speaker.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Aaron Germer. I live at 2325 Phillips Road, Christmas, Florida. I'm the president of the Orange County Cattlemen's Association, and I'm here in support of the Green Place cattle leases. From a land management standpoint, this pilot program has the potential to provide practical benefits to Orange County. The property currently being discussed includes pasture and open land conditions that appear well suited for a controlled grazing pilot, subject to final site review, environmental constraints, and county approval. There is also a financial stewardship component. During committee discussion, there were differing views on true long-term cost of managing this type of land. Rather than debate those numbers today, we believe a pilot program gives the county a practical way to evaluate actual cost and actual responsibilities and actual land management outcomes. A properly structured grazing lease may help reduce Orange County's direct maintenance burden by shifting certain responsibilities to the producer. Those responsibilities could include fencing, water systems, insurance, maintenance, and regular observation of the property. This is not about replacing conservation with agriculture. It's about using agriculture as a practical tool to help the county manage these properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drummer. Next speaker.
My name is David Ward. I live at 1703 Taylor Creek Road, Christmas, Florida, and I would like to give my time to Robin Ward for her comments.
Unfortunately, you can't give your time to her during this session. But
Okay.
you're welcome to speak and say.
All right,
what
well,
you'd like
then
to
I'll
say.
make a few comments myself.
Yes, sir.
I'm a lifetime resident of Orange County, and I am a cattle producer. Cattle been an integral part of Florida for over 400 years. We still have our wetlands, we still have our streams, we still have our rivers. I just asked the commission to do consideration for the proposal set forth by the Ag Advisory Board for a pilot program to see the reality of cattle, not just a lot of data showing what will happen, what could happen. Excuse me. That's all. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ward, you did a fine job. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Robin Ward, 1703 Taylor Creek Road in Christmas. As a member of the Ag Advisory Board, I'd like to make a comment regarding BMPs and safeguards at the on Roberts Branch. The Agriculture Advisory Committee believes the pilot should move forward only with strong best management practices, clear safeguards, and accountability. First, cattle should not have direct access to the creeks, wetlands, or sensitive water resources. Any grazing plan should require controlled water sources and appropriate separations from sensitive environmental areas. Second, the pilot should require formal best management practices. These should include rotating grazing, appropriate stocking rates, repairing the wetland buffers, on-site watering systems, and ongoing monitoring. Third, the lease must be structured correctly. If the producer is to expect to be invested in fencing, water systems, insurance, and maintenance, then the lease term and lease conditions must realistically be enough to attract responsible operators. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor,
morning.
Commissioners, neighbors. I'm Christopher Stalder. I reside at 5102 St. Germain Avenue in Belle Isle, Florida. And I'm an advocate for the housing insecure. I'm with Support Orlando Shelters. And I was delighted to see the news about the county purchasing the 200-room motel near the 33rd Street Jail. And I hope that it is utilized as another pathway for people to find permanent housing. I think that's a great location near the jail to get people in and moved on with their lives in a positive direction. I live near the International Airport, and I see more people all the time experiencing homelessness. Just last week, I saw for the first time on South Conway Road a woman sleeping on the sidewalk across from Lake Conway East neighborhood in front of these huge, monstrous warehouses that are built on speculation near the airport for industry. If we can leave those huge warehouses empty and brand new, waiting for possible tenants, we can certainly do something to help the homeless population. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And let's help her with getting that mic down.
Morning. My name is Janet Ellery. I'm the president of the HOA in Timberscan. We've been trying to get the complex back together and see what we could do to bring it back together. But there's always someone that comes along and tears it down to whether we're trying to get it improved again. I'm tired. I'm ready to leave and just leave it alone. The place needs to really be gone. And I'm just tired of it. Thank you.
Miss Janet, what was your last name again there?
Ellery.
Ellery. And are you referencing the area there off of Michigan, or which area?
Timberscan.
Timberscan. Oh, Timberscan. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next batch of speakers is going to start with Cynthia Claytor, followed by Chris Dowdy, Deborah Green, Seven Charleston, Trini Caroz, and Michael Montenegro.
Morning, Mayor Demings and Commissioners. My name is Chris Dowdy. I live at 112 Story Partner Road in District 5. I also serve as a member of the Ag Advisory Board. Our recommendation today is not to open all Green Place properties to unrestricted agricultural use. Instead, our recommendation is much more narrow. We're asking the board to allow a site-specific pilot program for managed cattle grazing on the Green Place property currently being discussed. The key policy issue is the difference between preservation and conservation. Preservation generally means a hands-off approach. Conservation allows for active land management when the management supports the long-term health of the land. Green Place properties are already being actively managed in some form. If the county is mowing, maintaining, controlling vegetation, repairing access, or managing public use, then the land is not being treated as untouched preservation. The question is not whether management should occur. The question is which is the most effective management tool. Managed grazing is not simply an agricultural use. When properly structured, it is a recognized conservation land management practice. We can look to the cattlemen and ranchers of Orange County as great stewards of the land. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Claytor. My address is 2529 Scan Court, Orlando, Florida. I'm here to speak about Timberscan like Miss Janet did. We met last year, and I was a big advocate for staying in Timberscan and trying to rescue it. At this point, I don't feel the same way. We still are having a lot of problems. We're having financial difficulties. We need help in Timberscan. We're not getting it. Everything has gone downhill further than we ever thought it could go. So at this point in time, I don't believe that it's worth saving anymore. I believe that the residents need to find new places to go, including myself and Miss Janet. We are 72 and 73 years old at this time, and we can no longer take what's going on in there. It's just hard to stop things when you can't even get the police to do it for you. So I'm here to just speak on that point because I know that you're going to talk about Timberscan today. And we need help. We really do, because we're not getting it at this point. So that's what I'm here to talk about, that we're ready to go. Just like Janet said, I am too. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We will have a presentation later this morning about Timberscan and what some of the things that we're able to do. All right. Thank you. Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners, thank you. I'm Deborah Green from Orange Audubon, P.O. Box 274, Apopka, Florida. And Orange Audubon has been a partner for the Green Place program over the years. We appreciate these properties as well-managed habitats for wildlife and for people to hike and enjoy nature. Each year, we hold 2 walks in collaboration with Orange County. And the point I'd like to make about the damage of grazing is that the cattle actually damage the sensitive native grasses that are a key part of those ecosystems and other plants. And on the coats of the cattle come seeds of invasive species that then take hold and are very hard to eliminate. And the habitats, prescribed burning may be limited with cattle on the property, and the birds and gopher tortoises and other native species that the Green Place program has been trying to support will be set back. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you. Next, please.
Trini Quiroz, 2000 Hillcrest, Orlando. One will think that after 60 long years of community advocacy, one will be tired, sleeping, eating, or doing something. But it's a moral obligation of anyone, any taxpayer, any citizen, any person with humanity to attend these meetings. When you go home, put your computer and see who pays attention when somebody comes here to express their feelings in a 1 minute, and who knows what takes. Maybe I have a $7 parking bill across the street just to be here. Community people, advocates, people who care for your community, come to these meetings and repeat over and over and over that you are the taxpayers, you pay salaries for people to do a decent job for the people. I am so sick and tired of coming to these meetings, but I will continue to come. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Quiroz. All right, just a reminder to those of you in the audience, I know most of you probably know the rules, but I'm going to repeat this. Remember, while we're in these proceedings, to maintain the decorum, there should be no clapping, no outward making of noise or otherwise. Okay? You get a warning. We want you to stay. Otherwise, if you don't follow the rules, then we're going to ask you to leave. Thank you. All right. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Mark Montenegro. I'm from 32826 Sunrise Movement Orlando. I'm here to support the STAR plan. Recently, we just had a town hall at District 8 at South Creek Library. It was pretty fun. We met a lot of people from Hunters Creek, Meadow, Woods, and The Point. Multiple people told me how they love how the STAR plan focuses on different nodes of activity in Orange County, not just downtown and not just suburb to downtown transportation. How this looks in practice. In my experience, I live in the UCF area in District 5, and I tried to go to the airport to use the Brightline, and it took 2 hours and a half, even though it was a 35-minute car ride. But to go to downtown, which is technically a longer distance, only takes an hour and 15. After I traveled here from Miami using the Brightline, a 3-hour trip, I had almost the same amount of time, 2 hours and a half, commuting from the same county, from District 3 to District 5, the airport to my home. So please support the STAR plan and also support Orlando Shelters. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Seven Charleston. I live in District 6, and I am I'm here in support of the STAR plan. All my life I've had to use public transportation because, parents only have one car, things of the sort. I went to UCF downtown. It takes me 2 hours from Pine Hills to UCF, so spent 4 hours each day going to school. I was working 2 jobs and doing a lot of other community-related stuff, so my life was kind of impossible. And, just for access to opportunities and things of the sort, public transportation is a lifeline for a lot of people, a lot of underprivileged areas, and mainly the people who use public transportations are elders, youth, immigrants, the disabled, a lot of people who need access to opportunity. My organization, Seeds of Pine Hills, we work with a lot of juveniles, and they also need that opportunity. So thank you. I just wanted to come here and support that. Hope you have a good day.
All right, thank you, sir. Next, please.
Okay, next batch of speakers is going to start with Horacio Campbell, followed by Dr. Jim Moyer, Hope Adelson, Eugene Staccardo, Dominic Berardi, Will Larkins. And Vivian Roby.
All right, welcome, sir.
Good morning. How y'all doing today?
All right.
I'm Horatio Campbell, 4409 Chantel Road, Orlando, Florida. I'm here on behalf of Divine Future Corporations. Basically, I'm here looking for support. I put a petition to try to get a bathroom at Cayley Square Park. I'm doing this because this is the area that I grew up in. I did a lot of time incarcerated, and during that time incarceration, I did a lot of self-reflecting. And after I started doing that self-reflection, I started to realize a pattern in my community. I started to realize that we was raised the wrong way. We had a lot of dysfunctions. We had a lot of trauma growing up, which led me to start Divine Future Corporation to help transform the lives of young people in my community. And I wanted to start by helping them get in bathrooms from Cayley Park because it's no longer a dangerous area, and people start to chill at the park a lot. And there's no way to wash their hands. If an accident happens, no one can wash their face or anything like that. But I'm looking for a connection to help me bring my vision to life for Divine Future Corporations. Have a great day.
All right, thank you for the suggestion. I'll look to the county administrator to have the team kind of evaluate.
Yeah, Cal Kent, I actually spoke with him earlier, or last week, but Cal, oh, there he is, right there. All right.
Okay, Dr. Moyer.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. My name's Dr. Jim Moyer. I'm the elected Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor serving Northwest Orange County, including Lockhart, Zellwood, and Tangerine in unincorporated Orange. I'm here today, my responsibility within the constraints of the law is to work with other governmental entities to serve the people. The city of Apopka has given me an opportunity to work one-on-one starting this Thursday every month with office hours there to meet. I've sent a letter to COE for the same thing. Eatonville Chamber of Commerce has offered. We haven't worked out the details. I've sent a letter to Orlando Commissioner District 3, Roger Chapin, and I'm asking Orange County, would it be possible to, in the future, work out some kind of arrangement where I could meet one-on-one and promote things like conservation, water conservation, and the smart irrigation. Thank you. God bless you.
All right, Dr. Moyer, just real quick, just send me a letter with the details that you would need, what you're looking to do, and then we'll evaluate it. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. All right, next speaker, please.
Okay, I'm going to try to summarize 20 minutes into 1 minute. No, just joking. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm going to talk about two issues really quick. So my name is Eugene Staccardo, 331 Roswell Avenue, Orlando. I'm still there as of this morning. So I'm a board member on the Green Place. I was one of the bad people, I guess, to try to push forward the study of putting cattle on using grazing. The thinking I was coming from is looking at what Archibald Biological Center has done on their Buck Ranch, on a 10,000-acre ranch they've been using for about 30 years now as a research station, using cattle as part of the tool set. And that's what I'm trying to think about is, can we use cattle and also goats? That's actually a spot on invasives, and that's been done with kudzu. So my thinking is more of a tool, not a giant grazing program. So it's just one of the things in the toolkit. The other thing is about this afternoon, about the 2050 issue. I got some worries that the state has taken a lot of our tools away from in the 2050 plan, and that might leave us open if we go adopting a shell of 2050. So maybe what the proper thing is to do is look at 2030 and doing a year on it and modifying with a 10-year extension. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Liccardo. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Hope Adelson. I live in 32806. And before I begin, I'd just like to express my condolences to Commissioner Cordero. I am here with the Sunrise Movement Orlando in support of the STAR Rapid Transit Plan. I was born and raised here in Orlando, and I am a proud recent graduate of Boone High School. In high school, I was extremely lucky to have access to a car because car insurance is just really expensive and gas prices are only getting higher. This is an important reason why Orlando would benefit from expanded public transportation infrastructure. It would connect many people, not just teenagers, to their jobs, their homes, and schools in a way that is more affordable. Additionally, I am becoming an adult in a world that is trying to grapple with the climate crisis. Climate change is the reason our summers are only getting hotter and the hurricanes we are faced with are only getting more extreme and more frequent. We need to fight for our home and the next generation of Floridians. By implementing the STAR plan, we can lower carbon emissions in Orange County by an estimated 15 to 20%. Thank you for listening, and I hope I can count on your support for funding public transportation.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, board. My name is Dom. I live in 32786 in Oviedo, but I'm actually moving downtown because I'm tired of traffic, and I would love to ride the colorful buses every day. They absolutely make my day, all of the people on the bus, because, you know, reducing our risk of death every day, I think, is something that's important to all of us. And when there's 16,000 car accidents in America every day, it's kind of scary to experience our community together. You know, people say, oh, why don't people go out? Well, when your entire environment requires $12,000 a year on average to own a car, that's literally a society based around classism and racism, which, you know, it's not your job as the board to fix that. But supporting Sunrise and the STAR plan can help to mitigate the effects of those and not only help people who are disabled, lower class, and on the margins of our society, but everyone, literally everyone, because most people don't yearn to sit in traffic and drive. They yearn for each other. And that's something that has been stripped away from us because of car dependency and decades of decisions that you know. But support the STAR plan, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Will Larkins. I'm a lifelong Orlandoan, and I graduated Winter Park High School, go Wildcats, but I go to FIU in Miami now, and I study sustainability. And I think it's really cool that you guys have, it seems like, many different ways to help your constituents and community today. So I'm here in support of the STAR plan, not just because of safety. Like he mentioned, there's a lot of car accidents. In fact, according to the Florida Traffic Safety Dashboard, approximately 58 to 70 car accidents occur every single day in Orlando. But we also have America's farmers here, and as we know, Florida is one of the fastest developing places on earth. In fact, 20 acres of Florida's wildland is cleared every hour for development. So if we're able to I didn't have a car in high school, so I saw how there's entire sections of Orange County that are completely inaccessible by public transportation. And the more people that are able to take the bus, like I wouldn't drive if I was given the opportunity, the more infill development we can have, because instead of building out into our forests and into our agricultural land, we can build on top of parking lots, so it keeps people safer, it protects our farmland from future development, and also I would like to say I support our immigrant neighbors. Please sign that bill. It looks like y'all have a lot of opportunity to help today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
My name is Vivian Roby. I'm from zip code 32803. I'm here in support of the STAR plan. I've been riding public transport the past few years, and it's been such a great way for me to connect with people that I never would have. My father is imprisoned in Orange County. He's on work release, and he works a few buildings over. His commute is 30 minutes by the Sunrail, but on weekends, it's an hour and 20 minutes each way riding the bus. So that kind of sucks for him. He has no other option. Also, yeah, support for the homeless people in Orlando. As I've grown up, I feel like I see more and more people living on the streets, and that's very concerning. So yeah, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for upholding democracy today and listening to the people. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Roby. Next speaker.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to start with Giancarlo Rodriguez, followed by Liz Connor, LaShonda Jones, Wesley Lewis, Kendrick Gray Jr., Matthew Dorr, Clairvons Dorr, and Bryant B.
Good morning, Orange County Commission. I also do want to extend my condolences to Commissioner Cordero, Philip Toledo. He was an incredible guy, and it was always a pleasure working with him. Good morning, Orange County Commission. My name is Giancarlo Rodriguez. I'm with Summer's Movement Orlando, here to support the Star Rapid Transit Plan, a grassroots initiative to fund buses and trains all across Orange County. We're looking forward to Star being heard by the Orange County Commission on Tuesday, September 29th, save the date, and we're excited for the board to vote yes to a feasibility study, and we hope to look forward for y'all's yes vote. STARS builds a framework with TIFs, a citizens board, and trust fund to support transportation in the long term. By passing STAR, we create a transparent system that makes it easier to pass a sales tax and use TDT dollars. As convos with the tourist development tax continue, the STAR plan has an opportunity to promote tourism while also supporting working families. Connecting places like iDrive, Florida Mall, Airport, Disney are all in the STAR plan. Not only that, connecting tourists to where people in Orlando live can create new economic opportunities. We hope you will support STAR and help us build an Orange County we can all afford. I'm also asking the Commission to vote no to the proposal that weakens the Green Place program. This goes against our common goals. Thank you so much, and hope you have a great day.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Next speaker.
Good morning, everybody. We're back. So my name is Liz Connor. I live in District 5, Orlando, Florida, 32820. So I know later you're going to talk about Vision 2050, and I have many concerns. I think putting a judgment before the case of SB 180 can be dangerous because we haven't seen how that plays out. I don't agree with developers being able to opt out in certain environmental, rural, sensitive areas. I think it makes sense for certain areas, but you know, they're going to opt out. That's going to happen, right? That goes against the work this board did. That goes against the work that we did, the community voted for. So while I do support Vision 2050 personally, there are things that just aren't right with that potential of putting the cart before the horse, jumping ahead, trying to save what we can. Like, I get that, but I think if they don't want to play the rules of the land, then that's not the land for you. That's not the area for you. I think you buy that knowing, and it shouldn't be the practice that you know it and flip it intentionally just for massive profits. It's not good for our community. It's not good for sprawl. You're hearing about traffic. You're hearing about safety concerns. Flooding yesterday. We have no infrastructure. So I just ask that might not be a good idea.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is LaShonda Jones, and I'm here for TimberScan 2522 Scan Court. I just needed someone to know and to hear me out that right now, that TimberScan is fraudulently removing people, our residents, from the resident by sending out John Doe letters saying that they're squatters. And I have a contract with TimberScan to purchase since 2021, which has not been closed as of yet. I've made payments, and I have documents to show that I have, made those payments, and, that I've made the payments. But also, I wanted to let you know that two of the board members said that they didn't know of any of the papers being served, the squatters' letters, and they said that the names were Connie and Carmen. I'm just asking that someone takes the time to have justice served and help with the legal issues for them not adhering. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker. And by the way, if any of you are under the age of 18, you don't have to identify your address. Okay, so just your name. That's good enough. Okay.
Hello, my name is Wesley Lewis. I'm from District 6, and I am a part of the Black Rose Summer Program. We are working on a community action where we identify problems in our community and try to create a solution. The problem I am focusing on is public transportation. This matters to me because it may be cars being too expensive, or you don't have access to this car. So public transportation is a good solution to this problem you may have. And I would like to ask the commissioner for advice on this issue I have. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. All right. And we will be glad to talk to you afterwards. Just, Commissioner Scott, are you familiar with Lewis?
Yeah, these Sevens boys.
Okay. All right. So you know how to follow up with them?
Yes,
okay.
sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. All right. Thank you. All right. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Dorr. My name is Brian. And I'm in District 6, a part of the Summer Rose program. I came to talk about the issue of drug use on teens 14 through 18 in our community. It can lead to poor grades, missed classes, difficulty concentrating in class, and it can also cause unsafe driving for teens. We should have clubs in our community that teaches drug use and helping them to quit, choose and do more healthy choices in our community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Clearvance, and I am from District 6. I am part of Black Rose Summer Program. We have been working on a community action project, and the problem I am focusing on is community cleanup. The issue affects our neighborhoods and the people who live in them. This matters to me because keeping our community clean can make our neighborhoods look better, help protect the environment, and create a healthier place for everyone. Today, I would like to ask the Commissioner for your commitment to supporting cleaner communities and by increasing community cleanup efforts, providing more trash cans, and encouraging residents to help keep our neighborhoods clean. Together, we can make District 6 a cleaner and safer and healthier place for everyone. Thank you for your time and for listening.
All right. Thank you. All right. We'll see you soon. All right. Next speaker.
Testing, testing. You guys hear me? Good morning, Mayor and Board of County Commissioners. I am Kedrick Gray. I reside in Orlando, and I'm also an intern under Nicole Wilson. So today, I will speak on agriculture and an update on the Green Place properties. This agenda item will set an important precedent for future management of Green Place lands, making my comment significant for the environmental community. The Green Place program has long represented Orange County's commitment to protecting the environment, preserving wildlife, and providing impactful conservation benefits for future generations. About 80% of residents supported the Green Place with the understanding that these properties would remain dedicated to environmental protection. Cattle grazing, the risks eroding the same promise to our residents that was provided. Its negative effects are compact soils, degrading wetlands, introducing invasive species, and deteriorating water quality through nutrient loading. Today, authorizing agricultural uses on conservation lands will fundamentally change how Green Place properties are managed in the future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gray. All right. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning. Excuse
Excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to speak. My name is Zach Moldoff. My zip code is 32792. My full address can be found in the written record today. And so today I'm dressed a little different. I always come down here in my work clothes. Lately I've been working on running for office, which has me out there knocking on doors, experiencing all kinds of stuff in interesting ways in our community. But one thing that's been really interesting is my wife pointed out, like, hey, people might think that you're a Proud Boy out there walking around like that. And that's definitely not me, and I don't even understand how those people dress or what it means to look like one. But that did make me think about how hard it is to be a man and just walk around in a neighborhood of strangers, because there's so many dangerous ideas about men right now. And it's not that men haven't been guilty of doing dangerous things, but I think our community does a great job of getting past the national rhetoric and knowing each other. And if you see people in your neighborhood walking around knocking on doors, they might be politicians or they might not. It might be young men like this who are motivated to get out and go and do something. And what I love is that we continue to live in a county where things are done our way. But Sunrail has a $195 million annual operating budget that's paid to a company in France. So when we want the weekend service money, it's here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moldoff. We'll move to the next speaker.
Mayor, that was all the speakers. There were a few cards that didn't show, so just one more check for Deborah Green, Mike Ruggiero, Samuel Chambers, Sana Hafiz, Chad, or Michelle, or anyone else who'd like to speak.
Okay. All right. So we have, ma'am, would you like to speak? Okay. If you didn't fill out a card, just if you can do that before you leave.
I believe that I did,
If you did.
I don't know if
Okay.
it was
Just tell us your
registered.
name then,
Sure, sounds great.
and you can pull that mic down slightly to you. There you
Thank
go.
you very much. Amaria Smith, 32801. There must be something rotten in the very core of a social system that increases its wealth without diminishing its misery, and increases in crimes even more rapidly than in numbers. Neighbors, these words were written over a century ago, yet they perfectly diagnose the crisis facing TimberScan today. Forced sale and demolition are not solutions. They are merely a legal eviction of our elders and the total erasure of a community. Focusing exclusively on TimberScan is a performative distraction. This board knows that according to a National Low-Income Housing Coalition report, Orlando ranks as the worst metropolitan area in America for affordable housing, leaving only 19 affordable units available for every 100 extremely low-income renters. Tearing down one complex does not stop the spread. It simply reallocates the problem to the next vulnerable neighborhood. Instead, I am urging a new approach. We must allow an independent group of informed individuals to design, manage, and address affordable housing across the county. Unlike traditional, stagnant regulatory bodies that ignore resident concerns, this group will be a direct, incorruptible grassroots vehicle for community-led rehabilitation. If any of the commissioner's aides would like my contact information after the conclusion of this session, please reach out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right. Do we have any other persons with public comment? All right, then we're going to move forward on our agenda.
Mayor.
Thank you to all those who spoke. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. So just two items. One, relative to TimberScan, I talk with those residents quite frequently. I've had friends stay in TimberScan, and if any of you haven't driven through TimberScan in the past 30 days, I would encourage you to do so. You'd learn a lot just by driving through. There was a guard shack up front, and we had someone living in the guard shack. They had to tear it down. So it's been a lot going on in TimberScan. So I just want to highlight that we are trying to make sure that whatever solution the county comes up with, it is informed with the residents there and thoughtful in its approach. And so we've had some conversations just this morning. I'm talking with them outside on our plans, and so staff is going to be working on that. And then the other thing is, for those that have been here this entire morning, you saw a new county staff member, a professional, who had been working for a while, speak in front of all of you and the people who were watching live on the internet or on TV. And it was like a smiley face. I just drew one, so I drew a smiley face. Gentlemen, what you did this morning will always be hard. It is difficult to speak in front of people. It is difficult to show your smiley face. And maybe it's not a smiley face, it's a poem, it's a project that you all are working on, or a song or a rap. It is difficult to take the things that come here and here and share them with someone, because you don't know if they're going to say it's a good idea, a bad idea, you're crazy, you're smart, or good job, keep going. Well, I'm telling you, good job, keep going. You know, Seven is an incredible mentor. I've seen the work that you guys have done, not just in my role as a commissioner, but even before coming in this role. It took you guys planning and preparation to get dressed, put on your best fit. You look good. And so thank you, because you could have been sleeping. It's summer. Y'all could be hanging out, but you're here with us. And so thank you for your time. Seven, thank you for bringing them. And Mayor, thank you for being a role model. You've been that for me since I was 20 years old, a freshman at Valencia College. And so I hope that the example you've set for me is one that I can continue to set for other mentors, like what Seven and other mentors do. And so thank you, Mayor, for your example and your leadership before even being a mayor. Appreciate you.
All right. So how old are you now? 25?
I'm 44 years old.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, all right. Again, thank you all for being here today. We're going to move forward on the agenda. These young people who all came in, the future is bright for us. Stay engaged in your community. All right, we're going to move to the consent agenda. We're going to go to the County Administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, who will be presenting the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. We have no changes to the consent agenda, so staff presents the consent agenda for board action as submitted.
So all right, with that, I'm going to ask for a motion for approval. All right.
Mayor, can I say a comment? I was hoping that Charles Johnson was here. Oh, he is Commissioner Mary Johnson's son. And because of the park naming and our consent agenda, I was hoping you could give him a moment, because he and Becky.
Let's deal with the consent agenda first, and then I will gladly, depending upon how that turns out. Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second, Wilson.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. And let me just go over some items with the passage of the consent agenda. On today's agenda, there was a contract to purchase 84.7 acres of environmentally sensitive land in southwest Orange County. The acquisition of the WMG development parcels helps to provide vital water resource protection and further preserve the county's rare habitats such as Bagall and hydric pine, flatwoods. Somebody in here knows what that is, I know. The wetlands preserved through the acquisition will expand upon an existing wildlife corridor that contains both publicly and privately owned conservation areas such as the Akula property, the county's Tibbet Butler Preserve, and the Grand Cypress Conservation easements. Preservation of this property will serve to protect the wetlands that serve as the outfall for the Butler chain of lakes into Reedy Creek. Additionally, this acquisition will preserve natural habitats that support protected flora and fauna species. To date, Orange County has purchased and preserved 3,417 acres since the board approved the $100 million purchase environmentally sensitive lands. I think that is worthy of some recognition here today. All right, the board also renamed 2 parks, part of which is what Commissioner Uribe was referencing. Yucatan Park has been renamed Commissioner Mary I. Johnson Park, honoring the first Hispanic elected commissioner for both Orange County and the city of Orlando, who played an influential role in the creation of that park during her tenure in the early 2000s. I had the privilege of working with Commissioner Mary I. Johnson when she was with the city of Orlando and here with Orange County government as a commissioner. She was a vociferous and tireless advocate for her community. Also, I wanted to recognize the fact that the Taft ball field is now the Albert Hodges Park, honoring the local businessman, benefactor, and community builder who played a notable role in the development of the Taft and Pine Castle areas. Both renamings or the recommendations to the board were made by the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. So do we still have any Parks and Recreation Advisory Board members who are still with us this morning? There were some here earlier. Okay. Today's approval of the Youth Sports Grant, Sustainable Communities Grants, and the Neighborhood Beautification Grants represent an investment of nearly $125,000 in neighborhood improvements, enhancing the appearance, quality of life, and value of the communities across Orange County. These grants provide nonprofit and neighborhood organizations with resources to invest in public safety, neighborhood resilience, and long-term economic vitality of our community across Orange County. And so with that, Mr. Johnson, would you like to come and say anything on behalf of your deceased mom? If so, I invite you to the microphone.
I just want to only say thank you to the board for recognizing my mother. I know green space and conservation were a big part of her service to this community, along with the Victim Service Center, which you're aware of. And thank you to the Parks Department and Barbara McCann for the Azalea Park Association for all your work on this. I know Mom's dancing in heaven, so thank you very much.
She is, indeed. All right. Congratulations, and had the privilege of working with your father also at the Orlando Fire Department there. All right, so again, we're going to now move forward on our agenda. We're going to move to the discussion agenda at this time. And Ms. Beth Jackson is going to come forward from our Environmental Programs Administration. She'll be making a presentation regarding the future managed agricultural uses on Green Place properties. We heard from a number of our residents today who spoke about the potential of pilot projects, some pro, some in opposition. But with that, she's going to lay out the entire program, and then we'll have a discussion by the Board of County Commissioners, and then give some direction to staff from there. With that, Ms. Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Along with myself, Kevin Cam will be presenting for UF-IFAS as well. And so today what we're going to be covering is a purpose, some Green Place background, advisory board discussions, a pilot program, public policy considerations. Then we're going to summarize the presentation and then open it up for board discussion. So the purpose of this presentation today is to update the BCC on the advisory board engagement and discussions, provide context to policy and technical aspects of the agricultural use issue, seek board direction on whether to proceed with a pilot project, and if so, how to move forward with that. The board may want to consider this policy question as part of their discussion. Are agricultural uses environmentally equivalent to preservation? So Green Place is the county's initiative to preserve, restore, and maintain environmentally sensitive lands. And its mission is to preserve and manage environmentally sensitive lands, protect water resources, and to provide a quality nature-based recreational outdoors experience for existing and future generations. So in 2021, and we're very grateful, the BCC allocated $100 million for the purchase and preservation of environmentally sensitive lands. As of June 2026, when Orlando Kingdom and this most recent property that you all approved today, we will have preserved 3,772 acres. And since the program's inception, we've managed to preserve 27,155 acres. 8,743 are those managed by Green Place staff. 12 properties are open to the public, managed by the Green Place staff. 4 properties open to the public, managed by our partners. And here's a map of Orange County, and all of the Green Place properties are those highlighted in the lime green. The property in red will be the focus of our discussion today. And those in crosshatch are properties that were purchased by other state agencies or private entities. So it's important to lay out some of the policy context for you all. So the comprehensive plan policy has some definitions. Preservation means that the designation of preservation is defined as publicly or privately owned lands of significant environmental importance for the purposes of environmental protection. And with that, compatible, very low and recreational or educational uses that use the natural amenities of the site for public benefit are allowable uses. You heard today the term conservation, and as defined by the county's comp plan, that means it recognizes lands designated for conserving our natural resources, and that's usually done through a more formal process with our wetland permitting property, and it's primarily used by privately owned lands. Agricultural is applicable only to the areas outside the county's urban service area, recognizes the long-term viability of the economic asset while allowing single-family residents on the large lots, and it's appropriate for locations in which residents prefer a rural lifestyle. So there are a couple of policies and goals that we wanted to focus on in this presentation. The first one is Goal C1, which is conservation, and that's to enhance our county's natural resources, including our groundwater vegetative communities, imperiled species, soils, and wetlands. And two of the objectives under that goal we wanted to highlight were Objective C1.2, which says that we should protect and improve our surface waters by identifying sources of pollution and coordinating the development and implementation of pollution abatement devices, methods, and programs. And the second one is to protect identified wetland areas and existing natural wildlife. As it's been alluded to, the board will be discussing Vision 2050 later on today. If that moves forward, all Green Place properties are or will be assigned a place type of preservation, and preservation properties would be categorized as T1 Transects. All Green Place properties would fall under that T1 Transect, and again, it mirrors that definition under the Destination 2030 comp plan, compatible, very low impact recreational or educational uses. And then it goes on to list some of them. It's important to note that in T1, agricultural uses would not be allowed. So in 2007, a previous Board of County Commissioners approved Green Place uses, and it was amended in December of 2011. And secondary uses must be compatible with primary uses. When we took this to the board at that time, we were not using the designation of preservation, but in developing this presentation, we realized that these uses may now be in conflict with our comprehensive plan policy, and we'll be evaluating that. As you can see, cattle grazing is a secondary use under this. Whoops. Okay, now we're going to go to advisory board discussions. And so in February 2025, the Agricultural Advisory Board inquired if limited agricultural uses, one of them being cattle grazing, can be implemented on Green Place properties. In April of 2025, the topic was presented to our Green Place Advisory Board. And then in May of 2025, a memo was sent to the board outlining the discussions, land use designations, staffing and resource requirements, and the opportunities for partnership. In August of 2025, Green Place approved a motion to pursue a pilot program which would assess the site for ability to host a cattle grazing operation for a 5-year lease with a renewable up to 10. It would require us to monitor the site throughout the implementation to assess the impacts of cattle grazing. In October of 2025, another board memo was sent giving you all an update of our progress on these discussions. And then in October of 2025 as well, the Green Place Advisory Board approved a motion selecting Roberts Branch Preserve North as the site for the proposed pilot program. April 26. Initial results of the monitoring were presented to the Green Place Advisory Board with direction to gather, and we received direction to gather more precise data and figures. And we'll go over what we presented later on in this presentation. In June of 2026, the Green Place Advisory Board was provided that updated information, and it was a split decision, 2 versus 2 in support of, not in support of cattle grazing on Green Place properties. It's important to note that 2 of the members of the Green Place Advisory Board are from the agricultural community. And then now we're going to go over that pilot program. So some of the sub-bullets we're going to be discussing are site selection. As I previously mentioned, the Green Place Advisory Board has already selected the parcel for us. The evaluation methodology, evaluation findings, comparative analysis, Savage Christmas Creek property, preserve, operational considerations, as well as public use compatibility. And so this is the proposed pilot project site. It's Roberts Branch Preserve. It's 395 acres. The county acquired it in October of 2025 with a purchase price of $9 million plus. The prior use was a single family with cattle lease, high potential for restoration, and it's regionally significant due to its proximity to Charles H. Bronson State Forest and other Green Place parcels, as well as its location within the Florida Wildlife Corridor. And I just want to say an aside, this is the 3rd property that we purchased from this particular family, so they were very invested in wanting to see their properties preserved. Again, here's another map of a closer up version of where Roberts Branch Preserve North is located. And so the evaluation methodologies that we use, we did a forage assessment, which is a suitability of the site for pasture grasses, a bacterial analysis of the soil as well as the water within Roberts Branch. So we took samples and we did microbial source tracking. And Roberts Branch that subbasin is impaired for E. coli. And a natural community assessment, we looked at the canopy, shrub, ground cover, percent coverages, exotic invasive species, and plant species diversity. And now I'm going to turn it over to Kevin.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'll cover the agricultural evaluation completed by UF-IFAS Extension. We were asked to really provide sort of an objective research-based analysis assessment of the property's agricultural capability. And just to be clear, UF-IFAS Extension, cooperative extension, we're not advocating for or against. We just want to bring the non-biased information to you all. One point to remember that Beth mentioned earlier is that this property historically was used for cattle grazing before it was acquired by the county, so we weren't evaluating whether it could be or whether it had occurred in the past, because it did, but we did evaluate the property's current condition to understand what it could support. So we evaluated the soils, we forage resources, nutrient levels, overall productivity of the site. So in other words, we really wanted to understand how productive the landscape could be from an agricultural standpoint, how much forage it could potentially produce. We found the soils are well suited for Bahia grass, which is one of the most common pasture grasses used in Florida. And after accounting for the wetlands on the property, the wooded areas, and the other areas unsuitable for grazing, so we identified approximately 200 acres as potentially grazable property on the property. So using the results, you can see the soil sample results on the slide. High phosphorus because it was used, so probably fertilization. Potassium was low, so it's a give and take for that, which is usually to produce that stand. Adequate levels of other elements and a low organic measure. Using that, we came up with an estimated of the property's carrying capacity. So carrying capacity is basically the number of animals the land could sustainably support over time while maintaining the health of the resources. Based on our evaluation, we estimated a carrying capacity of around 40 to 50 animal units. For reference, one animal unit is representative of one mature cow and a calf. Okay. One important point I'd like to emphasize is that this is not a recommendation to place 40 to 50 cows on the property. It sort of serves as an agricultural benchmark that helps us understand the biological capacity of the property. So basically it answers the technical question of what the property could support if grazing would be allowed or looked at as a pilot from the board. I'm going to pass it back over to Beth.
So as I mentioned earlier, we did perform a bacterial analysis as part of that preliminary evaluation of the property. So we tested both the stream bed for legacy levels of E. coli, and we determined there are biomarkers associated with bacteria found in the guts of warm-blooded animals and can therefore be used to measure the fecal bacterial concentrations. And we're doing that in conjunction with UCF, a professor at UCF. So the results of the microbial, say that fast 3 times, microbial source tracking indicates a heavy presence of cattle in the older soils, with presence decreasing in the newer soils. So future grazing could potentially keep those E. coli levels at a higher level. And the chart just lays out some of the findings that we found. Along with that, we tested the water quality in the tributary on the property between March and May 2026. This is one of the properties that we will be having quarterly water quality sampling on. So they tested for alkalinity, turbidity, organic nitrogen, E. coli. And the results indicate decreased levels of E. coli in recent months. As we're all aware, we have been in a drought. So an exceedance is readings over 410 most probable numbers per 100 milliliters. And so on the March event, we found 1,732 MPNs of E. coli, and then it decreased over time. So impaired water bodies and basins, FDEP designates water bodies that do not meet water quality standards as impaired. FDEP sets a total maximum daily load on impaired water bodies for parameters such as nitrogen, phosphorus, E. coli, some heavy metals. The county is required to fund and implement projects to reduce those impairments and discharges into water bodies. And we have been made aware that this is a high priority for this particular basin for FDEP to establish a TMDL. And so they designated impaired in August of 2024. And I already said they're working on establishing a bacterial TMDL. And there are no known structural BMPs to address bacterial impairments. And removal of point source is most cost-effective strategy to meet water quality requirements. And in fact, we have past history with another Green Place property that we purchased where we received a grant from the state. And the reason why we were awarded that grant was because we were removing cattle as a source of points of pollutants. So now I'm going to go over the natural community assessment. This is a photo of Roberts Branch Preserve North, and that area in the back by the fence is what is a depression marsh, which has been impacted by previous land uses. So we looked at the canopy cover. It's low, it's less than 5%. And so we use a methodology developed by the Florida Wildlife and Conservation Commission to determine what conditions we have and where they should be. So the desired conditions for canopy should be between 10 to 30% of the coverage. Shrub was low also on Roberts Branch Preserve North. It's less than 5%. The desired conditions for the shrub coverage is 50 to 80%. Ground cover was good, 90 to 100%. Desired conditions 70 to 100%. Native species diversity was low. We only observed 9 to 12 species in those areas that we evaluated. And the desired conditions are 50 plus species. And the exotic species coverage was determined to be high, 90 to 100%. And as Kevin mentioned earlier, the majority of the grass species out there is Bahia, and that is considered an exotic species. So I said exotic, yes, sorry. So we felt like it was important to compare Roberts Branch Preserve North to a site that, a Green Place site. We're calling it a reference site, which is our Savage Christmas Creek Preserve. It's located 3 miles from the proposed pilot site. We purchased it in 1999, and we've added to it since with the $100 million that you all generously donated towards acquisition of our natural resources. It's 1,576 acres. Total price is $14.6 million. It did have cattle at the time of the acquisition in 1999. And in 2011, we undertook an active upland restoration project on this site, which involved the removal of pasture grasses through disking and herbiciding. We harvested native seed from off-site, and we planted those native seeds to restore that area back to 3 natural communities: scrubby flatwoods, mesic, and wet flatwoods. And then passive wetland restoration on the property began in 2012. So comparing the results between Roberts Branch Preserve and Savage Christmas Creek Preserve, for canopy, 5%. For Savage Christmas Creek Preserve, it was 25, and that's in the area of that pasture restoration. The shrub coverage, 5% on Roberts Branch Preserve, whereas on Savage Christmas Creek, it was 10 to 20. Ground cover, Roberts Branch was 90 to 100%. Same thing with Savage Christmas Creek Preserve. Native species diversity, 12 for Roberts Branch Preserve, whereas Savage Christmas Creek Preserve was 39. And the exotic species coverage, 90 to 100% for Roberts Branch versus less than 5% on Savage Christmas Creek. So the pilot site, grazed areas have a lower diversity and higher invasive species presence. Savage Christmas Creek Preserve Its restored areas resemble a healthy ecosystems. As I mentioned earlier, those are scrubby flatwoods, mesic, and wet flatwoods. And the pilot site could mirror Savage Christmas Creek Preserve under proper management and restoration efforts. And in fact, we do have some preliminary plans to start restoring Roberts Branch Preserve. We will be utilizing some of the tree fund to plant some trees out there, as well as if the board decides to not move forward with this pilot project, we would then begin to do some passive enhancement by reducing mowing of those pasture areas. And so the operational considerations, it could impact our ability to manage the property with prescribed fire. It could delay future restoration efforts. The staff time dedicated to managing the cattle lease could be spent on needed improvements on this property as well as our Green Place property. We have a small but mighty team in the Green Place program, and so managing 8,000 plus acres is a Herculean task, as well as making sure that the users of the ones that are open have a great experience. And it could reduce some of the mowing costs, but it could reduce some of the mowing costs for the program. And so we're just doing the preliminary things under the pilot program. If the board decides to move forward with the pilot program, we would then work on the lease creation along with IFAS, develop scope of services and delegation of responsibilities, craft the contract documents along with our procurement colleagues, and then as well as county and real estate review of those contracts. And then we would bid it out. Unlike a normal bid, the bid would go to the highest bidder here because because it's seen as a revenue generating opportunity. And then we would then go under contract management and oversight. And all of those things that we did previously, we would be doing annually. So we would be looking at the natural communities annually to see if we noticed an impact on those communities. We estimate 10% of one full-time land manager to oversight of that contract, as well as additional staff resources needed for that annual vegetation monitoring of the site. So some of the risks that could potentially be associated with cattle operations are physical hazards and injury risk to individuals, such as kicking, pinning, and charging, because we as humans think they're cute, and they are cute, and we want to pet them, but they don't really like that. Risk of disease, parasites, or fungal transmission, and cattle operations should not occur on properties that are open to the public. And property usage should not contradict with the intent of the acquisition, which is environmental protection. And so now I'm going to go over the public policy considerations. And so we're going to be talking about environmental impacts, agricultural use benefit, cattle grazing near Orange County, advisory board discussions, county charter and comprehensive plan requirements, and a cost versus benefit analysis. So, is this you, Kevin? I lost track.
It's okay. So like any land management practice, managed grazing has some potential benefits and potential challenges. We looked at decades of agricultural research that really just come down to largely how is the land managed. Some of the public comments earlier mentioned, improperly managed grazing can contribute to soil compaction, erosion, vegetation degradation, water quality impacts, and also increased bacterial loading. But that's why best management practices, or BMPs, you've probably heard that term, are such an important part of modern grazing management. These include rotational grazing, appropriate stocking rates, as I mentioned earlier, protecting sensitive areas with fencing and stream buffers, providing alternative watering sources, maybe dig a hole, no pun intended, of just having water, and ongoing monitoring are all designed to reduce the environmental impacts and protect water quality. When those practices are implemented, research has shown that managed grazing can also provide benefits by helping control excessive vegetation, reducing the accumulated biomass that can contribute to wildfire fuels, maintaining open landscapes, and also supporting certain habitat management objectives. So from our perspective in Extension, it's really the management, not simply the presence of the livestock, that ultimately determines the outcome. So from an agricultural perspective, managed grazing, as I mentioned, is recognized as a land management tool. So again, managing vegetation, reducing the excess biomass, maintaining the open pasture, and the other land management practices, it can complement other land management practices when appropriate. In agriculture, we often talk about using the right management tool for the right landscape. So depending on the property, that could include prescribed fire, mechanical mowing, maybe some herbicide treatments, managed grazing, or a combination of some of those approaches or all of those approaches for the property. No single practice is really appropriate for every property because some have its limitations, some have its advantages. Research has shown that when grazing is properly managed and appropriately managed, it can help recycle the nutrients on the property, maintain the forage quality, and reduce those loads that can contribute to wildfire risk. And it does also at the end of the day really depend on applying that grazing sound management and continually monitoring site conditions over time where that producer would probably be there daily. The important point from our perspective is that grazing isn't viewed as a livestock production, it's a land management practices. So stewardship is the land management practices, and matching that right with the right property is going to be good. And I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight what agriculture is in Orange County, because it does play a significant role. Orange County is home to over 600 farms, which operate roughly on around 84,000 acres, which generates over $400 million in annual ag sales, which is amazing. Despite being one of Florida's urbanized counties, Orange County ranks 5th in the state in total agricultural sales and 2nd in nursery, greenhouse, floriculture, and sod production. So agriculture here in Orange County is very diverse. Commercial nurseries, citrus, cattle, equine, specialty crops, and definitely a strong generation of the next agricultural leaders with our 4-H youngsters and FFA. As Orange County continues to grow, agriculture will remain an important part of our economy and our community and landscape. So understanding that broader agricultural context really helps inform this discussion. Beth?
You're up pretty soon. So while we were evaluating this proposal, we did reach out statewide throughout the entire state to see what other local natural resource preservation programs, whether they use the activity of cattle grazing on their properties or not. And this is not all-inclusive. These are only the folks that actually responded to us. So we are aware that there are other programs that allow cattle grazing. So St. Johns River Water Management District and South Florida Water Management District do allow cattle grazing. And almost all of their leased areas are 500 plus acres in size. Seminole County does not allow it due to a lack of available land. Lake County, no grazing program due to active land restoration and other ecological concerns. Osceola County does not have a grazing program. And so Kevin, you're up.
So I am the county liaison for the Agricultural Advisory Board, and that board powers and duties, I'd like to just bring that up. It does provide recommendations on various proposed county rules, regulations, and ordinances affecting the ag industry to really retain and enhance that industry's presence. We do have an 11-member board, which is made up of ag education, horticulture, equine, livestock, fruit crop, landscape, water management, plant nursery, tree producer, and urban agriculture. As mentioned at the very beginning, this board did have a concern or question, if you will, that was raised because there was cattle on the property at one time prior to the sale, and they were just wanting to know, could that happen? You know, the board also discussed some positive impacts to the community if it were to be allowed, and also negative impacts to the community if it were to be allowed and also as well as the environment. The board did discuss, and then they understand that conservation, environmental protection, and public access should be the primary priorities of Green Place Properties, and that they did present this as a land stewardship tool, as some members spoke earlier, to aid the management of the property while future activities were being established, such as the pilot, doing the pilot and feasibility.
So the Green Place Advisory Board, their mission statement is ensuring the strategic acquisition of ecologically diverse lands to enhance the quality of life for our residents and visitors of Central Florida. It's a 7-member board. Academic are 2, agricultural 2, at large 1, environmental conservation organization member is at 2. So the board discussions, they were originally considering this as a potential income source to aid in purchasing properties to ensure the lands are fully utilized and not left unmanaged. Try to partner with local community and build relationships. But after discussion and further information that was provided, concerns arose over water quality and vegetative community health. And so the County Charter Amendment 704 was passed with 80% support in 2024. It addressed county protected lands, including public parks, recreation areas, and environmentally sensitive lands acquired by the county for environmental, ecological, or recreational purposes. This charter requires a majority plus 1 vote of the county commission to authorize the disposition of the land or a change in the use of the land. So allowing cattle grazing on Green Place properties which have been purchased for the purpose of and use as preservation could be considered as a change of use requiring a supermajority vote. And so the adopted comprehensive plan, which is Destination 2030 and the Vision 2050, the proposed one, Vision 2050 directs development towards existing communities already served by infrastructure while conserving our open space, protecting animal and plant habitats and places of natural beauty. In 2007, the Green Place Use Resolution needs to be put into context with the adopted comprehensive plan policies and definitions for preservation and Vision 2050. Intent with respect to T1 transects natural preserves. Natural lands are currently preserved or in the process of being preserved, generally under public ownership or ownership of institutions. Preserve natural and sensitive lands within Orange County, provide for ecosystem education and limited public recreation without threatening those sensitive ecosystems. And again, cattle grazing, if Vision 2050 were passed, would not be allowed in T1 parcels. And so we looked at a cost-benefit analysis. This was a very important consideration of the Green Place Advisory Board. And so, reiterate, the county spent $9 million plus to acquire the property. Staff costs to start up a cattle grazing program. That does not just include EPD, it includes our partnership agencies such as rent, real estate, risk, county attorney's office, procurement. Annual staff costs to maintain the cattle grazing program was estimated to be $15,000 a year. And all of these are based on actual numbers. The potential fencing needed to exclude the cattle from Roberts Branch is estimated at $180,000 through the county's contractor. And that's a photo of Roberts Branch there. So the benefits projected annual revenue from the cattle lease would be about $20,000 to $30,000. It can help to control the biomass and fuel loads, as Kevin mentioned. It also provides an on-site presence while future management is initiated. And it also builds those relationships between the agricultural and preservation committees. A cattle lease would not be revenue positive with the county during the pilot program, based on the numbers that we've crunched. And so, in summary, Green Place parcels are intended for preservation, restoration, and maintenance of environmentally sensitive lands. The advisory board support is mixed with the Green Place Advisory Board split in their support, and the Agricultural Advisory Board is fully supportive. The pilot program assessment revealed site has many environmental constraints, including an impaired water body and degraded natural communities. The site would likely need to remain closed to public recreation, limiting the number of users. The cattle lease could help build relationships across the community and bridge the gap while land management activities are planned and implemented. The board must resolve policy and charter issues regarding the use for the cattle lease, and the lease will not be revenue positive to the county. And so, again, I'm going to restate that fundamental policy question to help frame your discussion. Are agricultural uses environmentally equivalent to preservation? And the issues to consider are the county charter and comprehensive plan policies, environmental impacts, the agricultural use benefit, the cost versus benefit analysis, and operational considerations and public use compatibility. And so staff is seeking board direction on whether to move forward with a pilot program for cattle grazing on Roberts Branch Preserve or other Green Place properties. And Kevin and I will be happy to address any of your questions. Thank you.
All right. Beth, you said the annual revenue from the pilot would be approximately 20 grand?
20 to 30,000.
20 to 30. And the annual expenses would be how much?
Annual would be 15,000, but there are also startup costs.
So
we did crunch the numbers, Mayor, and it came out to 6.96 years before the county would start to generate
because of the startup costs.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I got it. With that, we're going to open it up for discussion by the board. We'll start with Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation and for the time spent at the briefing. I will say that I was a little bit shocked when this kind of came so developed to us today, and I have a few questions, a few comments, but I kind of want to start by asking my understanding of our incredible advisory boards. We're so grateful for their volunteerism, for their work, but my understanding of the sort of governing documents, procedural outlines of their work is to review ordinances that are in place, to provide advice, if you will, as an advisory board. This appears to be the creation of some legislative action. And so I was just wondering about sort of how it got this far without board direction and the ability for us to say, hey, maybe we tapped the brakes on this, knowing that there was actually even legislation very similar to this going through this year that was defeated. And there was a lot of discussion about the reasons why it was defeated for state parks, state conservation lands. And it would have been very informative, and I think it would have been something we could have discussed along the way. I read the memo, I think that came from you, that said that there were conversations between the advisory board and the county commission. I got an introduction to a new member, and I was grateful for that introduction, but it certainly doesn't supplant the need for board direction on creating legislation. And I just kind of wanted to get some feedback from Mr. Cam on that.
Yeah, sure. Throughout this process, it grew. The conversation did grow, and we wanted to make sure that we had enough data, we had enough research, we had enough surveys and science to before we even brought it to, because it was our position that we wanted to just bring everything to you instead of just going back and forth. We did have a member of EPD join our ag advisory boards just to bounce some ideas off, and we also had J.K. Yarborough, our agriculture extension agent, join the Green Place Advisory Board, so there could be some context so we can continue to move forward with the discussions.
And did you all track that state legislation that was looking at very similar type of uses on state parklands?
It was tracked, but I think our major thrust was primarily on this, because the original question is, what could this work? Could this happen? And as we were starting to look and gathering more information from other divisions.
But that's lawmaking.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure we're being clear about sort of that, when you say, could this happen, that is policy, and that's sort of the role of this body. Sure. Yeah, it was a feasibility question at the very beginning, and then it sort of emerged with a lot of other data, and then also it was a secondary use for Green Place properties, but then we also had the planning with the T1, and that was interesting throughout the discussions, and then that's when we found that out, that was when, okay, we need to move this forward. And I appreciate that. And I think it's important, I want to say right from the go, to hear out, we have common goals, right? To protect ag lands and conservation lands. But that's an and. That is an and. So we need to protect ag lands and conservation lands. So I just want to start out this entire conversation by saying that. I love that we got these. Thank you so much for whoever shared them, because this is a great resource and it's an important piece of information, but it really supports, I think, the position that I have here, which is that the programs that are successful with this allow the retention of the piece of property to stay with the farmer. That the retention of the piece of property stays with the farmer, and then the easement is provided by a land trust. I don't know if the Agricultural Advisory Board participated or heard from anybody when we discussed as a board the possibility for the infrastructure surtax that included a portion to be dedicated to land acquisition and conservation. It didn't go any further than this. We would have loved to have heard from you all at that point to understand that that would have given us a lot of options to have a various new structural program, but we didn't get that far. I think there are some really incredible opportunities and structural opportunities for farmer-owned, privately owned land with conservation easements applied to them. That's not the Green Place program. The Green Place program is a fully developed program that has its own structure dedicated to the conservation of our most fragile environmental and ecologically sensitive lands. And there's an incredible amount of trust that we had to go to the public to ask for in order to really develop that program to its fullest potential, which I believe, even going back to what we saw on the agenda and consent and adding more property to that almost every single agenda, it has been a very robust, powerful program. My biggest concern with applying a pilot to that program is it inherently changes the nature of the program. And our communication about the need for both agricultural lands and specifically protecting environmentally sensitive lands should be in conjunction. But I'm afraid if we overlap those, that we've put ourselves in a position to break some of that public trust, because it sounds, again, like somebody's trying to develop a business off of the public tax dollars invested into acquisition and conservation work. I kind of wanted to find out actually, I'm going to let this go down the line and hear what my colleagues have to say. I will tell you that I don't support a pilot of this type. I think it's really important for us to continue to stay really focused on the mission of the Green Place program, because they've got their hands full. We understand we're moving into a budget session where everyone is being asked. There's no new positions coming anywhere. Everyone's being asked to tighten their belt. Every penny has been looked at, accounted for. And so for us to put ourselves at risk by somehow leveraging this land that is there for a purpose, for ecosystems, in order to potentially advance another business interest is, I feel, like a risk to the entire program. And so that's my position here. I don't support a pilot program, but I do want to hear the board discussion on this, and I appreciate all the information. I know it was a lot of work to bring it forward. I would request that if there are discussions being had on legislative initiatives, that we start by talking to the board, right, this far down the line, and what looks like a very developed research program. We may have been able to provide enough input to, honestly, I wish we talked before January, because I think there would have been a lot of conversations about how to be able to use a half cent or a bonding financing mechanism to help acquire more ag lands. But we didn't get that luxury. So that would be my request. I know County Administrator Brooks has some comments about that.
Just on the point in terms of the timing, not to take or distract from the conversation, so I was hesitant to even jump in, because I think that's a bigger conversation. But with respect to the timing, it did start out as a recommendation that came from the advisory board that would come to the board. As we were going through the preparation, there were questions, and it as Kevin indicated, start leading to more desire to have more information, so that we brought this to the board for a policy level discussion. They know I'm always very deliberate in saying we aren't the policymakers. We have the responsibility to ensure that we provide all the information. And so that was part of that evolution, to continue to do the analysis study, so that when we came to the board for the policy level discussion, it was a full-throated discussion. So I just want to put it, that was on me, not on the staff, in terms of our preparation for a policy level discussion. We're not intended to deprive the board of that, but it was intended for us to do our job as staff, to bring forth as much data and analysis as possible, so that the board could make a policy level discussion.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I do think that in some of these situations, when we have advisory boards, staff gets put in a position when they're being asked questions by members of these various advisory boards. Staff ends up being put in a position to do research and advise. So at some point, and that point is now, where this is coming before the board, and so I don't necessarily think that it's just an appropriate point to have this conversation, to have full information. But I'm kind of interested in when they talk about the Green Place Advisory Board and the split decision. It's what, 7 members?
7 members at that last meeting. Only 4 members were present. We did have a quorum.
Okay, so that part wasn't quite explained, but so only 4 of the 7 were present at that time.
Yes, sir.
And so you ended up with a 2-2 vote, which it's not persuasive when you only have 2. Did we have any indication from the other 3 prior to that date where they were in this issue?
They were originally supportive of the matter, but they did not hear the additional information, especially for the water quality. In fact, one of the members who voted against it had concerns in the very beginning, but they just voted to continue to pursue it. But his comments at the end were that he couldn't support it because of the water quality impacts.
Okay.
And the impacts to our natural resources.
Well, and, obviously today, I think we have a significant threshold that we have to get beyond in order to advance it with requirement to have this essentially 5 members. We probably wouldn't get there today, I know, to have 5 members of those of us who are present. Well, let's see. So it'd be very difficult out of the 6 remaining to have 5 vote to advance it. So I'm interested. I'll listen to the rest of the board. But this conversation today is about giving the staff some feedback, okay, to either pursue a pilot, bring back additional information for us to make a decision at another date. But if there is no interest by the board today to advance this, then this conversation is going to conclude today. And because I do think that Commissioner Wilson very adeptly pointed out that we're really going to have to be very fiscally conservative with this upcoming budget cycle and looking at how we spend dollars. Secondly, I do think that, as this report indicates, there are operational considerations that are significant. There are some risk of cattle operations, and then there, if we move forward, it will require a change, as I see it, in land use by the supermajority. And so we can continue the conversation, see if you got that kind of support to move forward or not. Commissioner Simrad, you up?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciated how well developed it was, because I honestly, I can hear it from both sides when I was coming in today. I take the advisors that I have on boards, their recommendation to me wholeheartedly. District 5 did vote for the exploration of this pilot study on that advisory board. And I come from an agricultural background. I grew up in the pasture lands of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, that only has more cows living in it than it does people. And I was very active in FFA. I believe that probably one of my greatest mentors was Bobby Beagles. And so, his wife, Vicki, tells me sometimes, Kelly, don't tell too many people that, because some people loved him and some people didn't. But I'm proud that he was a mentor. And if I believe one thing about cattle ranchers and farmers, it's that they care about the land. I really, truly believe it. I know it. I believe in the power of agricultural economy. It has one of the lowest leakage effects that we actually have in our local economy here. I'll talk about the finances in a minute, because that's where I'm a little bit hooked. But I'll say that every single day farmers put food on our tables. I'm okay with supporting farmers through a program like this, and I believe that there are ways that we can do a controlled pilot study to learn about the impact of what happens here. And when I say controlled, I would need more information today than what I got, which, what are the control variables that would be looking at? What's the period of measurement that we would be considering? So we already have great pre-data, so we can do a pre-test and a post-test, a pre-test, a during test, and a post-test here to really understand the dynamics of what happens. I am concerned about the rezoning. I don't know what those implications are when we have a state that is preempting our land rights all of the time. We are dealing with one this afternoon with Senate Bill 180. But where I have my pause here. Oh, and I just want to say too, because I did some research, and there are other, when we use our land in this form, it opens the door for other grants that we could actually apply for that could then help detour all of the things that we are concerned about, from, let me see, the fencing to protect the wetlands, rotations of grazing infrastructure, invasive species management, native grass restoration, and water quality improvements. Those are all through USDA Conservation Program grants that fund programs like this. So I have a lot of support for this, but where I'm concerned, because Orange County, we went through a DOJ process by Blaise and Golia, and we didn't get such great reviews. And so what I'm concerned about is,
No counties did.
Nobody did. Nobody did. You're absolutely right. But where I am concerned is when we talk about a 7-year deficit before we begin to see, and that's where I have reason to pause, because our books are under scrutiny. We're coming into the budgeting session right now. We're looking at, if property tax reform passes, the loss of more than $100 million. So there are those concerns, and so I need more information on the pilot study, the variables that would be controlled, the intervals of testing, so that we understand when we can say, hey, this isn't working, or hey, this is working. And I need to understand the finances better. So I don't know if you have that information today, but I'm not opposed to exploring this program. I am supportive.
So as I mentioned in my presentation, Commissioner, we will be doing the vegetation evaluation every year. And we could potentially do it twice a year, once in fall and once in spring, because there are differences in seasonality with the species that we can observe through those. The water quality monitoring of Roberts Branch will continue to occur on a quarterly basis, similar to the other lakes and water bodies that we sample throughout the year through Environmental Protection Division.
So what's the trigger when you say this is working, or this is the trigger, this is not working? What are those thresholds, and whose thresholds are those? Do we make them up? Are these science? Where do these thresholds come from?
The evaluation criteria that we utilize was developed by the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Mm-hmm. So we will compare these pre-results to the annual results, and we will continue to do that. As in the presentation I alluded, the numbers for Roberts Branch Preserve, the vegetative community is extremely low. The invasives that occur on that property within the areas that they evaluated is high.
So as you're doing the test, what's that trigger where you get a number and you say, this number is too low, this number is too high? At what point is there an evaluation of continuing the program? How long do we wait for improvement to show, or how long do we wait for a decrease in standard to show?
I don't believe we would see an improvement in those criteria that we evaluated for the vegetative community if cattle grazing were continued, because we would not be doing the restoration that we would need to look at and achieve the results that we saw on the reference site. That being said, and I just have to mention the water quality and the fact that it may become impaired, and that there are no structural BMPs. I know Kevin talked about BMPs that could be placed in the lease and the scope, and if it's the board's decision to move forward, we will work with them very closely to make sure that we include those into any lease. But there are no structural BMPs to address E. coli. And on average, the water quality improvement projects that we can address costs between $2 to $10 million, one project.
Just flip back to the comparative analysis slide, because I think in terms of the benchmark, Commissioner,
John, you want to come to the mic?
Yeah, John, come to the mic.
Thank you, John.
Let John.
Commissioner, there's no magic score, and that's ultimately we understand that there is a policy discussion to be had about what the board thinks preservation looks like. And so that's one of the reasons we wanted to bring forward this comparative analysis, which was a property, the Savage Christmas Creek Preserve was a property that the county acquired 20 years ago, was for more cattle grazing. We went through both active and passive restoration of that property. And so that property 20 years earlier is fairly comparable to where Roberts Branch Preserve sits today. So as you look at those numbers, if you're comfortable with that level of degradation or the lack of restoration and preservation, ultimately that's the board's decision about what level of quality of that environmental condition that you're looking to achieve. So that comparative analysis was attempting to basically say, absent, again, cattle grazing just came, the property for Roberts Branch had cattle on it 2 years ago, or within the last 2 years. So you restore it and leave it alone, it could look like Savage Christmas Creek in 20 years. So that benchmark is at least what we attempted to do, absent an absolute score or something else.
Okay, so I'm trying to cross-compare then with other government organizations or supporting government organizations, like, because St. John's River Management, we frequently look to them for guidance in terms of what we're doing environmentally, and they're using this practice. But I'm hearing, Beth, from you some strong intonation that this is. It doesn't sound as though that you're supporting of it, and that's okay. I'm trying to understand why we're seeing other government agencies that we reference for environmental assessments are using it.
I'm going to go back to that water quality issue, that Roberts Branch is impaired for E. coli. And the county, once the state determines a total maximum daily loading, will be required to try to clean that up. Unlike the water management districts, they are not involved in that process. They don't get allocations for a percentage of what they need to clean up for impairments. And I don't disagree with you. They utilize it as a means to help them with managing the site, providing on-site presence. That's a decision that they made a very long time ago. And I'm going to harken back to the boat trip when we took for the SPAs. What did we see all throughout the St. Johns River? We just saw cattle wandering in the river. And so, those cattle were not the district's cattle, I asked, because it was a concern of mine. But so that's why we're proposing to fence off Roberts Branch Preserve, which will make it more difficult to manage the property for the invasives and things like that.
Beth, can you speak to the finances in that 7-year gap where, because right now I don't, the state was very specific about having no programs running, basically a deficit. We looked at the staff salaries and we came up with a percentage of time we felt like it would take to develop the lease, if that was your all's decision. It didn't include the startup costs, which is, if we were to fence out Roberts Branch, it would cost the county $180,000. But annually, we have to have oversight of the leasee if that's the way we're going to go. We have to make sure that
they're doing what they obligated themselves to the contract, and I'm not saying they won't. It's just that we use the term trust verify. We, as good stewards of the county's properties, we need to make sure that we have a continued presence and continue to develop that relationship with the leasee, so that if it's the board's decision, it would be a win-win for both the leasee and the county. So we looked at 10% of the time, 40 hours a week, came out to $15,000 for one staff person's time for the annual. That didn't include the cost. And so we added all of those up. We did not include the cost of the property. That would have been, I did that exercise, it's really 50, 60 years payback. But,
The cost of the property.
yeah. So,
I'm sorry, I didn't.
and it also would
didn't
take a long
follow
time for the leasee to make money if we were, they were to be putting in the water sources. And thankfully, the fences are in good condition, but some of them need the perimeter fencing, because that's important to the leasee, a potential leasee, because that cow is a commodity. They don't want to have that cow go out on the road and get lost or hit by a car.
Kevin, can I, because you had some specific benefits to the program that I think is.
Sure. And Commissioner, you spoke on some costs. So the analyzation from EPD is definitely true for their numbers, but there could be different numbers at the end if a lease was negotiated or agreement, okay, such as fencing would be on the producer. So all of the fencing costs would be on the producer. And there are, as something that you mentioned, I think it's EQIP through NRCS that could help the producer put in fences and then be able to remove them at a cost share. There would, because that is a commodity, they don't want that cattle to go away. There are instances, for St. John's, there is a member representing the water on our Ag Advisory Board from St. John's River Water Management District, and she gave a cost of what they charge is around, I want to say, $400 to $700 per head of cattle. Basically, that's the lease agreement. There's another water management district that charges per acre. Now, of course, that's like thousands of acres, but a quarterly payment to that entity would be around $17,000, and that's some of the research that I looked at. So there are some ways that it could be negotiated with costs because the farmer would be there on site. There would probably not be any kind of mowing because the cattle would do all of that, if you will. The fencing for the waterways, you could fence out, double fence, and put riparian buffers. Is it a save-all? Probably not, but is it a solution for the time being that wouldn't increase bacterial loads? Definitely, because that falls into BMP. So it's a seesaw approach there. If that helps, if that answers your question a bit.
It does. So I think here's where I am, and I don't know what my board members think, and I'm still fighting because I have a realistic fear that I think that the property tax reform is going to pass, and that scares me. And when I think about that, I understand that the budget has the scarcest resource is the cash that feeds the budget when we talk about property tax reform, and I think that there's opportunity and risk in programs like this. The opportunity is, if we talk about a reduction in budget, we talk about a reduction in the ability to manage land. And I think that this does provide then an access point to help us manage our land. I hear the water quality concerns. I know that there are innovative approaches. I know that our cattle ranchers and our farmers, I believe them to be good stewards of the land. I come from an agricultural family. I consider myself an environmentalist. And I believe that where there's a will, there's a way. I think that a controlled pilot study can work, but the key word is controlled. And I don't, nobody here wants to see water quality get worse. But I also don't want to see us having to be forced by the state to auction off what they consider surplus conservation land either, or preservation land. I don't want to see that. And that was at the state 2 years ago, was that auctioning off of the surplus. So if we're using the land, it isn't surplus. This is a way to make revenue, but I do have concerns on those finances, but I hear, Kevin, that there's opportunities. And I want to also emphasize, this is not a program that anybody's asking to use on 100% of Green Place land. So, again, I believe that where there's a will, there's a way, and I think that we can still restore a Green Place land while also using it in the form of grazing land. So I would support it, but I do have a concern on those finances. And today my vote would be, I am not going to vote on something I don't understand finances on. That's my simple rule of thumb. I just won't, and I don't clearly have an understanding of the finances on how we prevent a funding gap of 7 years. So that's where my big concern is. Thank you.
All right, so we do have another item this morning, so let me see if we can get a reading from the members of the board, whether to proceed with some additional due diligence for a decision to come at a later date. Clearly, I think I know where Commissioner Wilson is.
Yeah, and if I could
Yes.
I was going to say, just to reiterate, the boil down for me is that we are altering a land use that was promised to our environmental community. And it's not inventory land, it's not surplus land. This is deeded to Orange County. So it's very different than the examples that I think you're referring to the legislature. These were deeded Orange County Green Place properties for the purpose of ecosystem services in perpetuity. So if we break into that today, if we crack into that today and change this land use, we're doing exactly what we have come to that counter up there and argued against for years and years. And that is ultimately why I am a no. I will say I believe there is a path forward in a separate program. And I want to get with the advisory board to talk about that, because there are many funding mechanisms. These are funding mechanisms where the landholders still own their land, and they alleviate part of the cost by getting an easement over it. That is not what we're talking about in this pilot. So there are options to move forward. This is not it. I'm a no.
Okay, we can read that. Commissioner Uribe.
I know we didn't get a chance to make a comment, and I did have
No,
some questions.
go ahead.
Are you sure? Am I up? I didn't know if somebody was
Yes.
up. Oh, okay. Oh, fantastic. I do want to, there is a concern that Commissioner Wilson said I was a little, it didn't seem well that this is elevated so quickly without our input before today. I think we've had discussions with, folks in agriculture, and we've had discussions about this in a light way, but I would have expected more of a transparent process with us included when we got here. I see both sides of this, but I am super, super concerned about the cost. And I'm very concerned that this is being brought on us right now as a cost. So we're supposed to be giving you guys direction when I don't feel like we were really at the inception of what we wanted all kind of framed to see this. I do believe there is technology that could have helped our water, but none of us will be here in 8 years, in a sense, to even know, will that board take it as a priority and how impactful and important that is. But I'm not a no because I don't believe that this is good. I'm just a no because I don't have enough information, and I don't feel comfortable making a decision without full knowledge of the good, the bad. Somewhat you're discussing the cost, and clearly we all know that's overbearing. And then we hear about the water quality and things like that. But I do trust agriculture. I mean, it was here before we got here, so there was a lot more of that before we actually got involved. But when it pertains to this and actually any kind of wetland impact and so forth like that, not just having that full depth of knowledge is very concerning. So, but ultimately, I do want to take a pause. I do not feel comfortable moving forward. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. I am very concerned about the finance as well, and I told Beth in the briefing, and also if I think, based on what Commissioner Wilson said in regards to any other alternative or any other way, I would like to explore that as well. So I don't believe in moving on.
Okay. Commissioner Simrad, I think we know where you are on this.
Yeah, I would ask that we move this to another day with full information on finances in order to be able to understand the financial picture that this paints. Commissioner Wilson, I hear what you say regarding the rezoning and standing at that podium, because I've been there hundreds of times, and you're right, doing the advocating for zoning changes, but we got a toll road running through Split Oak Forest that was promised to the people. It's not a different issue because it's publicly owned land that was left to the people in perpetuity, bought with our taxpayer money. Excuse me, I have the mic. So it's not separate. And then we've got Eagles Roost that's directly attached to it. And then we've got another Green Place land that is mitigated land. And so we have these issues all the time. And if we're purchasing our land, and if we can later this afternoon talk about letting people opt out of Vision 2050, our land use plan.
That's not what we're talking about right now.
It is to the taxpayers, because if we can make something work that's crazy with an opting out of our comprehensive land use plan to use the old version, but we're going to come in here and tell farmers that we can't find a way, that while we actively don't have money to restore this property, that we are not going to use it. And then if you look at CFX 2045, by the way, they got a road running through this. So I would rather use the land to help our farmers and our cattlemen while we get our finances in order. But in order to do that, I got to understand the finances to understand how we're impacting taxpayers. And I don't have that information today. So while these issues may seem separate to us because we understand the different pots and how these things work, to taxpayers, it's convoluted on the surface. And so I think, you know, I think that where there's a will, there's a way, and this program could be successful. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
You saw I kept pressing and stopping.
Yeah, I saw it go on.
And then to answer my question, and so I've kind of been teetering back and forth. What I would like to see, Commissioner Wilson, if you don't have any objection, is that the staff has done pretty significant work and time on this. And so I think from a board direction standpoint, if we could allow them to talk with your team, talk with some other stakeholders, and present some additional options, and then we can revisit the conversation. Because by nature, the very definition of a pilot is to try. I understand you're saying we're changing the use, but we're just trying something.
No, it will change the use. And so I oppose the change use of Green Place for any other use, and that's going to be where I land. I am a no to busting into our conservation lands program, period.
I got you.
So let's see. What we don't have is any consensus to move it forward towards going to the next step, you know, to make this a policy. But perhaps there may be some consensus to do some additional research, gather data. This, you know, it's a little troubling to me that even out of the Green Place Advisory Board.
So, Mayor, can I suggest that we do a different program?
Let me finish.
That we look at a different program?
Let me just finish. I think that it's problematic because the Green Place Advisory Committee, they didn't even clearly kind of advance this forward. And so I think there's some need for more discussion there. You know, out of that 7-member body, you know, they're citizens. That's a citizen advisory board, and we didn't get a good read-in from them. And then also, when we look at this desire to get to the point where at some point you got to have a supermajority, we're not going to get there, you know, at this point. So I know that the board is going to significantly change here in just a matter of months. Our staff, we got a number of issues that we're going to have to bring before this board during this budget cycle. We don't have time to kind of waste, if you will, to manage our board meetings. So if we're not giving staff some clear direction today, then staff is all over the place, okay? And so I don't hear a clear direction to staff. You know, I hear, you know, politics enter into, you know, I'm not ready to make a decision today, but that doesn't give staff the direction they need to either go back and do research or not. So this is not ready for this board to make a decision on today. And quite frankly, I don't think that it's going to be ready for this board to make a decision anytime before several of us are going to leave the board. This isn't going to come back before November or December. Am I right, Byron? I don't see that coming back.
Correct.
Okay.
In part because it's I don't know what more we can actually provide that would be a deciding factor. But
okay. So this isn't coming back for a while. You know, Commissioner Wilson, you and Commissioner Simrad, and probably Commissioner Scott, you all are going to have to take the lead on if you want this to come back at some future date. I'm just telling you, it's not. We don't have the breath to wrestle with all of the issues that we have to wrestle with. That's going to come before this board within the next few months. It's just not going to happen.
I'm going to ask my team to set up a meeting with the Ag Advisory Board to talk about other program ideas. That's what I'm going to do from my office, and I want to work with them.
I think the Ag Advisory Board, the Green Place
We can do that at
Board.
Sunshine. Perfect.
I think the Green Place Board, the Ag Advisory Board, this is where you got to kind of get a better read in coming from those citizen-driven advisory boards in order to kind of get to the point where the Board of County Commissioners can have a meaningful conversation about it. We're just not ready today. So we're going to table this for further direction in the future. That's the board direction you're going to have for now. And we're going to move on to our agenda. We're going to try to get this in. Jason.
Morning, Mayor.
How long are you going to need for this, Jason? Can you get this done by 1 o'clock?
I will understand the assignment, Mayor.
I don't know, I'll just put pressure
I
on
can
you, Jason.
present in the time. The discussion is what I can't control. But
all right, Jason, you're up.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. This morning I'll be bringing you, afternoon, sorry, I'll be bringing you an update about Timber Scan and Lake condominiums. I will be joined by Yvette Reyes, Manager of the Citizen Resource and Outreach Division, for a piece of this presentation. So there are some key terms I would like everyone to be familiar with to make sure we're on the same page going forward. Timber Scan on the Lake, which is also referred to as Timber Scan, also as a property, the complex of the neighborhood. The condo units are the residential units in Timber Scan. The building is a group of condo units. The condominium or the condo is a type of ownership which individuals own the separate units and then share ownership responsibility of the common areas. So think of the hallways, the exterior, the parking, the area, and the facilities. That is a type of ownership when we think of a mandatory HOA. Then you have the condo association, which is they govern the condo units and maintain the shared areas. And then the declarations, those are the legal documents outlining the ownership structure and the rights. Think of it as a charter, as a guiding document for the condos. Timber Scan, as we know, is plagued by public safety concerns and residents live in unsafe and precarious conditions. Most of the buildings are demolished. Those that are standing are dilapidated. There are condo units without water and people living in them. The county owns 38% of those condo units. Most of those are demolished. There are unmaintained fire hydrants and a tremendous amount of dumping. To address these long-term concerns, the county proposes a solution, several solutions which we're bringing forward today, first is to terminate the condominiums so the property can be sold. Second is to utilize a third party to manage that sale. And then importantly, offer services to the residents who are being impacted in Timber Scan. So this is the third time you would have heard this update about Timber Scan. Addressed this board in January of last year, which that time really introducing on a grand scale Timber Scan and all of what's been going on there. Talked about the history, the conditions, talked about the resources, and then we proposed a solution. There was no action taken at the time. The board wanted staff to meet with the community and then bring this item back for another update. That happened in March, of which we then detailed the engagement with the residents and the stakeholders, provided more updates, and at that time we proposed next steps without necessarily requiring an action, and no action was taken then either. So following those BCC meetings, staff reviewed the condo association documents and records, retained an attorney to review long-term options, continue to monitor activities in TimberScan. Title searches are being conducted on all of the condo units. We continue to engage with the residents and the stakeholders there, and of course respond to inquiries. Today's presentation is going to provide brief history, realizing you all are familiar with the conditions, present the legal review of the options, those are new. The services for the residents will be presented by Yvette Reyes. We'll discuss the communication plan and any updates. We are not requesting an action from you this afternoon. We are simply seeking direction about initiating the plan. So this is our outline, of which I will start with the history and existing conditions in TimberScan. Built in the 1970s, TimberScan was at that time a luxurious condominium complex. Many of the young professionals who could afford it lived at this complex. It was on the water and close to downtown. It was 321 units. They do have, and it was built with a master condo association which collects the dues to maintain the property. Think of all the regular day-to-day maintenance that you would have on a condominium complex of this size. So that's maintaining the exterior, cutting the grass, removing the trash, servicing the fire hydrants, maintaining amenities, things like that. There are 4 separate condo associations in TimberScan, which makes things a little bit more difficult and complicated. 3 of those associations are inactive. They have not been dissolved, but there's no leadership and board or staff members or board residents actively working with that. Section 2 is still active. You heard from some of those residents this morning. The decline of TimberScan started in the 90s, really, with mismanagement of funds and poor administration of those condo associations. Again, the condo associations, they are required to collect dues to make the day-to-day improvements and maintenance at that property. At some point, the dues collecting became inconsistent and did not happen on a regular basis. This resulted in the water service almost being disconnected. Again, that condo association is required to collect dues and pay the water bill to OUC, among the other responsibilities. The buildings became damaged. If we remember, and those of us who, I wasn't here, those of you who were here in 2004, the 3 hurricanes that devastated Central Florida, and it took time for people to build their homes, but in a condo association, the dues and the funding that they raise are meant to address the damaged structures, and that did not occur. So then you had building structures like you see here before you, damaged in those hurricanes which were not rebuilt. Then just a couple years later, we entered the foreclosure crisis that was very detrimental, very difficult for this community and across the country in regards to people losing their homes or walking away from the home. So you had now dilapidated structures combined with people losing their homes or walking away, so you had vacant properties. In 2019, the residents did attempt to initiate a receivership which would have started to manage some of the operations and start to address some of the concerns, but that was ultimately unsuccessful. So now we're up into about 2010, 2011, 12. What was happening in TimberScan, as you saw, just majority of the structures were unsafe and dilapidated. You see pictures here. There were fires. People, when you have vacant units, we know that people will try and inhabit those vacant units, and then they will either use cooking materials or whatever the case may be, and fires started, and those fires burned, and loss of structures, and some of them spread to other units. There were serious public safety concerns in TimberScan, mainly because a lot of people left. There were available opportunities for people, for deviants. Not only did that deviants stay in TimberScan, but it also spread to neighboring communities. Again, I mentioned people lost their homes or left, which presented an opportunity for people to squat in those units. There was dumping, HOA dues weren't collected, water bills were not being paid, and intermittent trash collection. So that left just a very disheartening, very discouraging, a very difficult place for people to live, a difficult place for people to conduct their lives. This then culminated in 2014, where the water bill was not being paid to OUC. OUC started the process of disconnecting the water as they would do with a traditional account that was so far behind. The residents came to the BCC, made an appeal to the mayor and the commissioners at that time for assistance. At that time, after some meetings and discussions, the disconnection was delayed and eventually not done. And then that's when the county essentially was started to lean in and get involved in some of the operations in TimberScan, realizing just how dire the conditions there were. And that involved providing social services, address unsafe structures, and improve infrastructure, which we'll get into shortly, actually now. And then, again, Orange County saw the dire needs, saw the destruction, saw the public safety, life safety, and other issues in TimberScan and decided intervention was necessary. The county has invested about $3.5 million, of which most of that has gone towards demolishing the unsafe structures. Social services were offered at that time with relocation assistance. The county secured buildings and lot cleanings, repaired water and wastewater systems, repaved and storm drains and cleanouts, and then forgave about $48,000 in wastewater fees. And again, I want to emphasize, most of these infrastructure improvements were the responsibility of the condo association. They collected dues, they had a mechanism, they were just not able to. So the county then made what was then an extraordinary decision to get involved to address the concerns there. What we see now in TimberScan is things are a bit more quiet, but it is still not a place where someone would necessarily want to live, as evidenced by the 2 residents who came this morning who are asking for an opportunity to leave. Again, the majority of the buildings are demolished. The existing buildings are unsafe, dilapidated. Fire hydrants are unmaintained. The county owns 123 condo units, which I'll talk about a little bit later. There are condo units without water and people living in them. The dumping is still there. There are so few people there, they're not collecting HOA dues. The residents there are vulnerable. We heard from 2 of them this morning. Things have changed between the last time. We heard from TimberScan residents there are seeing the changes in the community and seeing it deteriorating, and we've seen a different tune between a year and a half ago and now. Squatting is limited, but it is occurring, and trash collection is still infrequent. There are still very much so life safety code violations against the condos, so those are the exterior of those buildings. Excuse me, again, that is the responsibility of the condo association to make those repairs, and we see that mainly with damaged buildings, obstructed and unmaintained by fire hydrants. You see the damage here to some of the exterior of the buildings. Fines are accruing and liens are in place. And then there are life safety code violations interior with units where staff has been able to gain access to do inspections. Again, the owners are responsible for there. So you see an example of a damaged structure internally. Again, those are code violations. Fines are accruing and liens are in place against those structures. The special magistrate years ago designated all the buildings a threat to public safety because of the damage. So as the buildings became vacant, the county demolished them to address the public safety concerns, and that's an authority the county has through the Florida statutes. There were 41 buildings demolished, and you see here in Section 1, 12 of 13 were demolished, Section 2, 10 of 17, Section 3, 19 of 19, all of them. Approximately 84% of TimberScan was demolished. So this is a visualization of the demolitions that occurred. Each of those yellow rectangles represents what was a building in group of condo units, a building in TimberScan. What is replaced by the red rectangles is where all the buildings were, the buildings that were demolished. As you can see here, there are 8 buildings still standing. The buildings that are the yellow rectangle buildings that are somewhat in the cluster, I guess to my right, or we'll say in the eastern part of the map, those are all in Section 2. The one in the back closest to the lake, that is a building that does not have water service where there are people living. Again, there are 8 buildings standing, 56 units. 2 of those are owned by the county. Of those 50, so-called 54, 4 maintain a homestead exemption as of May 2026. I mentioned earlier that the county owns 123 units, about 38% of TimberScan. Those are not the county acquiring those, those are through the tax deed process. Those properties, most of them demolished, so it's air, those escheated to the county. Again, 121 of those are demolished and 2 are still standing. So in summary, the timber scan is plagued by public safety concerns and residents live in unsafe conditions. The dilapidated buildings presented and present still obstruct the public safety and resident safety. The county did pursue demolition and demolish 41 of the 49 buildings, and there are 56 condo units still remaining. There are still unaddressed life safety violations at timber scan. Fines are accruing and liens are in place. The county owns 123 units through the tax deed process. 4 condo units have a homestead exemption. And then the county, again, I just want to remind about the $3.5 million invested by the county to stabilize the conditions in timber scan. So in regards to this section will be new to the listening audience about legal options. Again, the county proposes a long-term solution to the conditions in timber scan. We would like to terminate the condos, utilize a third party to manage the sale, and then offer services to residents. The county did, County Attorney's Office retained Shubin Law Group to propose long-term solutions. They are Florida-based real estate, land use, and firm that specialize in complex litigation. They have done this type of work before. It was very refreshing to speak to a firm with this level of expertise and for them to bring their expertise to help guide us through this process. They conducted a legal analysis of the options to terminate the condominiums in timber scan. And this is based on their analysis. The continued operation of timber scan is no longer practical, equitable, or safe. And these are their words from their report. They recommended, they proposed 4 options for terminating the condominiums. There's equitable termination, termination based on major damage, termination based on economic waste and impossibility, and then there's an optional termination. The equitable termination is allowed because the property was damaged or destroyed and cannot be repaired. It provides the most viable option to terminate. It allows for a judicial partition sale, which is our desire for the property to be sold, and must be initiated by a condo unit owner. Again, the county does own condo units there, so the county does have the authority to initiate this equitable termination. The termination trustee would be the person who would be responsible for terminating the termination process and then facilitating the sale of that the property and then wind down the condo association affairs. Previously, we used the term receiver, which was the wrong term to describe what we're doing. A receiver is responsible for maintaining a property or trying to manage it. The termination trustee would be the goal of terminating the condos, selling the property, and then winding up all of the affairs. There is a second option, which is the termination based on major damage, and this is based on the condo declarations in timber scan that if majority of damage, based on major damage suffered by more than 80% of timber scan. This also may be initiated by a condo unit owner in timber scan. The next option is termination based on economic waste, which is basically contrary to public policy because of damage and deterioration. That operating timber scan is contrary to public policy because of damage and deterioration. Maintaining or restoring it will be financially irrational or practically impossible, hence the economic waste, and that's based on the conditions that are there now. Importantly, this option does require 66% of the condo unit owners and a majority of the association directors to provide consent before proceeding. This again may be initiated by a condo unit owner or the association. And last of those options is an optional termination. This is a voluntary terminated through a plan of termination. This plan does have to go through the state, so the Florida Division of Condominiums, Timeshares, and Mobile Homes. This does require consent of at least 80% of voting interest in timber scan, and at least 5% of those voting, and if 5% of the voting interests object, the plan cannot move forward. This also can be initiated by a condo unit owner or a condo association. So I went through those rather fast, so I want to summarize each of those options right now. So in regards to the equitable termination, that is eligible for termination today based on the conditions. The Florida, no owner consent is required, no external approval. The authority for that is based on the Florida statutes. It does allow for a sale after, and that is the option recommended by the legal counsel Shubin Group. The termination based on major damage, eligible for termination now. Again, no consent or external review required. Authorities in the condo declarations, and then the sale and termination could occur afterwards. Termination based on economic waste and impossibility, that does require consent of owners and associations. It's based in the statutes, and the sale could occur afterwards. And the optional termination, that does require consent of the owners and association. There's an external review. It's based in the Florida statutes, and a sale after termination is possible. So this is very lengthy, but I'll skip through and highlight the most important parts. So if the county were to move forward with this effort, we use a date, not to say that we would start in September, but if we started this effort in September, the legal processes, it would take about a year for a summary judgment requiring to entitle for the equitable termination. So that we're looking at now, we're back to about September, October 2027. These are more timelines. We don't need to go over them, but they're in the presentation and available. More steps in the process. Then if the next milestone is July 2028, which would be the partition sale or the judgment to essentially sell the property. Again, we're looking at about 2 years, and this would be if all of those steps went smoothly. And again, you see the language there, assuming no delay or no intervening appeals through the process. So if we're looking at about 2 years, give or take, for this process to start to finish. So in summary, operating timber scan is no longer equitable, practicable, or safe. The equitable termination is what the county is proposing, is what was recommended to us from our external counsel. It would allow to terminate the condos, allow for the sale of the property, and then it would also provide a consent. No consent is required from the property owners, and then we'd utilize a termination trustee to manage the sale. This entire process could take about 2 years. So now I'm going to bring up Yvette Reyes to talk about the resident assistance plan, which includes the resources to the residents.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Hello.
Again, I am Yvette Reyes, the manager of the Citizen Resource and Outreach Division. And my portion today is brief, but it is the most important because it does talk about the assistance to the individuals and families that currently reside in this community. So as you heard from some of the residents this morning, they are ready for help, and we are ready to help. So the mission of the Citizen Resource and Outreach Division is to provide direct services to Orange County residents through various social service programs. We are familiar with this community, and we are committed to working alongside its residents throughout this transition. So as previously mentioned, the trustees' work will result in the sale of the property, and this could take years. So ideally, this provides us an opportunity to relocate the residents before the sale of the property. So during that time, our division will provide supportive services to help residents navigate this transition. We will do this by assigning each household a dedicated case manager who will assess the needs of the household and will serve as the consistent point of contact throughout the process. In addition to assisting residents with relocation, case managers will also connect them to county services offered through the division shown on this slide, which offer and provide numerous resources for children and families. In addition, we partner with several community agencies that can provide further support based on each household's unique circumstances. Although only 4 of the units currently have homestead exemption, utility records and our direct engagement with the residents indicate that approximately 10 of the units are owner occupied, and this means that it is the primary residence of the owner. So this community is continually changing, though, with both owners and renters moving in and out as recently as last month. But due to the ongoing conditions of the property, it has been very difficult for owners to sell their condos. And so as part of the proposed assistance plan, the county may offer to acquire owner-occupied units. As a part of the real estate transaction, as Jason mentioned, an appraisal will be completed and is being completed of all the units, but especially the acquired units. The Real Estate Management Division retained a professional appraiser who evaluated 5 of the condo units, and the appraisal resulted in a value of approximately $65,000 for each of those units. So this can be used as a reference point or a starting point for any potential acquisition process. So in summary, the termination of the trustee's work will result in the property being sold. While the process could take years, it also provides us an opportunity to relocate the current residents before the property is sold. So our division is committed to supporting the residents through this transition by providing case management and connecting them with county and community services. As a part of this assistance plan, the county may also offer to acquire the eligible owner-occupied units at an approved value. Investors and landlords who own units but do not live on the property would receive compensation through the property's eventual sale. So I will now turn it back over to Jason. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvette. Realizing the importance of communications in this effort is we have worked very closely with the communications division to make sure we have a plan should this effort move forward that involves working with the media, emphasizing the life safety concerns and the county's motivations for the actions. We've done similar projects during the last couple of years and learning from those lessons, so we're going to identify the appropriate contacts to speak to the media, and then, of course, have recurring meetings to make sure we are getting the appropriate updates. And then the PIOs, they will handle the media inquiries and the web page. There is already a web page that's created that provides public-facing information, and then creating the appropriate handouts and door hangers. But all of that to say is we have considered the way the communications with the public, with the media, and with all of the stakeholders involved as a critical part of this effort. So we're wrapping up, Mayor. In regards to updates, the county continues to engage with residents. Yvette Reyes talked about that, and we did send notices to each of the condo units in TimberScan about today's meeting. The county-owned units are vacant and secured. We worked very closely with the Sheriff's Office, with facilities to ensure that staff regularly checks on those properties to make sure that they are vacant and secured. The conditions in TimberScan are deteriorating. Last year we heard from groups of people about efforts to address TimberScan, or we were making progress. Unfortunately, that has not happened, although rather predictably it is unfortunate that has not happened. There are more vacant units there, more activity, I would say in the deviant type of activity happening there. It does have a different feel. A year ago or a year and a half ago, when staff canvassed TimberScan, we brought the Sheriff's Office with us as a precaution, but we quickly realized maybe that wasn't needed because we were dealing with families. People were happy to see us. Yvette and her teammate, we had contacts there. Fast forward to this year in current times, I would say it's not safe for us to canvass there. And so, again, it's an indication of how things have deteriorated there. The Section 2 stakeholders, the two, if you remember last year, there were two brothers who were kind of leading the charge, the most vocal about their efforts to address TimberScan. For different reasons, neither of them are in TimberScan anymore, and we suspect that may have played a part in some of the deteriorating conditions without those two being present. They have not provided the plan they spent a lot of 2025 talking about and saying they're going to provide to us. The County Attorney's Office, Shonda White specifically reviewed Section 2's condo documents. In that review, she did find an encumbrance of on the property about $770,000 and increasing, and that's for legal fees. So that's, again, that's the benefit of that title search, to see what other encumbrances are out there. Lastly, the Section 2, not lastly, finishing the update, Section 2, they did create a new OUC account. They had a previous account that was closed, I guess it was sometime last year, of about $82,000, where there's a balance on there. Some of that money is owed to Orange County Utilities. That debt was sent to debt collections. They have opened a new account. However, that new account is now $47,000 past due. So we see a similar trend. So now this would be the second account that they have managed that is now past due. OUC, this typically with these accounts, we see OUC taking action. They have not at this point, and so it's continuing to accrue. There's some, not sure what the issue is, but they've now accrued this very large past due amount. Title searches are being done by the Real Estate Management Division on all the condo units. Those are the ones standing or demolished. Again, we want to determine if there are other liens or encumbrances, and that does include title searches of the condo associations. Condo units also are still being sold. There were 7 condo units listed for sale as of just a couple weeks ago in the end of June. There were recent sales in May of last year and as early as this year. There was a very unfortunate experience with someone who bought a unit earlier this year, bought it sight unseen, looked at this listing, looked at the pictures, saw the price, moved here from up north, and then quickly realized the situation in TimberScan and how somewhat she's in a very bad situation. It's very sad, but this is unfortunately, this is the way the real estate market works. We are trying to figure a way to provide some notice to people, or at least we work with real estate agents about awareness about this. But the units are being sold. People are still actively buying because they don't know any better. So in summary, again, I'm going to end where I started in regards to the public safety concerns and the residents there live in the unsafe conditions. I've said it before, I'll continue to say it about the buildings demolished. Those that are still standing are dilapidated. There are people living in condo units without water service. The county owns the 38% of the units, the unmaintained fire hydrants for the dumping. The Schuman Law Group, their legal expertise says the continued operation of TimberScan is no longer practical, equitable, or safe, and they've also proposed long-term solutions. The equitable termination is what we talked about earlier. That is the best long-term solution to address the unsafe and precarious conditions there. The conclusion of the process could take years, which again would provide opportunities for the county to provide services there. Should the county proceed with this, or should we get direction to proceed, what we would be seeking authority to do is terminate TimberScan's condominiums, petition for termination trustee, and support for the resident assistance plan. If again there is direction today, we would bring this back as a consent agenda item on the 25th of August, realizing we would have spent today discussing all of the different situations and all of the different options at play. So just again in summary, we heard a little bit of this morning, but I want to debunk some of the misinformation that could go around about TimberScan. Is Orange County is not responsible for maintaining TimberScan. That's the condo association. Orange County is also not removing people from TimberScan. The goal of this effort is to provide services to people so that they can leave, and at the end of this process, we would have hopefully relocated the folks before the sale of the property. And Orange County is not buying or selling TimberScan as a whole. What the county proposes is a long-term solution to the conditions there, to terminate the condominiums, to utilize a third party to manage the sale, to offer services to residents, and to acquire condo units if the direction is there. So in regards to board direction, there is no action today. We are seeking direction about implementation, which again would involve terminating the TimberScan's condominiums, petitioning for a termination trustee, and implementing the resident assistance plan. Mayor, that concludes the formal part of the presentation. Although Yvette and I are the ones you heard from this afternoon, there are others in the audience here who worked on this with us and are available to answer questions.
All right. You know, sadly, we've been dealing with this for far too long. Okay. Orange County is not in the business of preserving dilapidated, substandard housing that poses a threat to the life, safety, and health of our residents. It's time. In fact, it's past time for us to seek an implementation schedule as you've laid out here to move forward with an equitable termination of this condominium complex. It pains me to say, in some regards, because I know people live there. And everybody ought to have the opportunity to have pride in where they live. And it pains me that these two grandmothers were here today, and they're caught up in a situation where they got residents, they got owners of property all around them who are not taking care of the property. Those people who are living there deserve to have the opportunity to get out of there, okay? Where, yes, we should be working with providing some rental assistance, and for those who are owners who live there because they can't go anywhere else, we ought to be helping to facilitate the opportunity for them to move somewhere where they get out of being faced with a life, health, and safety challenge. For those people who own property there, who are renters, who are renting the property to other people who are not fixing up the property, they're part of the problem. If you own property and you rent it to someone else, you have a moral responsibility to make sure that that property is a place that's dignified where you would want your family to live there. And so I believe that at some date certain, moving forward with this process, my concern, my priority is for those owner-occupied units and those renters who perhaps can't afford to live somewhere else, getting them assistance to move somewhere else. It's time. So I don't want us to keep kicking this can down the road. We've kicked it down the road. I know I've been personally involved with this one way or the other for almost 2 decades, and it hasn't gotten any better. A lot of promises have been made by people who were so-called investors in the property. None of them have come through. They failed these people who are living there. I do not want this Board of County Commission to continue failing at taking care of people. These are people who are living there. When we say it's unsafe, it's unhealthy for them to live there, that's a problem. That's a problem. You know, I don't want the blood of these people who might be subjected to something untoward to be on my hands, okay? And I hope our board doesn't. We need to move forward, okay, with this process at this point. There are no other options. Failure to do so continues to expose people's lives. I'm close to the age of those grandmothers who were in here. Some of y'all probably got some sisters and brothers up here on the board. I'm going to say, I don't know, Commissioner Scott might have a parent closer to that age. Could you imagine if your parent was living like this, Commissioner Scott? You know, anyway, our board needs to take some action and let us move this, accept the direction that our staff, we wrestle with this thing. It's time. You know, it's time. Jason, y'all have been out there. Our staff has been out there. You're hearing our staff say it's not even safe for the staff to go out there. As a 37-and-a-half-year law enforcement officer, I know when I see something that's unsafe, and this is it. I've been out there when gunfire was fired when I was the sheriff. It's worse now than it was then. So let's stop making excuses. Let's move forward. You know, I see members of the board want to talk about it, but look, we need to stop talking and start acting. Start getting something done. Commissioner Scott, you the district commissioner. I'm gonna go with you first.
I'll let the other commissioners make their comments. I'm ready to move.
He's ready to, you know.
I ain't got nothing to say. We got
Okay.
stuff to do.
Commissioner Wilson?
You're gonna love this. I 100% with every single thing you just said. I just actually wanted to find out if there were opportunities to recoup from responsible parties, because I agree, this is, to some extent, there's been predatory activity, and understanding this was, there are people still believing they can make money from the suffering of some of these individuals. Is there a path that will allow us to be able to recoup from some of the responsible parties?
I will say, at the sale of the property, all of the lien holders, of which the county is, they will be compensated appropriately. I don't know if we will get it from individual people, but from the sale of the property, all of the lien holders could be compensated.
And then I 100% agree with, I think the approach for case management, amazing. Everybody get their own sort of, so that we don't lose track of anybody in the shuffle. I was just wondering, and I think this was something that I asked about before, will that be proactive on our part, knowing that there are several divisions in place? Are those case managers then going to help people navigate? Because it is just, we're a large bureaucracy, and I want to make sure they don't get lost in the shuffle.
Yes, of course. We are going to be doing that individualized service to them. We are going to be proactive because the goal is to ensure that those individuals that are residing there do transition and have a smooth transition as possible, because it is difficult, right, being uprooted from their home. But we're going to be there to support them throughout the whole process, and we will be proactive in that.
Thank you so much, and I obviously very much support the pathway that I believe looked like the obvious one from the legal consultant on the utilization of a termination trustee and the equitable termination. I think understanding, sort of hearing that there's also some residents, I think one is still here, that had questions about legal entanglements for themselves. Will we be able to also refer people for legal services or legal aid?
I've already referred folks to legal aid. They've met with them. Bethany Barber and Larry Thatcher have met with them. This has never stopped. It just stopped here, but Yvette's staff and her team and Jason have been doing cartwheels and backflips to get folks where they need to be, and then other folks are moving in as they're trying to resolve issues. We had someone living in the guard shack. So they have done everything, and they continue to do everything to make sure these people are not left out on the street. That is utmost priority.
Do you think there's any way that we can get in touch with the MLS listing servers, the databases themselves? So I thought about Zillow, Redfin, that those are, they're somewhere there's an oversight by some corporation. I wonder if there's a way to flag those properties.
So that's an excellent question, Commissioner, and Lucy sent an email to the Orlando Realtor Association to try to figure out a way. I don't know if we can flag it on Zillow, but build an awareness with the real estate agents and the real estate community about TimberScan, so we try to at least avoid the scenario where someone is moving here sight unseen because of pictures and a good price for housing.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. I feel like if it's a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of anybody living there, it's a threat to health, safety, and welfare of everybody living there. That's the situation we have at this point. So as we move forward, we got to take action. We got to take action now. Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah, Jason, I think we're all on board. We've been through this now. Gosh, has it been like 2 years since we've been talking about this?
Longer than that.
My question actually comes after, because once this gets vacated and demoed and everything, is this going to be up for grabs for any developer that wants to come in? Are we going to be looking at comprehensive affordable housing? I don't know where the county and where we're legally sitting, because that's a very vulnerable area, and I don't think that there's anyone who's living there that's their choice. That's what they're dealing with, okay? So I think we need to be clear, because that security shack, that's because they don't have anywhere else to go, okay? No one's opting not to go to their own apartment to live there. And so when you look at that community, what is, are we just putting it out to the highest bidder? Are we being purposeful on this? What's the plan?
So yes, definitely be purposeful. when that property is sold, again, the county is a lien holder. The county there are hard costs on that property secured by lien, and then also administrative fines. So the county does have a say in the eventual sale of that property because of those liens. Discussions we had over the last year or two is to find a buyer who will put an asset to that greater Texas Americana area. Not going to speculate as to what that could be, but somewhere that would help to revitalize the community and be an asset for the community. But again, because of the liens that the county holds on that property, it does allow for a significant amount of leverage in the future development of that property.
What are our hard costs on there right now?
The hard cost would be that 3.5 million. Those are, again, for the demolitions, the infrastructure improvements, and the previous, those are 3.5. Then there are the administrative fines, which I don't have that calculated now. Those are in the millions and millions of dollars for running fines for non-compliance with
Right.
the structure.
So, I mean, I'm just realistically looking at, when we're looking at possible buyers, does administrative costs, kind of like when you have a code enforcement, they don't make them, and it just really, I'm looking at how much taxpayer dollar has actually been put out.
$3.5 million.
3.5 million.
I mean, and again, that doesn't count staff time. That
Right,
doesn't
I
count
understand.
other
I'm just
things,
talking about
but-
us writing a check to someone else.
Yeah, that slide, it's there before you, but it's that slide that shows anything from the demolitions to the forgiven water costs and so on and so on. That's about 3.5 million. Those are the hard costs.
And then when you also reviewed the utility costs that are sitting on the property too, that's individualized by them, and that's not expected for us to pay, correct?
No, it's on 1 meter. That's the issue, is they have 1 meter as a
'Cause they
master
were the whole-
association, and
yeah.
everybody pays to the master association, and there were some nefarious things going on.
Who, yeah, I was just wondering who's the primary on that meter? Is it the HOA?
I don't know who it is now, it's changed.
I mean, the original account was the HOA.
Got it.
Section 2, and they created a separate account, different name. I'm not well versed in the utility, but
Just
it's a
making
different
sure that's
account,
not-
but
that-
still connected to the Section 2 group.
But that's not gonna incur to us, so. is it?
No, the county
Okay.
will lose money because some of that money is owed to the
Our
county, to the
Orleans-
utilities
Orange County
department.
Utilities.
Yes,
Okay.
but
All right, sounds
And-
good.
And Jason, there's no owner right now of the units greater than Orange County. Nobody owns more units
Correct,
than we do.
correct.
We are the majority owner.
Yes.
And because of that, just like we do in other cases where we have leveraged our housing trust fund dollars to build quality, affordable, safe housing, we can do the same thing with this, where we have taken some of our surplus land and put it into a development to make it, to lower the cost and improve the quality of housing for people. We can do that in this case. You know, we have all kinds of models. I think there's 12 that we've done so far. There's an opportunity there. You know, when we talk about the owners, we largely talking about ourselves in this instance. So there's no reason why we cannot turn this into a wonderful success story. You know, when we do the ribbon cutting of the redeveloped property, I'm going to be there with the rest of those people who will say hallelujah when they're moving into something that is quality. So anyway, so Dr. Simrad.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, I'm all with you. I say amen to everything that you said. It's time for action. Commissioner Scott, I look forward to whatever your motion is. Jason, when I went out to that property in the very beginning, when I first heard about it, because I wasn't familiar with it, and I drove around, it's alarming what I saw. There's children, there's seniors, there's people with pets that are there that are living, and I know your staff has done a very good job to be very thoughtful in this approach. And I want to thank all of you. I remember the first time you told me about this, it was so shocking to hear the conditions that these people are living in. I'm grateful we're here today, and I'm grateful we're going to move forward with some action to help save lives. So thank you for everything you've done.
So Commissioner Scott, where it says seek direction, if you can turn that into a motion. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Jason, thank you for the presentation, and Yvette, thank you for your work and effort. In slide number 18, you said that the yellow one that is all the way over here to the lake.
Yes, I'm trying to
So-
get there fast enough, but
Yeah. So I was gonna ask. You said that there are people living there.
yes, people who own units there.
Oh, they own the.
And,
okay. So then the other ones in yellow are the ones that still.
Yes, so
there.
everything in yellow is a building that's still standing, and people are living in those buildings.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome,
you.
Commissioner.
That's why we have to have these relocation assistance services. Okay. All right, so Commissioner Scott, you ready?
Mayor, I am asking guidance from the county attorney on how to frame this motion. I would like to frame it in a way where staff doesn't have to continue to come back and give them a little bit latitude to be able to make adjustments. So how would I do that?
You actually don't need a motion. The direction that's up on the board, typically what staff looks for is consensus, and what I've heard is a resounding consensus for the direction about implementation of the 3 bullets. If you'd like to make a motion, then you can just direct staff to, and then you can insert the 3 bullets.
I don't have a motion. Jason,
Go-
Yvette, team.
Go ahead, man. You need to go on the
I
record.
move that you move forward with receivership for timber scan and take whatever action is necessary to facilitate that.
So this item would
Second,
come back.
Wilson.
Oh, sorry.
All right. We have a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right. I
That would be
wanna
on the
go
consent
record.
agenda.
Yes,
Just
so-
yeah, just so you know, you'll see an August 25th consent agenda.
Yes, I just want to emphasize this,
There you
the
go.
official approval will be on the consent agenda. This was very helpful direction to staff, and thank you.
All right, you're welcome. All right, with that, thank you all. We move forward on that. We're going to go into recess. We'll come back at 2 p.m. for the afternoon session. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome all of you back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of July the 14th, 2026. We are now in the afternoon portion of our meeting, and we are going to begin with our Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations. And Mr. Jason Sorensen is going to come forward, and he'll be presenting that item. For that, Mr. Sorensen, you are recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. On June 18th, the Planning and Zoning Commission considered 6 conventional rezoning cases. 1 was continued and 5 were recommended for approval. We have not received any appeals or requests to pull any items. Therefore, the action requested is to approve the June 18th Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations with the exception of RZ 2606041 in District 2, which was continued to another PZC hearing, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you. With that, is there a motion for approval?
So moved, Uribe.
We have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second
Second, Wilson?
by Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move to item A1. This is a shoreline alteration and dredge, and we'll open the public hearing on this item. And with that, we're going to have Mr. Keith Rivera from our Environmental Protection Division who's going to come forward. Keith? Is this your first time coming?
This will be my first time as representing Orange County, yes.
Okay, but not here. Well, welcome, Keith.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you. Glad to be here. And good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Today I'm here to present to you a shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit for the Victoria E. DeTorres Trust for a replacement seawall. Here's the location map. The property is located at 12043 Sandy Shores Drive. This is in Windermere, Florida, 34786. As you can see on the picture on the right, the subject site highlighted in red is located along a canal which connects to Lake Butler. And this canal is also known as the Sandy Shores Canal, and this is located in District 1. Here's an aerial photograph with the property outlined in yellow. And here are some current site conditions. The picture on the left shows the current wooden seawall, which is in poor condition. And the photograph on the right shows a boat ramp that was observed during the site inspection. Now, EPD staff cannot locate permits for either one of these structures. However, after review of historical aerial photographs, it was determined that the seawall was installed back in the early 1980s by a prior owner, and no enforcement has been taken on. The boat ramp on the right was installed prior to 1987, which predates the applicable county code, which was installed in 1993 and is considered grandfathered. Here's the current site plan. The proposed seawall is identified in red. The existing seawall is identified in yellow, and the existing grandfathered boat ramp is highlighted in green. The applicant's proposing to install 70 feet of vinyl seawall along the normal high water elevation of the Sandy Shores Canal, and is to be located less than 1 foot waterward of the existing seawall. A 6-foot return is located on the northern portion of the seawall, and a 19-foot return is proposed on the southern edge along the boat ramp. Now, the existing seawall is proposed to remain in place after construction, and we are not requesting any plantings or riprap because this is located on the canal, and we don't want to have any navigational concerns. Also to note, the property to the north has a seawall as well, and there are several other seawalls along the Sandy Shores Canal. Here's additional site plans. The site plan on the left is a cross-sectional view, and the plan on the right is a plan view looking down on the property. The thing to note is staff did identify a shoreline wetline lower right-hand corner, and this wetland is actually caused by a defect in the existing seawall. Staff calculated that the functional loss would be de minimis based on the Uniform Mitigation Assessment Method, so no mitigation is proposed. Consideration, the project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129D, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Notification of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet of the project site. EPD has received no objections to the request. Pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4, EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and required documents and has made the finding that the request is consistent with Section 33-129. Action requested is the acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit, SADF 2502005, for the Victoria E. DeTorres Trust, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. Again, this is in District 1, and this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Well, Keith, it sounds like got you all choked up here.
Yeah, little.
So.
Wasn't expecting that.
We better get Keith some water. Curtis, can you grab him some water out of there?
I'm good. Thank you very much.
You did great.
Anyway, you did fine, man, but sometimes when you come in here, that's what happens to you, man. All right, so is the applicant on this item present? Okay, would you like to come forward and make any comments?
Support staff recommendation.
Okay.
Any questions, I'm here.
All right, we don't want you to be all choked up either. All right, so do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we're going to close the public hearing portion. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
I'll move the requested action.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, Keith, we'll see you at the next one, man. All right, we're going to move to B2. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Ms. Tanya Wilson, the Director of our Planning and Environmental Development Services Department, is going to come forward and frame this item with that. Ms. Wilson, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Good afternoon, Deputy Administrator Weiss. For the record, Tanya Wilson, I'm here to present the joint planning area agreement between the City of Orlando and Orange County. Just to share you the outline of the presentation, I'm going to walk you through the purpose of the request, share a little bit of the background, do a deep dive within the JPA, wrap up with a summary, and of course the most important slide is the action requested. At the end, we'll make a request of this board. So starting off with the purpose statement, just in terms of the impetus of this request. Back in January of last year, we did receive a submittal from the City of Orlando requesting for review of this JPA agreement. The objectives of the JPA, as outlined here, is to establish a boundary for the lands eligible for annexation, to work together to eliminate those enclaves, the coordination on environmental protection, so looking at those sensitive areas, how those would be addressed, provisions for the transfer of the roadways and associated infrastructure, procedures for notification of any future annexations or land use decisions, and then lastly, for the protection of the county's rural service area and those large infrastructure investments within the I-Drive area. In terms of the impetus of the Joint Planning Area Agreement, the board will recall that back in October of 2024, there was an interlocal agreement that was approved by the BCC, and within that interlocal agreement, it did stipulate that both parties would enter into a JPA. So this JPA is being brought forward as a result of that approval that was made back in 2024. And per that agreement, it outlined that within the JPA, there would be an established boundaries outlining where future annexations would occur within the City of Orlando, and then also establishing a 10-year agreement with 5-year renewals. So that's what you will see in what's being proposed in today's JPA. Looking back as well, a month later, in 2024, we do know that the electorates did move forward with a charter amendment, which quite honestly, with a very large response, the public did declare that they'd like to see an established process for annexations moving forward. So for the first time, we had Section 504 created, outlining an exclusive method of voluntary annexation. Within that section, it's described how annexations would be reviewed by this board. In the past, historically, you'll recall that annexations went straight to the municipality. They were processed. Those lands then were annexed within those jurisdictions without any input or oversight from this body. As a result of Section 504, that changed. With this new provision, there's now a process, an organized process where applications are reviewed by this body, responses are provided, there's public noticing that's built within. The JPAs, of course, are not new. We know that there are other cities that have JPAs in place. We have examples here of those joint agreements that currently exist with Apopka, Oakland, Ocoee, Winter Garden, Winter Park. Within 504, it's outlined that if there's a JPA that's been established, those annexations then would not come before this body. Those are areas that we've agreed moving forward would be annexed by that city or municipality without those applications or requests coming before us. So for the voluntary annexations, those you will see, but if a joint planning area agreement is established, then it's understood that those applications could move forward before the municipality for future considerations. Within 504 also, there's a provision that for any types of annexations occurring within the rural areas, those would come before the BCC. There's also language there regarding any comp plan amendments, any land use regulations, any increase in density or intensities, that it would be reviewed by this body. And those, of course, must be entered into with an interlocal agreement. In terms of the authority of JPAs, that's clearly outlined within the Florida statutes. We know under Chapter 163, it gives clear guidelines in terms of how the JPAs occur and what happens within the municipalities. It stipulates that within the municipalities, any lands within those areas, any types of planning functions or zoning regulations, those would be handled by the cities. Anything that happens in unincorporated areas, those would be handled by the counties. However, there are areas, when entered into through a joint planning area agreement, both parties then outline how those lands would be annexed, what types of roadway transfers, what types of agreements would be outlined in terms of fire and other infrastructures. Those are the areas of overlaps that through this agreement you're able to outline how those situations would occur moving forward. So that's what's being considered today in those areas that are being considered for future annexation. And again, under Chapter 171 of the Florida statutes, it gives clear criteria in terms of what can be annexed. For lands that are being considered for annexations, those areas must be compact, they must be contiguous, and certainly once the annexation occurs, it cannot create a new enclave. There are three types of annexations that are described under Chapter 171. There's the involuntary, the voluntary, and the enclave. So important to make that distinction as we're going through the review of today's JPA. So just a quick 101 for the board, something that you've seen before, but particularly for the benefit of the public so folks can differentiate between the three types of annexations. So the first one on the left, this is typically initiated by the municipality. That's the involuntary annexation. And for those areas, they must be developed for urban purposes. They must file an urban service report with the BCC. And those approvals are determined based on a referendum, or if you have 50% of the property owners participating and deciding that they'd like to move forward with that involuntary annexation. Very different than the voluntary annexation, and that's what you mainly see on a Tuesday afternoon. It's a request that's initiated by the private property owner. The municipality, of course, has to review that as an ordinance, and then it has final approval here before the board. As we mentioned, it's outlined in Section 504 of our charter. And then there's the enclave type. Those must be no more than 110 acres, and it's surrounded by municipality on all sides, and then you enter into an interlocal agreement, and then finally an agreement is made between the city and the county. And again, what you see through that process outlined in 504 is the voluntary annexation. And we'll describe it a little bit further in the presentation. In terms of the history, the board will recall that there was a JPA in place historically. Way back in 1994, there was a JPA that was entered into. May 4th of 1994 in that joint planning area agreement. You can see the boundary is very sketchy, the best available data that we could find, but really underscores the age of that JPA and some of the things that have transpired since when you look at the shape of those areas and how the city itself has developed over time in acquiring some of those areas. So within that JPA, it's a lot more limited than what we're seeing in the proposed version of the JPA that we're seeing today. It outlines the notice of annexation process, it describes the transfer of the roadways, it talks about the future intent of the areas that would be annexed in within the boundaries that were outlined back then. That JPA, as you are aware, was terminated back in 2006. So there's been nothing in place since, which explains in many senses why there's been somewhat of an unpredictable path of where annexations occur within the city. Without having the benefit of this joint planning area agreement, it's difficult to determine where the growth management occurs. One of the benefits of having a JP is that it puts in that system of predictability, that you're now able to track and have a shared agreement as to how those areas would develop over time. Quite robust and quite extensive when you compare the prior JPA to what's being proposed today. 14 sections. I'll say in terms of sections 6 and 14 is where you'll see the most significant changes. Section 6 is a new section that the county encouraged for inclusion within its JPA. It outlines those areas that would be protected, those sensitive lands that we felt as staff needed to be memorialized, the transfers of any agreements that were established for those land areas or wetlands. Those things have been embedded in this new JP that weren't in the prior version. There's also a section in section 14 that talks about restricted lands and how those would be protected over a period of 10 years, even if the JP ceased to exist. How we make sure that those lands in the rural east would be protected for any type of future annexation or disruption. So I'm going to invite Misty Mills up right now to take over this portion of the presentation. We're going to do a deep dive within the JPA itself and really pull apart the components so the board has a better understanding of what's being proposed. Misty.
Good afternoon. I'm Misty Mills, Senior Planner. We're going to start with Section 4 of the agreement. This section of the Joint Planning Area Agreement establishes the boundary for those lands that are eligible for annexation. This is shown in Exhibit A of the agreement. The policies and procedures set forth in the agreement only apply to those lands within the boundary. So currently, the total unincorporated acreage that's shown within the boundary, which is that dark purple outline, is 52,254 acres. It's important to keep in mind that by approving this agreement, or by being inside of that boundary, it doesn't automatically annex those properties. Annexations must still meet criteria that's in state statute, and in addition, those annexations will have to meet the terms of the Joint Planning Area Agreement. This section also defines the designated area, which is shown on the map in the lower corner and the crosshatch marks, and we're going to dive into that section later on in the presentation because it's also discussed in Section 14. And there are two other items that I'd like to speak to before we move forward. And the first is just to take a moment to reiterate what Tanya mentioned previously about the Charter Amendment, particularly Section 504, which establishes that exclusive method for voluntary annexation. Per Section A, there's Section B, which requires board approval for voluntary annexations, and Section C, which pertains to the rural lands, would become inapplicable once this agreement, if this agreement is approved. Currently, because we don't have a JPA with the City of Orlando, we've seen 2 voluntary annexations, and if this is adopted, the board would no longer see those annexations. This is similar to the annexations that we have with Apopka, Winter Park, Winter Garden, Ocoee, and Oakland. The reason that you don't see those is because of that first section Section A of 504 of the Charter. The second item to talk about is an overlap that is within the boundary that is shown on this map and an agreement that we currently have with the City of Winter Park. I'm going to put the map showing this overlap on the overhead projector and then explain in detail. Okay, so the map that's showing on the screen now shows an area in crosshatch. The pink area that is in crosshatch is that area that exists in our current joint planning area agreement with the City of Winter Park. These lands, which will be discussed later on and during this, it's 16.3 acres would be removed from this boundary but remain within the City of Winter Park's boundary. And we'll discuss this in detail once we get through this first part of the presentation. So moving on to Section 5. This section of the JPA pertains to annexations. And during the term of this agreement, the city may annex either voluntarily or involuntarily those unincorporated lands inside the joint planning area boundary. And as a reminder, it must still be in accordance with Chapter 171, which pertains to annexations, and additionally with the terms of this agreement. As a reminder, the city may not annex those lands that are outside of the JPA boundary. Okay, so the county and the city agree to work together to eliminate enclaves of 110 acres or less, prioritizing those areas that are shown in Exhibit B. State statute provides criteria for the annexation of enclaves, which I will dive into when we get to the next slide. It's also important to remember that when we go through these enclave annexations, we have 90 days of receiving the requests to present this to the board, and I'll discuss that further on the next slide. Moving to the next item under Section 5 is those unincorporated lands within the boundary are not subject to the jurisdiction of the city until such time as they are annexed, and for any county-owned property proposed as a future annexation. The county would be aware of it, but as an additional step, we are asking that we enter into an interlocal agreement for the annexation of any county property, which would allow the county to retain permitting, future land use, and zoning regulations. So looking at this enclave map, this is part of Exhibit B. These enclaves represent the annexation area that would occur over the next 3 years. Enclaves are annexed through interlocal agreements, which must be approved by the municipality and the county at a public hearing. The county and the city would work together to annex these enclaves in a timely manner, with the goal of annexing the majority of these within 3 years from the effective date. Enclaves are annexed pursuant to Section 171, and as Tanya previously mentioned, these go to the board. So you would see these areas that are being annexed, and you would have an opportunity to review them. And as comfort, notice of public hearing is provided to those individual property owners that are included within these enclave areas. A recent example of an enclave annexation that the board approved was in April of 2025, and that was between the City of Winter Park and Orange County, which annexed 13 parcels into the City of Winter Park. These red areas are a total of 45 areas. Some are as small as 1 parcel, while others are much larger. Okay. Section 6 is the environmental coordination section. This is the section that the county and our Environmental Protection Division, along with the city, worked really. We spent a lot of time on this section to ensure that we got it right and we were protecting our environmental lands. There are 3 subsections to this, and the first one is should property with the Orange County future land use designation of preservation be annexed, the city designation must be conservation or something comparable in the city's future land use map. The second section speaks to property or a portion thereof that includes or is likely to include wetland and surface waters. The city must protect those wetlands, surface waters, wildlife corridors, rare habitat, and environmentally sensitive areas consistent with the principles established in the county's existing wetland and surface water protection ordinance. Additionally, annexation of unincorporated lands within the Innovation Way overlay or the Econ-Lac-Hatchie River Basin, we will protect those resources consistent with the principles established by the county's existing environmental land stewardship program or in the existing Econ River Protection Ordinance. And finally, the city will coordinate with the county to evaluate any existing permits to determine if impacts to wetlands or surface waters are anticipated. The city must assume responsibility for environmental permits and resolve any open enforcement cases prior to annexation ordinances being adopted. Further, the city will propose future land use designations that are compatible with county environmental approvals and provide the future land use designations to the county for comment. Section 7 pertains to roads. This section of the agreement speaks to working together to develop a master maintenance and road transfer agreement. It also includes criteria for annexing the adjacent road right-of-ways and associated drainage and easement areas. It speaks about functionally classified roads and when they will be transferred as outlined in the Master Maintenance and Road Transfer Agreement. And finally, it discusses the Sunbridge Parkway annexation roadway transfers. We're skipping sections 8 and 9 for now, but we're going to come back to those. We're going to move to section 10, which is notice of annexation. This section requires that the city provide notice to the county of any proposed annexations at least 15 days prior to their first public hearing. And it's also reiterated in this section that the city may annex either voluntarily or involuntarily those unincorporated lands within the JPA, but not unincorporated lands outside of the JPA boundary. The city shall provide the county with notice for any comprehensive plan amendments or development permit applications limited just to those rezoning and conditional use permits for lands that abut unincorporated lands, and then the county is committing to provide to the city notice of comprehensive plan amendments, development permit applications, which are limited to rezoning and special exceptions for those lands that abut incorporated lands. Now we're going to take some time and pause to talk about sections 3, 13, and 14. I grouped these sections together because they all have an interplay. The first is going back to the beginning of the agreement where it outlines the term. This is a 10-year, the JPA has a 10-year term, and it automatically renews for 5 years unless either party gives 6 months notice of non-renewal. Section 13 then discusses circumstances under which either the county or the city of Orlando may terminate the agreement prior to the 10-year term. There are 3 instances. The first is if the state legislature makes changes that amend or nullify the county charter section 504 exclusive method for voluntary annexation authority. The second is if the charter amendment is repealed, ruled invalid by a court, or becomes unenforceable, and after all appeals have been exhausted. The third instance is if that the agreement may be terminated is under the breach process, which is in section 15. This section explains that if one party fails to meet its obligations and cannot cure the breach, that the agreement may be terminated. Section 15 does provide different remedies and steps that the city and the county must go through, and if after going through all of those steps, this agreement could then be repealed. If any of these conditions occur, the agreement may be terminated within 30 days of receiving written notice. Section 13 also states that if the agreement is terminated, both the county and the city must make a good faith effort to renegotiate and enter into a new agreement. Importantly, Section 14 will survive termination for 10 years from the effective date of the Joint Planning Area Agreement. This means that even if the agreement ends prior to the 10-year term, the annexation restrictions I will describe next remain fully in place. And those limitations are within two specific areas of the county, the first being the designated area and the second being the restricted lands. The designated area, which is shown on your screen, is generally located south of West Sand Lake Road, east of I-4, north of State Road 528, and to the west of the Shingle Creek. Annexation in this area is tied to the Kirkman Road Extension Infrastructure Agreement, specifically Section 25, which was recorded in 2019. Per this agreement, lands in this area are prohibited from annexing into the city of Orlando until the time the county has satisfied the terms of the Kirkman Road Agreement. So, during the term of this agreement, these lands are ineligible for annexation, and if the agreement were terminated, this section survives. So this protects the county's interest in the I-Drive area. The second area that would survive any termination is Section 14. This is the restricted lands, and this pertains to the rural east. This includes all of those unincorporated lands outside of the Joint Planning Area and those within the Eastern Rural Service Area. These are shown in the boxed marking. These areas cannot be annexed during the term of this agreement because these areas are outside of the JPA boundary. If this agreement were to end early, these lands cannot be annexed for 10 years from the agreement's effective date. If this agreement were terminated and Section 504 is still in effect, voluntary annexations would be subject to those requirements. However, if the JPA were terminated and Section 504 were no longer in effect, then there wouldn't be anything really protecting these lands. What this agreement does is protect those lands for 10 years from the date of execution from either voluntary or involuntary annexation. So, I mentioned I would come back to sections 8 and 9, and here we are. These have to do with fire and rescue services and the material recycling facility. This section of the agreement, the county and the city are agreeing to work together to assess the automatic aid and update the mutual aid agreement as needed. And Section 9 addresses the material recycling facility. And pursuant to that 2024 interlocal agreement that Tanya mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the city is obligated to enter into an interlocal agreement for a material recycling facility with the county, and the agreement dives deeper into the instances in which that would happen. So to provide a summary of everything that you have heard, the request before you today is for the Joint Planning Area Agreement with the City of Orlando with a 10-year term and 5-year renewals. And as a reminder, we currently have Joint Planning Area Agreements with other municipalities, including Apopka, Oakland, Ocoee, Winter Garden, and Winter Park. And to reiterate those key concepts contained in the JPA, it includes establishing a boundary for those lands eligible for annexation, working together to eliminate enclaves, coordination on environmental protections, provisions for the transfer of roadways and associated infrastructure, procedures for notification of annexation and other land use decisions, and protections for the county's rural service area and the county's large infrastructure investments in the International Drive area. And just one more time as a reminder that Section 504 of the charter, those annexations would no longer come before the board, but would be subject to the terms of the Joint Planning Area Agreement. So with that, I'm going to present the action requested slide, which will be amended. But thank you for your time, and staff is available for questions.
All right, stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have 2 speakers, and our first speaker, I believe, is an elected official.
All right, Mayor DeCiccio from the City of Winter Park. Welcome.
Thank you so very much, and I am here with City Manager Randy Knight from Winter Park. We noticed an overlap to the annexed areas in the JPA with Orlando, so we brought it to the attention of the county. The future annexation area in the JPA that is before you today overlaps with the Winter Park's JPA area, which was approved unanimously by the Board of County Commissioners on December 17, 2024. These annexation areas are part of the Winter Park CRA expansion that was also approved by the Board of County Commissioners on October 29th in 2024. And Winter Park has spent over $31 million in improvements so far to that area. $7 million in new sewer force main lines along West Fairbanks to enable this area to go from septic to sewer. We acquired an additional $3 million in sewer capacity to serve the area. We invested in $16 million in undergrounding transmission lines, decorative street lamps, landscaping. We've also committed $5 million to improve the drainage and roadways within the CRA from Fairbanks to Minnesota. And we have agreed to use Orange County's affordable housing formula. As proposed, the project would include 36 to 90 workforce housing units. So this is becoming even more important if rents rise because of the proposed tax elimination on the November ballot. And finally, the ROI from every CRA development the county has with Winter Park is 550%. It's an absolute financial win for the county and Winter Park. So therefore, we are very concerned that this area is overlapping with Orlando, but it has been brought to our attention that this has been, Byron, you have told us that this has been, is going to be resolved and that there is going to be a motion. So I won't go any further if that's the case.
All right. If you want to stand by, I can have Byron or an appropriate person kind of respond to at least that part of your concern. And Byron,
And
person or who you want someone else to respond to that?
And Mr. Knight and I are here to answer any questions that you have.
Okay. All right. Stand by.
Yes, Mayor, we recognize that overlap procedurally, territorially, legally was an issue, but clearly the city has made some investments. We'd had conversations with the city of Orlando. We were hoping for that opportunity to just work through it, but over the lunch hour, had an opportunity to have conversations with both parties because the intent was to clarify that. So Misty, that was one of the maps she showed a little earlier during her presentation, and when the time comes, she can put that back. But in essence, it retracts the boundaries of the Orlando JPA. It will exclude that cross-hatched area that you see to the north to align with the, to remove that area from the Orlando JPA, and it remains solely within the Winter Park JPA. So that will, that's part of the proposal, and at the appropriate time, we would ask the board when they take action to reflect this change.
Okay. Thank you, Byron. Mayor, if you don't have any other comments, if you'll stand by until we get through the balance of the questions or comments. Thank you for your presence today. All right. We can move to the next speaker.
We have one more speaker for this item, Mayor Samuel Chambers. We're going to have two more speakers for this item. When you approach the podium, please begin with your name and address for the record.
Hello, I am also an elected official. I am the District 1 Soil and Water Conservation Supervisor. My name is Samuel Chambers. I live at 3333 Pelham Road. I am also speaking as a resident of County District 5 and Orlando District 3 because of an enclave which would overlap those two districts. Well, I think this agreement generally could have positive implications for streamlining government services like fire and rescue and police, and other services for residents in these areas. Taking wide sweeping approaches can have negative impacts, in my opinion. Personally, I'm proud of the work our county has done to protect green space, promote smart growth, and even fight for our rural boundary. But if you look at the JPA on Exhibit B, Area 26, this area would undermine these efforts if allowed to be annexed. The parcel and perhaps others in this agreement that I'm not aware of, but this one specifically is untouched natural green space, which the landowner has plans to make into the woodlands at Baldwin Park. We don't need to be tearing down natural green space when there's so many other opportunities to build infill developments on existing infrastructure. When adopting this JPA, please be sure to continue to respect commitments you have all made to strongly fight for and protect our ecosystem and build in a way that benefits us all. I will also be available to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Chambers. We perhaps will come back to that. I'll move to the next speaker.
Hello, I'll fill up when I get done. Eugene Staccato, 331 Roswell Avenue. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I just learned about this. This mixed area between Orlando and Winter Park, north of Calvary Assembly. I have familiarity because that's where the Blue Bamboo used to be, and they're on septic, but the city of Winter Park is a closer provider to sewer. All those properties in that area that are being potentially rezoned to be Orlando they're on septic. So city of Winter Park, from a service standpoint, is a much better position because as far as I know, there's no sewer lines coming north of the Calvary Assembly from the city of Orlando. So in this point, I think that area should be resolved before you guys move forward on this, because to me, it makes logical sense from a growth management point that the city of Winter Park is in a better position to provide police services, fire services, because they have that services right there. The closest fire department is down by College Park swim pool for, I think it's Station 3 for Orlando. You know, Winter Park has a station not far from there. Police department's much closer. So I just think logistically it's a better idea, and I think that should be resolved before and cleaned up before this, because otherwise it's a mess. You got two overlays of JPAs. So anyways, thank you.
All right. Do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item? Okay.
I believe that was the last item.
And Mr. Staccato, I think he said he was going to fill out a card if he hadn't done so already. With that, then we're going to close the public hearing portion of the meeting, and I'm going to ask staff, once again, I think Byron certainly addressed the issue that Mayor DeCiccio brought forward. I'm not sure if the issue that Mr. Staccato brought up, if it encompassed that. It sounded like it was encompassed in Byron's response, but I'll look to
Mayor,
John.
if I may, those are actually two different areas. Misty, I think the one that's off of Sassoon is not related to the Winter Park, if that's what I understood Mr. Chambers to be speaking to. Was not. It was Eugene. Okay, my apologies, Mayor.
Okay.
John,
Were
you're
they
right. It is
part of the
Sassoon.
same area? Is that what we're saying here?
There's two different areas that have been brought up via the public comments this afternoon. And so two of the speakers addressed the one in Winter Park, Mr. Staccato and Mayor DeCiccio. The other speaker was referencing an enclave property, which has been identified in a separate exhibit.
Okay. All right. So do we need to address the third piece to bring clarity to that? And if so, we'll have staff come forward on that.
Thank you, Miles.
Pursuant to the agreement, Andrew, my assistant county attorney, pursuant to the agreement, the board will see this enclave if it's ever proposed to be annexed. You'll have an interlocal agreement. You'll have the ability to address it. But regardless, it's an enclave, and so it's governed by state law no matter what our agreement says. So you will have authority over it to a certain extent, as state law allows, but it is what it is. It's an enclave that needs to be addressed, and that's why it wasn't included in the agreement.
Mayor, I have a question on that.
All right. So I know Commissioner Simrad, we have several other people who pressed that button. Let me just check and see. Commissioner Wilson, what was the issue you wanted to bring? Okay. And so I'll just go in the order in which they press the button. I'll come to you. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you. I actually, Missy or Andrew, I'm not sure who would help with this, but Section 13, the termination provision that calls for termination of the agreement if the state legislative action amends, overrides, or nullifies the charter amendment. So understanding that it would be sort of self-enacting if there was a preemption or another legislative action. Why is this in here, and would it be possible to remove it, understanding that it may prohibit us from being able to challenge state action and the consequences of state action if it were to stay on in the agreement?
So the reason for it is to address if legislative action undoes our charter. If we had this interlocal agreement, we didn't have this provision in here, and we didn't have another way to terminate it, the city would not have the ability to opt out of the agreement and would be stuck with the term of the agreement. But the two provisions that will survive regardless of that are the ones that Misty mentioned. I think it's Section 14 of the agreement, which covers the designated area and the rural boundary. The way the agreement reads now, if a court overturns our charter amendment, if the legislature overturns our charter amendment, then it's the option of the city or the county, either one. If they amended it in a way that was beneficial to us, it would be an option for us to get out of this agreement. But certain provisions survive, and that was intentional.
No, I understood the ones that we want to be able to survive. I think my concern is the ability to terminate even if we're in the process of challenging legislative action.
So are you referring to challenging which legislative action?
There isn't. It's hypothetical at this point.
I'm sorry?
It's hypothetical at this point, right? But this is anticipating the potential, right?
Yeah.
This is written in as an anticipation of potential legislative action, that if there were potentially discussion at this level about whether or not that legislation applies directly to this charter provision, any indication from the state under this would allow the termination of the agreement.
Yeah, but I don't think it would affect our ability to oppose the legislative action that the legislative action that you're talking about, that potential legislative action. I don't think this agreement would do anything to prevent us from.
And you think that it's a necessary clause?
Yeah, I think it. Well, I mean, this was we both negotiated the agreement, the city and the county, and this was a clause that was part of that overall deal.
Who wanted this clause?
Well, I think it's probably more the city. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, because I think we're in a
The
protected.
county wouldn't have it in here.
No,
We
of
didn't.
course not, and that is my point.
But it was,
Yeah,
it
my
wasn't
point-
just one point. There were lots of points.
I
give or
understand that.
take.
I think this one in particular, though, lends itself to potential problems in the winds blowing in Tallahassee, and that's the only thing. I think the stability of not having something so reliant on that of a JPA is really the inherent qualities of JPAs that I think the charter was speaking to, right? That it was going to be stable over whatever legislative winds blow. So I have concerns about that provision. I think it seems redundant if it's truly just on the face what it says, because we know if it's stricken down by legislative action or a court, then that's exactly what happens. We don't have to restate it as a reason for the city to be able to get out of it, the JPA.
I think that's true, except for the fact, unless the legislature can impair contracts, court's not going to be able to impair a contract.
Then why are we doing it?
And so our JPA, if it says that this is what you have to do, and we don't have these two provisions in there, the city and the county are both going to be bound by this agreement because you can't impair a contract. If we take these out, it would be locked in for the term of the agreement unless you terminate it pursuant to the agreement, despite the legislative action. I mean, the supposed legislative action or the court overruling Section 504 of our charter. Now, if they overruled this agreement, then the agreement obviously would go away. But just overruling our charter, that's why it's in here. I think that it was put in here by the city to protect their ability to, should those things occur.
I mean, I have no crystal ball, but
But if I may, Mr. Mai, I mean, I think you confirmed, though, that those provisions would not weaken the county's legal position regarding a potential future legislative action. So I think it was one thing that you clearly stated. The second one, in terms of the city's inclusion of the termination provision, I think they were the one that may have introduced it initially, but there were subsequent conversations and provisions into this agreement that the county specifically requested in response to that, including both the designated and restricted lands. So while that termination provision exists, what the county received in return for that was that 10-year commitment, irrespective of any legislative changes or legal actions, basically hands off these areas for that 10-year term. That's what the county got in response.
I got you. I'm not crazy about it, but I understand the thought process, and I appreciate the sort of bigger picture. Thank you for explaining that piece. I do think I also wanted clarification on Section 6, which is the environmental section, stating should a property or a portion thereof include or is likely to include a wetland or surface water, the city shall coordinate with the county to take the following actions. And then it kind of delineates and says here, minimizes impacts on wetland, surface waters, and associated natural resources consistent with the principles established by county's existing wetland and surface water protection ordinance. What is exactly meant by consistent with the principles of?
Not exact language that specifically reference our current ordinance. I think that I'll defer a little bit to EPA on some of the language, but consistent to me means taking in the circumstances, following the.
But they don't have a EPD, right? So there is no apples to apples comparison in the evaluation of these. So understanding that, anytime I've ever engaged the city on wetlands that were part of an annexed piece of property, they respond that they are working through under state oversight, right? And Army Corps of Engineers. We know that is insufficient, and it's one of the reasons why we are struggling with the annexations in some of these areas that were historically very wet. So I'm concerned about what that means and what that process would look like. Is that just a note to the county saying, it's okay, the Army Corps is here?
No, Commissioner, I would think it's more than that. I mean, I think I think it's largely true that the City of Orlando does not have an environmental protection division, And at least today, they don't have a set of wetland ordinances that are as robust as the county. And so what this interlocal agreement, JPA, does is it gives us a point of entry, but it also offers a commitment by the city to consider the county's wetland regulations and the associated impacts that that development might have on those systems in their development approval. So again, because the city doesn't have an adopted set of regulations, they can't expressly follow their own standards.
Then this is just window dressing,
Well,
right?
I
So that's what that
think
means, because if
it's
there's
more
not
than
a
that.
process, but if there's not a process for true evaluation under the county standards, or if that's the case, why can't we articulate that?
So it came down to the language that you see before you, which is consistent with the principles established by the county's existing wetland and surface water protection ordinance. So they don't have their own, so they're going to go to ours, and they're going to address it consistently with ours. Now, yeah, you know that language isn't it's not firm, but it's not empty. If they are inconsistent with it, we can push back and say that this is inconsistent.
We won't know, because there is no directed evaluation by our own Environmental Protection Division. I think that's the point I'm saying, is that there is nothing to trigger what I believe would be a very different evaluation if it was the county.
If I may add some additional information, the city is required to provide us with notice of annexation. Upon receiving that notice, other divisions are notified. EPD is one of our reviewing divisions. They would receive notice of annexation, they would see the area proposed for annexation, and they would know to review it subject to this section of the JPA. So they would see it and could provide comments and feedback, which we would then submit to the city.
So, yeah, I'm just going to be honest, like reading through it, each one of these provisions, and even down to the one, I think it's Section 6, B3, the city will ensure the development of unincorporated lands within the Econolachi River Basin, annexed pursuant to this agreement, and then goes on to say, consistent with the principles. So it just still doesn't give any real mechanism that I understand to be an assurance that those areas would be evaluated the way we would under EPD's current regulatory scheme. So that's I mean, there's no answer to that. That's just my comment. I'm not supportive of this, and I think it changes my outcome of my vote.
So let me just say, I see Elizabeth Johnson came in. Did you have something you wanted to add here? I'm just kind of, your body language said there was something.
Well, I did hear EPD, so I came in, I was right next door. And so I can tell you that there have been cases in the past, I'm not going to name the project, but it was on the south side of Orlando in Orange County, and they had a really significant enforcement case. And so we brought that through the notice of annexation that EPD does receive. We brought that to the attention of the city, and they worked very cooperatively with us and worked with the requester who is requesting to annex. And we were able to resolve our enforcement case before it got annexed. I mean, so
If it's the same one I'm thinking of, there's a very large development on there, sending water south. So I mean, I don't know if I know the case you're speaking of, and that's one example, which I am appreciative for, but that needs to be something that's a mechanism in here, not just an example of good faith consultation with the county on sensitive lands.
Okay, are you proposing a fix?
I think that it needs to be clarified. I believe it needs to be a mechanism for review under the county's wetland code that allows for the type of protections that we offer that type of sensitive land. If just a consistent with statement is all we have to rely on, I'm not confident that that's enough to protect areas that we know are desirable for the overall development community.
Okay.
I don't have language. I mean, I don't, but I know that this feels insufficient.
Can we require them to use our language? given that they have no
That may be a
EPD?
legal question, but I think putting a regulatory framework within an agreement could be incredibly problematic, especially given that we may at some point update our codes and regulations.
Well, you wouldn't have to put the entire regulatory framework in. It could reference the process by which the consistent with the principles, what that means, right? Like you can define that. That means consulting with as soon as, whatever those are that trigger an actual evaluation under Orange County's Wetland Code. We worked really hard on that, the data behind that in order to be able to protect the entire county, including all the municipal governments that lie in there. And I think the residents of Orlando certainly appreciate, I think, that type of rigor. If there's a way to do it, I would support that.
Okay, Commissioner Uribe.
So, I'm a little torn on this because I think JPAs, when it comes to certain areas with funding for infrastructure of what's allowed out of the city, is a promising factor, but then I'm also concerned of what this leads to, because in 7.5 years, we get notice of annexations, nothing ever happens. It just goes through. It's just it's a procedural thing. And so I lose a lot of faith in the system of consistency and actually fitting in the area. I also have concerns, and I mentioned this during our briefings. It seems like the annexation is handpicked. So I have numerous pockets of unmaintained roads that are surrounded by the city of Orlando, but they won't encumber, they won't take the areas. They leave it for unincorporated Orange County. Or we've seen in the past, as we develop and do create infrastructure, they come and take it later. And so it's this vicious cycle of us putting taxpayer dollars and improving, and then they pick it up and say, we'll take it now. And but even more so when we went to that map in my own briefing. But and I will tell you, one of the other biggest concerns we've had is the fact of not knowing what's happening in our communities when it comes to annexations, that would be done at a level that we wouldn't even be notified. As far as us having that knowledge of it taking place is also very, very concerning, because we have tried or attempted in the past to challenge unsuccessfully, because I won't speak for every district, but in my district, every annexation has gone through like nothing, and I felt we could have pushed back legally when, because we get to just say, well, if it just crosses the street, that's a connection. But I also believe they have CRAs, or what do they have for their development and infrastructure that we don't do? I think we're one of the only bodies, maybe, John, you know
Commissioner,
that.
they do have a stormwater utility fee to help pay for some of their.
No, but they have something else where they use fees from that area so that they can build infrastructure that we don't.
Well, both the city and county have different CRAs as mechanisms.
There was something I researched recently.
Is it a community development district?
Yeah.
A CDD?
Yeah, there we go. And we don't honor those. And so I can see where we could assist with that. This could help assist to progress us forward, but there's quite a bit of concerns for me in this proposal as a whole that you're asking us to, I mean, there's a few that you mentioned, but there's quite a few holes in this that make me feel very uncomfortable. So I would like to hear our other commissioners on that, but I don't like the fact that we wouldn't be aware of any future annexations, which at least we did in the past until the community initiative legislation went to the ballot and was voted on. I mean, we have to remember, this was the people's voice. This was what the public voted on and wanted the BCC to review to prohibit all this massive annexation or selective annexation. I think that's the word. And so I feel like we're watering now that provision now that was so worked hard by the Citizens Review Committee, Citizens Charter Committee. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Uribe, is there something you're proffering? There's no other, at this point, there's no other commissioners indicated a desire to speak.
Mayor,
She withdrew her question.
Mayor, if I
Yes.
may, Commissioner, a couple comments that you made. One, in terms of the city sort of cherry picking, I remember the vast majority of annexations occur as voluntary annexations. So these are the property owners, not the city. These are the property owners going to the city requesting to be annexed. So I think that's one point.
But John, with all due respect, it's because we have rules and standards, and when they don't want to follow them, that's what they do, and then the city just welcomes them, including our EPD.
Annexations may occur for a variety of different
Yeah,
reasons.
but I mean, I'll just speak of the ones that I've had done in my district. So I don't see it as pure as what you're suggesting, that, you know, these are just people like, oh, I feel like being in the city because they're paying more, but also regulations that we have. I mean, I've got a specific case where we had regulations, they didn't like those rules, jumped in the city and all went through. So I do want to say that this isn't just it just happens, because it sounds better to say Orlando.
I mean, I would say there's different rules, different processes between the city and the county. You can obviously provide, you know, your thoughts on outcomes, perhaps. But Commissioner, one of your other points was on notice, and I think the agreement, irrespective of the annexations occurring within the framework of the JPA, the county still would provide, the city would still provide notice of a future annexation. And so we can certainly look at our processes to make sure that the board is made aware of these annexation requests. Again, the vast majority of them, but for enclave annexations, the vast majority of them would be from property owners to the city. Mr. Brooks, do you want to jump in?
I don't know if you're about to wrap up, but what I wanted to go back to is October of 2024, because that occasion in which there was discussion of a settlement agreement, if you will, was all prompted by a very huge, large, unsettling annexation that was about to occur on the east side of Orange County. That language, as we went through the settlement agreement, the language about a JPA, including that, was specifically to give the county, put the county in the best position to try to avoid that. Clearly, the charter amendment passed. That now gives this board, gives the county some reassurance about how annexations would be handled, and perhaps prevents or precludes that type of activity from happening for now. So this is truly about how much comfort do you put in that there would be no disruption of that charter amendment. There would be no legislative action. There would be no perhaps legal action that would somehow undermine that charter. The overarching objective we tried to achieve in this JPA, which was prompted by us, so you need to know too, it wasn't prompted by the city of Orlando, prompted by us. But the overarching matter that we wanted to try to address or achieve, the overarching objective was to preserve the rural east. So just wanted to be clear and take this board back to what that language was intended to do and what was the most significant matter that we wanted to achieve in this effort. So, I mean, with that, as you move to your deliberations, just understand that is what you now get to weigh in terms of this JPA. If there are changes and modifications and we need to go back and see if we can sit down and negotiate, that's fine. But I just wanted to point out what was occurring at the time, the discussion or we put on the table about wanting to enter into a JPA and saying to the city, you need to engage in discussions with us. Again, they didn't come to us about doing a JPA. So I just wanted to remind the board of that, because a couple of years have passed and it seems we may be past that, and we have a charter amendment in place, but just about your comfort level in that charter amendment standing in pat for at least the next 10 years.
All right, Commissioner Simrad, then Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. So I also want to go back to October of 2024 and speak very candidly, because at that time I wasn't on this board, but I was at the Orlando City Commission meeting. And I believe, Commissioner Wilson, you came as well as a commissioner to represent the county for District 1. And at that time, the mayor and the commissioners, excluding Commissioner Patty Sheehan, and of course, Commissioner Tom Keene wasn't there at that time, called every single person in this building incompetent, incapable. They said that the county should thank them and that they should charge the county for being the only way that the county can make money was off of the city. The dialogue was so unprofessional. It was so shocking to hear what I think we would describe as colleagues down the street talking about other elected officials that advocate for and represent the exact same constituents that they're fighting for every day. It was very disturbing. And what was even further disturbing is when that hearing was occurring, it was literally happening on the eve of the election, when Orange County voters were actively voting to preserve the 52,470 acres that the city was trying to steal out of the boundary for Tavistock to develop. It was so malicious that it left me with such a bad taste that I'm suspicious of this document, because I'm like, how can we trust that these people came to the negotiation table after criticizing every staff member in this building, every elected official, using the word incompetent, and they will come to the table and that's how they view Orange County that's sitting on the other side of the negotiation? It makes me very suspicious on this document. And so I come from the world of economics. This is not my area, but I do have some economic questions that I do want to ask pertaining to this. And then I really want to lean into staff and say, is this the best we can do? And I don't want to cowtail to the city. I mean, we should stand up for the people that we represent. So I have some questions. And one, Mayor, when you tell me that it's appropriate, I need to make a motion for Winter Park to extend the southern boundary to the CRA boundary. So I don't know when that is appropriate, but I would like to make that motion when you're taking motions. So there's that one. Sassoon, I wanted to talk about Sassoon because we have an ongoing constituent case with Sassoon. The area does not want to be annexed by the city. It is the last wetland in Orlando City, essentially. And so people there are very, it is an enclave, and I did hear you say it's coming to this board, correct? And that the wetlands would be, we have say over the protection of it. Is that correct?
So, yeah, it will come back to the board. It'll be approved through an interlocal agreement that can contain all the different necessary things that you want within reason. I mean, so transfer of roads, future land use, those type of things are what typically are in an interlocal agreement for an enclave.
But what I'm referencing specifically, because where I'm concerned is the city doesn't have an EPD, as Commissioner Wilson previously noted. And we have people, and I have an email here, where people are asking not to be annexed by the city on Lake Susanna because once other areas were annexed, the development that occurred has flooded them out. And so they're worried about being flooded the same way if they're annexed by the city. This Sassoon is the last wetland in the city and is used, if you look at what Mother Nature does, as stormwater management. So what my question is pertaining to is not roads, not infrastructure, but a wetland. What I want to understand, and that pertains to what Commissioner Wilson was saying with regard to when they say consistent with the principles, when you have somebody that was criticizing that all of your principles are worthless and incompetent, I have a hard time believing that the interpretation of our principles will be what we truly mean.
Commissioner, this is John, if I may. There are several provisions in the Orlando JPA that are unique to our JPAs with other municipalities. I will tell you, at least to my knowledge, and I may look to Misty in just a moment, but those environmental protections do not exist in any other agreements. The fact that there are these surviving termination provisions in such large and significant areas as the designated lands and the restricted lands, those do not exist in other JPA agreements. So in terms of the county's engagement and participation in these negotiations, I think it was good faith on both sides with respect to again, stemming from those 2024 annexation discussions. And we were all there. I was over at the city of Orlando hearings, along with you, as part of those discussions. And lastly, and Mr. Mai, this is where there's a question on the enclave annexation, because the statement that the enclave annexation would come back to the board That's if it follows the enclave procedures within the JPA. But in the event that it's a voluntary annexation, so it's not the entire area, but it's a single parcel that is requesting, I don't believe they would have to come back at that particular point. So if the entire area went in. Just wanting to clarify the response on that in terms of what this board would see and not see. You would see, if it was an enclave area annexation, the board would see that. If it's a voluntary annexation in an enclave area, the board would not see it.
Understood. Okay, so then at what point is there like a wetland determination that happens?
Well, I think to the extent, I mean, ultimately, you're asking about the city's land development process, which the county does not participate in. Again, we, as part of an annexation review, when we provided notice, we have the opportunity, one, we get notice, EPD starts to track it, and we would be able to proffer comments as part of that annexation review and development discussion within the city of Orlando, pursuant to the terms of the agreement.
Okay. All right, then, it's the Lake Susanna area and the Sassoon people. Neither would want to be annexed by the city of Orlando. If this agreement goes through, is it inevitable that they're annexed? I mean, they're within the JPA, they're within
Sure.
the.
So at least to the enclave, this board, as Andrew mentioned, if it was being proposed as an enclave area annexation, this board would make that, along with the city of Orlando, I mean, both sides would have to agree to the enclave annexation. But provided a property owner was contiguous, met the other state requirements for annexation, if it was a voluntary annexation, then that property owner would petition the city consistent with the terms of the JPA. So if absent the enclave annexation process, if a property owner doesn't want to go into the city, they don't go into the city.
Okay, so just so I heard, if they don't want to, they don't?
But for an enclave annexation, which again would have, I mean, the process by which the city would initiate those discussions, we would anticipate broad community outreach about the benefits and the reasons for the annexation, what the impacts are to those residents and community. So these enclave annexation discussions would not occur in a vacuum. They would occur with significant outreach by both the city and the county to those residents. And then ultimately, as Andrew mentioned, this board would make those final decisions on enclave annexations.
And just one point of clarification, John, you said voluntary annexations, they'd have to prove it, but the city could also process an involuntary annexation in the JPA, which requires a referendum of the people and a lot more hurdles. But that's the other option that the city or someone could pursue. The city would pursue that in the involuntary annexation process.
Okay. John, just speaking on the finances, on the economics of this. So generally, when we get annexations, so some of the property is removed, and we understand that in a long-term perspective, what is being forfeited is like essentially ad valorem taxes. So in a situation, no?
No, the county still, on a property that's annexed, the county still gets the general millage. What gets forfeited is not quite the right word, replaced, is we would lose the sheriff and fire MSTUs, and that would be replaced, at least in part, by the city millage. So the city has a millage, the county would still get its general millage, the ad valorem associated with that property.
Okay, so generally we don't, when we talk about annexations and such, we don't do any type of a financial assessment, but in lieu of the property tax reform, does this have any type of, because the property tax reform did not include the sheriff and the fire like the schools. It didn't require funding. So does this impact, now when we talk about property tax reform, does this impact us in a different way than what we have observed in the past with annexations?
Just a point of clarification. So the school protections was sort of on the assessment side. So that obviously did not occur on the public safety. And so those revenue streams would be at risk, whether it's county or any city millage, with respect to how a property is assessed with those increased exemptions. Mr. Brooks, I don't know if you want to further clarify, a little out of my wheelhouse.
I was going to say, the analysis then occurs is kind of that it's almost a fixed cost kind of basis. Obviously, the fire and the law enforcement MSCU come out because Orange County no longer has to provide fire and law enforcement service. The city would provide that service. But the calculation, you can do the calculation. We do that calculation on occasion in terms of what amount of revenue would be lost to the fire MSTU and the law enforcement MSTU. But again, it's where it gets a little more complicated is how do you kind of equate that to no longer having to provide service and then the cost of that service to you. And there are different ways, and we can come and show what that model is, but that's how that's calculated.
Byron, I remember reading in the JPA that it said that Orange County and the city would share in a collective, or I think the word used in the document was mutual, exchange for fire and police. So how then, if they're collecting, if they're getting the money, but we're mutually contributing, how is that even?
Because there are other areas that under mutual aid,
That they will
and now
do
we're
the
talking
same?
to actually public safety, but there's other areas in mutual aid that the city of Orlando would be providing service in unincorporated Orange County, for example. So they could be first due on a fire scene. They get a fire alarm, and under mutual aid, they could be the first due. Actually, for law enforcement, I'm not sure that the city could actually patrol in unincorporated Orange County. But I know under first.
No, they can't.
Yeah, but for
It's gonna
fire
work the other way.
rescue, that's what it accounts for either party being able to go into the other jurisdiction. And we do track mutual aid calls with respect to different jurisdictions. It's no different than other jurisdictions that we have, other cities that we have mutual aid agreements with.
Okay.
Okay, so
I have
Commissioner
just two
Simran, you have
questions,
other
I'm sorry.
questions?
Yes, I have two questions. Is this staff's opinion? This is the way that we achieve Charter Amendment 10 in 2024 that voters passed? Is this the footpath for the county to achieve Charter Amendment 10?
Charter Amendment 10, I don't follow you.
In 2024, voters passed Charter Amendment 10, which was the annexation. It was approved by, I think, 68% or something like this. Is this, in staff's opinion, our footpath to executing that charter amendment?
This was belt and suspenders to some respect that says because the concern was that should there be some legislative action or some legal action that results in the charter amendment being repealed, eliminated, or no longer applicable, the county could be at risk, once again, of a massive opportunity for annexation in the rural east. So this, if I'm following you correctly, I may not be following. So that was the impetus behind it, just to say, what protection do we have, especially recognizing that in 2025 and maybe even actually in 2026, we saw some bills or rumors of bills or legislation that certainly seem to be attempts to somehow minimize the charter amendment or take direct action against the charter amendment. So it was in that vein that we were just trying to provide an added extra layer of protection in the event, hopefully unlikely event, but in the event there was something that jeopardized that charter amendment.
And Commissioner, if I may, the Charter Commission had significant discussions, this board had significant discussions about how to handle JPAs. And the charter provision expressly recognizes that JPAs don't go through the strict process. And that's the purpose of the JPA, is to provide that level of certainty and predictability associated with where municipalities may annex and where they may not, and under what terms and conditions. And so, again, recognizing that we had JPAs with other cities, This JPA sort of follows in that form, addresses some unique, aspects related to the history of kind of how we got here, and the importance of those rural considerations. But it's a JPA very similar in the most basic concept to JPAs that Misty identified. I think we have 6 or 7 of our other cities, very similar. And the charter recognized that process and the benefit of JPAs.
All right, so I'm of the position, so I think it is better to do something than to do nothing, but Mayor, I would have two amendments.
We still have comments by
Yes, so I just wanted to let you know.
questions by Commissioner Scott.
Okay, so I will be for Winter Park, and then also to reference the environmental concern with getting some type of language that references a protection for the wetlands. So, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Misty, how you doing? Good morning, or good afternoon, rather. You doing all right?
Yes, thank you.
How long have you guys been working on this?
Since January of 2025.
Okay, so a little over a year. Can you succinctly explain, how are we, in a nutshell, for someone who maybe isn't well versed in this, that's watching on TV, can you explain how we benefit from this? And then my second question would be either to John or Byron. How could we not benefit or be harmed should we not enter into this agreement?
I think the first benefit to the county is by establishing a boundary for lands that are eligible for annexation within the city. It's clearly defined. We can see what's coming, and the property owners, should they wish to pursue voluntary annexation, know whether they're eligible or ineligible to annex. It protects the iDrive area, and it protects our rural east. The iDrive area is ineligible for annexation, and the rural east is outside of the boundary of the Joint Planning Area Agreement. So the property owners in that area know by being outside of that JPA boundary, they're ineligible for annexation. Then there's the Section 14, which, should this be terminated, which survives termination, which still, typically if you terminate an agreement, the boundary dissolves, goes away, and that land could be annexed. So Section 14 says, okay, the agreement's gone, but this survives. The rural east and iDrive are still ineligible for annexation. So it provides property owners, whether they be a half-acre parcel or a 1,000-acre parcel, it provides them with certainty in understanding the criteria for annexation. The main difference is currently you would see those annexations before the board. Per our charter amendment, cities or municipalities with joint planning area agreements, the board review, that's inapplicable because we have terms established in the JPA that we've agreed upon for annexation. So I think it's that predictability as far as individual property owners, large landowners, and then the protection of our area, of those two critical areas for the county.
Okay. Byron or John, so if we don't adopt this, then what happens?
Well, I'll go ahead and start. So at least if there's a request to amend the document, then we would need to sit down with the city. And it depends on how far the board's looking for amendments. If it's a map amendment, I think we may be prepared to do that today. If there's more substantive amendments, that's where it gets a little bit more complicated. But in terms of, not basically this board deciding it doesn't want to enter into a JPA with the city of Orlando, then we are back to the charter process. And so obviously we have a charter process today. And again, as Byron mentioned, the JPA was intended to be belts and suspenders because of what I think we always hear or perceive as a potential threat for either legislative action or a court ultimately deciding that the charter amendment is found ineffective for some reason. So at that point in time, then without having a JPA, there are no benefits and restrictions to the county, and we fall back to the process following state statutes where it is simply up to the property owner to request a voluntary annexation, no matter where, and no matter how big or small or impactful.
You got that, Byron? You have anything you want to add, or did John got it? Okay. So, to make sure I understand what you're saying in my language in my head, there is a path to address the concerns shared by Commissioner Simrad, Commissioner Wilson, and Commissioner Uribe. However, it would be a process. And so is it my understanding that you would like for us to move forward, and that you can tell us with I don't know if I want to say guarantee to put words in your mouth, but you can say with certainty that you are going to meaningfully engage my colleagues to be able to kind of clean it up. It's almost like you're walking in an inspection, right? I'm looking military terms. So you're walking an inspection, and maybe you pass inspection, but you need another coat of polish, or you need to cut something off of your uniform or fix a ribbon. Is there a path to be able to achieve all or in part the concerns that they're sharing today?
So with respect to the areas that have been discussed, and whether that's more narrowly Winter Park, Sassoon has a different level of complication there. Yes, I think those are fairly, and at least to the Winter Park ones, we could propose an amendment to the agreement today in the form of a motion that would allow us to move this forward at today's hearing. In the event that the environmental language is requiring a different level of specificity, one, I mean, I think we've obviously heard the board intent and discussion. We'd have to figure out what some alternative language or concepts might look like, and then ultimately sit down with city staff and determine to what extent they are open to introducing some amended language into the agreement. So that could take, I would think, several months before we're able to ultimately come back with that. I mean, obviously, we'd like to try to get something done with this board. And of course, the current city council as well. But that's something that ultimately, I think we may have heard enough today in terms of the board's intention, but getting agreement on what those terms and concepts might look like might involve some back and forth with both, not just city and county staff, but ultimately the respective county attorney's offices and city council as well, because there may be some limitations in exactly what the city can commit to in terms of environmental reviews in the context of an agreement.
Okay.
And a simple one to add, as you know, maybe all know, but I know based on our conversation, just a reminder that the City of Orlando did approve this JPA, the original version yesterday. So whatever changes, including the one we've talked about, and we've talked to the City of Orlando about the Winter Park change, we know that it would have to go back to the City of Orlando. And we go from there. So with respect to other language, the environmental language, those things, it then is a matter of going back to the City of Orlando. We then engage in negotiations, discussions on those additional changes, and either we come back to the board and we have an agreement that they take back to their city council and we bring back to our board that meets the objective of the board, or they choose not to, and in which case this discussion of a JPA ends at that point. I think there are some reasons. I don't want to give any misleading one to think that there aren't benefits to the City of Orlando to have this JPA. There are benefits to the City of Orlando to have this JPA. If they're listening, there are benefits to the City of Orlando to have this JPA, and certainly we will stress that point as well regarding the benefits of them having it. So I don't think it's a one-sided discussion. I don't want to give that impression. If there was anything I said earlier to give that impression. But I do want to be clear, though, it does mean going back to the table for essentially it's negotiations. They don't have to enter into this, so it is negotiations.
Thank you, Byron and John. Commissioner, I did not attend the city council meeting where the comments were made, but I was told about it, and yeah, very interesting. I do want to correct
the record on something.
All right, let's we got to keep moving.
So I didn't attend the meeting, and I know you referenced you have some concerns relative to trusting of the agreement, but independent of the thoughts towards the City of Orlando or any other city, I do trust that our county staff has made a meaningful effort to get us to a path where it's something that we can work with, and more importantly, something that we can change or amend. Absent that, a current mayor or a future mayor may say, hey, we want to annex 75,000 acres or more. And I think that at the time, the size of the land that they wanted to annex in your district was like 50,000 acres. It was the size of Baltimore. And so while this isn't maybe the best version that I think everybody is looking for, it does get us a path forward to accomplish some of our goals. It's a means to an end because this was a result of an agreement, and this is something that we as an organization tasked our staff with to work. And I think that they did the best that they can. You're never going to get 100% of everything. There are certain nuances, and things have changed over time. But I think we're in a better position than we were before, and I think that staff will work diligently to try to address and revise the concerns presented today. And so I feel like we should move it forward. So that we have some additional protections from, sprawl or annexation into the Far East, because they're already building a new service center or going to build a new service center on the east side, and there's like more police and stuff like that. And so there's a catalyst for things that they could potentially do absent this agreement. But good points, Commissioner Wilson, Moore, and Uribe. I appreciate y'all. I'm good.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
They're building in the southeast. Yes. I have a question, Misty. It's very simple, but is to clarify for the effect of the people. I know Alberto will look and say, I knew she was going to ask that. But anyway, there are some keys of provision, right? The 10 years, the boundary of the lands, and so. But it says also a process to eliminate enclave. Is that only for the JPA boundary?
It is only for those lands that are identified in Exhibit B. So yes, those are lands within the JPA boundary.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
First of all, I want to say that I think that seeing this JPA in front of us is proof that that charter amendment is working. So to your question about what the intent was for making sure that we are coordinating closely, my singular concern is one. I think I expressed my concern about sort of that termination being something that is inevitable if it's too wide open, but that you kind of addressed the concerns there, and I understood. The second one is that I really do believe this language, we're on the right track. It delineates all the things that Orange County does in these areas of concern. It just doesn't give enough specificity to the way that evaluation might give us the opportunity to assist. And I want to say, I walked over there that day, and I spoke to our colleagues, and I will continue to say our colleagues by saying, thank you for the work you've done. I outlined some of the things that I feel like were beneficial. And then I said, I ask that you work closely with our staff on coordinating the evaluation of some of these sensitive properties, and especially our rural east, before moving forward with this annexation. And just to correct the record, it wasn't Patty Sheehan. It was, because Patty was like, oh, your permitting takes forever. Look at your animal shelter. It's awful. It was... and it was a pile-on. I love them dearly, but there was a pile-on, and I stood there thinking, okay, I hope they hear that we want to work together. We have the same constituency. But at the end of the day, the voters answered that question. I asked the question, and the voters answered, and I'm grateful for that, right? But that means that this JPA should include those areas of concern, which means the specificity for evaluation of those environmentally sensitive lands. It should reflect in this description what that evaluation process is in Orange County and what the expectations are, not just consistent with the principles, because I just think that's too broad to give it doesn't give us any ability to actually really give confidence to those voters, to our residents, that that's a coordinated effort. So if there's a way for us to move forward with the JPA, understanding that language piece, I don't think there is. We'll have to have it come back. But I think there's a lot of good, and I don't want to dismiss the whole thing. I just think we need some more specificity.
Okay. I think this is where we are at this point. I don't hear a consensus to move forward with the language exactly as it has been presented today. But what I'm hearing is that there may be some modified language that can be offered that gives different ones of the commission some comfort. So I think it may be appropriate to take some kind of pause today and allow our staff to work with you individually.
I do want to make the Winter Park motion though today.
I think we're in consensus on it. We'll get it done.
I don't know that we could do one part. We're not approving anything today. Whatever amendment needs to be made related to Winter Park needs to come back as part of
The package.
the package.
Okay.
That's correct. And so, in order to, it sounds like we could be close. Commissioner Wilson, since you're a lawyer, you know, we're gonna lean on you to, whatever that part is that you need to see that.
Looking at Liz, because I need to know what they, so, yeah, there's gotta be.
So you'll need to work with staff, okay, to get to that point. And so I'm gonna look between John, Byron, how much time we need. We'll have to, you know, put the city on notice that we're going to postpone a decision today. We're not going to say no today, but we are going to postpone that decision until some date in the near future to give us enough time to meet individually with our commissioners to allay your concerns. I do think that it is in our best interest to have a joint planning agreement so everyone knows what the rules of engagement are. I can tell you to the work that had to be done, that major 50+ thousand acre annexation, you know, we crafted something that stopped that annexation. And I won't get into the complications of what happened there, but we negotiated that away. And so with that, with the schedule, the busy schedule that we have, what's a good date? Looking at the calendar. I don't know if y'all have.
Mayor, I think in terms of today's hearing, whether we can, Georgiana, look, whether we cancel the hearing or, I mean, I don't think continuing it is advisable simply because I think there may be some uncertainty in terms of exactly how quickly we get back. I think certainly we appreciate this board's familiarity with the topic and intent to desire to see this across the finish line, and so we'll move at an appropriate level, high priority, to synthesize down the board discussion today to come up with some concepts that we can start to put some language around and then re-engage the city in as short order as possible. So.
Okay. That is not clear to me.
Well,
what you just said.
At least to then.
Okay.
I trust it too. They're going to need something from us again.
We're going to need a little bit of time, and then ultimately, if we do reach agreement, then we're going to have to sort of start the re-advertisement process for the upcoming hearings. Probably would be advisable to come back to this board before then going back to the city. But just to ensure that the language is sufficient, and of course we'll continue briefings, with the commissioners as well. But my guess is probably September at the earliest. But obviously, given the schedule and the calendar, I think we would look to try to hit that, or
Okay.
To the extent that we can.
All right. So we'll look at September.
It could be October. Again, 'cause
October
it would have to be.
period of
It would
time.
have to be re-advertised again.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay. So the consensus is to bring it back in the fall, and we'll go from there. Okay. If there are no further questions, we're going to move forward with no action specifically taken on this item today. All right, we're going to move to item C3 at this time. We'll open up the public hearing on this item, and I'm going to ask Misty, you're going to stay there. You're up for a while.
And Mayor, before Misty starts, just to remind the board, there was a little bit of a dependency on this annexation request by the city of Orlando, where if the board had previously in the prior action approved the JPA, then this voluntary annexation would not need to be considered expressly. Given the deferral of the item, I think it's probably the applicant's property owner's desire to move forward, and the city's desire to move forward with this as a separate public hearing. So we'll have the hearing today on C3.
Okay.
All right.
All right, the item before you now is the exclusive method for voluntary annexation and the interlocal agreement for annexation of property located at 2901 Corin Drive. And this interlocal agreement would be between the City of Orlando, Florida, and Orange County. Real quick, we're going to run through Section 504, which we've previously discussed. We'll look at the request for annexation, next steps, and then we'll land on an action requested. So as we've previously discussed, the voters of Orange County approved amending the Orange County Charter to adopt Section 504, which addresses the voluntary annexations. This is before you today because we do not have a joint planning area agreement with the City of Orlando. This section provides a process for noticing, criteria for the board to review, required board approval, an interlocal agreement, and it also outlines an appeal process. The property that is proposed for annexation is located at 2901 Corinne Drive. The applicant is present today, and that's Katie Magruder. It's a 0.22 acre parcel located in District 5, as you can see on the map on your screen. The City of Orlando is located to the southeast and west. Then there's unincorporated Orange County, and then moving further north from there, the City of Winter Park. This is an aerial of the map. It gives a better idea of where this property is located. It's located on Corinne Drive, between Lou Gardens and the U.S. Army Reserve Center. If you keep going down Corinne, you'll end up in Baldwin Park. And Audubon Park K8 is just south of this location. The county's future land use on this is commercial, which allows an intensity of 0.15 FAR, which is the floor area ratio. If this were annexed into the city, it would the city would apply a future land use of neighborhood activity center, which allows up to 30 dwelling units an acre or a 0.03 floor area ratio. The zoning is C1 retail commercial. If it were annexed into the city, the zoning would be neighborhood activity center. This slide right here shows you the infrastructure impacts. This is located within the Orlando Utilities Commission. The wastewater provider is the City of Orlando. If it were annexed, the City of Orlando would provide the solid waste. Corinne Drive is now within the City of Orlando, so the transportation section is not reflected accurately on there, and I apologize for that. It's City of Orlando. However, Janus would stay within Orange County because it does not meet the requirements for Janus Avenue to be transferred over. So Corinne Drive is within the city. However, Janus Avenue, which is the north-south street, would remain in the county until additional properties were annexed. If this were annexed, the law enforcement and fire rescue would transfer over and the millage would increase on the property. So looking at the section 171 requirements, and that's Florida Statute 171, if it's contiguous, compact, and does not result in the creation of an enclave. And then we'll address the proposed interlocal agreement for annexation. This addresses the provision of essential public services, which states that the water service area is the City of Orlando, the Orlando Utilities Commission, the wastewater provider is the City of Orlando, the law enforcement and fire rescue would transfer upon annexation, and the Corinne Drive was transferred to the city in 2022, and Janus Avenue will not transfer upon annexation again because it doesn't meet that 50% trigger. And then the city will assign a future land use designation of neighborhood activity center. This shows that the property is located within the urban service area, and notices were mailed to the property owners meeting the requirement of our charter on June 29th. It's before you today, and then it would go back to the City of Orlando for the second reading and the interlocal agreement execution. And with that, we're asking you to either approve or deny the annexation request. However, if you do vote to approve the annexation request, then would we request approval and execution of the interlocal agreement for annexation of 2901 Corin Drive between the City of Orlando, Florida and Orange County, Florida. Staff and the applicant are available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. Okay, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing portion at this time. I do have a question, Misty. Do we have an estimate of the calls for the first response, calls for service as a result if this annexation moves forward? Once you transfer, what are we talking about in terms of fire and law enforcement calls for service?
So are you asking like the number of calls that would be
Yes, that they respond to in this service area today.
Mayor, at
Oh,
least
it's
today, the parcel's vacant, so calls for service for this particular parcel are probably pretty low.
So we're only talking about a vacant parcel
Correct.
today. Okay.
It's already in here.
Okay. Okay. All right. With that, Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, sir. I move for requested action.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes and it is unanimous. All right, the next item on our agenda is D4. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Is Lakin O'Hara, Chief Planner from our zoning division, is going to come forward and frame this item. And with that, Ms. O'Hara, you're recognized.
All right, good afternoon. This is a board called Board of Zoning Adjustment case. This is case VA 26-05022. The applicant is Al-Karim Dahani. This is in the Planned Development Zoning District, and it is located in District 1. The request is for variances in the PD zoning district from the normal high water elevation as follows. Number 1, to allow an existing wood deck with a setback of 5 feet in lieu of 20 feet, and then to allow an existing spa and deck with a setback of 16.5 feet in lieu of 20 feet. And then just to note, this is the result of a code violation. We have the general location map here. It's just north of that Big Sand Lake. And then, as I noted, plan development zoning, it is in the Granada Properties Plan Development. And then just an aerial map. And then here we have the survey, just with that environmental swale easement called out over that wood deck. And then as we kind of zoom in here, you have the wood deck in yellow that is proposed to remain with the 5 foot. Being removed. That 5 feet is currently existing, but the property owner is proposing to remove that portion of the deck that was constructed without permits, as that was in an additional easement. The remainder of the deck is in an environmental swale easement, but I will note that the Environmental Protection Division has not noted any objections to this. Some site photos from the front of the property, and then going into the side yard. There's that concrete walkway, which we'll talk about later. And then the rear, that existing pool spa, and then the wood deck. And then kind of noting that area, the 5 feet that will be removed. And then the rear yard facing that kind of corner of the pool area. And then again, some of those improvements that were done without permits. And then some adjacent properties. So property is developed with a 3-story, 7,465 gross square foot residence. You saw the existing pool and paver deck. The permit did indicate that there was a 20-foot setback, and that would be met. It's not being met at this time, which is why we have that variance request number 2. And then the wood deck was built at the rear of the property line without a permit. A code violation was issued for the wood deck, that glass rail that you saw on the second floor of the home in the photos, retaining wall, and then those concrete stairs that were in the side photo there. There are 2 easements at the rear of the property, that 5-foot wall easement that the wood deck is currently in, that they're proposing to remove it out of, and then again that 15-foot environmental swale easement. They are proposing to keep the existing unpermitted wood deck expansion 5 feet from that normal high water elevation line where 20 is required, so that's variance number 1. And then again, those existing improvements that were done with permits at 16.5 feet from the normal high water elevation in lieu of 20 feet for variance number 2. Public feedback, 107 notices were mailed out to property owners in a 500-foot radius, and there were no correspondences received in favor or in opposition to the request. Going through the variance criteria, we have the standard 6, special conditions and circumstances, not self-created, no special privilege conferred, deprivation of rights, minimum possible variance, and purpose and intent. Staff recommended denial of variance request number 1 as there's no special conditions and circumstances. It is a self-created request. The special privilege would be conferred. There's no deprivation of rights. It is not the minimum possible request, and it's not in harmony with the purpose and intent of code. Staff recommended approval of variance request number 2 as it meets all 6 criteria. The BZA then discussed the similar improvements on surrounding properties and that the denial of the request would be a deprivation of rights. The BZA then went on to recommend approval of the variance request subject to 6 conditions of approval. Those are the standard 3, which is development shall be in accordance with the site plan, our Florida statutes requirement, deviation from code standard, and then the 4th being a prior to issuance of a building permit, the owner has to file in the official records a hold harmless indemnification agreement that the wood deck and the spa and deck will be no closer than that 16.5 feet and the 5 feet from the normal high water elevation. And then we have number 5, that they will obtain a permit for the deck within 180 days of final action. And then number 6, obtaining permits for the remainder of those improvements that were done without permits. So the requested action today is to deny the applicant's request or approve the applicant's request with conditions. And just as a reminder, we have the variance requests there for you all. And that concludes staff's presentation.
All right. With that, is the applicant on this item present? Would you like to make any comments?
Hi, my name is Al-Karim Dhanani, 8016 Friendly Boulevard in Orlando.
Okay. If you don't have any comments, you can just stand by for a moment.
Comment is I did without permit and I just wanted to do the 5 feet, whatever they told me to do it. I'm ready to do that.
Okay. All right, just stand by. All right, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
With that, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner for potential motion. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, and I want to thank staff for working through this with me. I was confused about, and I kind of still am, about BZA's interpretation. It was very clear, the walkthrough that staff had on the variance request, and I thought it was a reasonable analysis, and they landed with the variance 1 not having met all of those criteria, and that's the one that is so close to that shoreline, but with variance 2 having been met. So I would ask if I can issue a motion to support staff's findings on those variances. Do they need to be 2 different motions? Sorry.
Commissioner, what I think you're requesting or suggesting is that the approval would deny variance request number 1, but approve variance request number 2, which is related to the permitted improvements that have been in place for a while. So,
and then if that's the case, I would just say modifying condition of approval number 1 to note as modified to remove the wood deck. And then we would strike condition of approval number 5. And strike the last part of 6. I can present them on screen if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think it would be, because then I can say what's on screen. Okay, so Georgiana, if you will just help me make sure I'm getting my.
Yeah, you want to make that, you want to remove the underlying language?
No, add.
No, we're adding the underlying language. This was staff's original recommendation, which the BZA removed this portion for their recommendation.
Oh, then insert that back in.
Yes.
Insert that back into condition approval.
And then I think we can actually just strike 5 and 6.
Okay, I'm okay with that. May
You
go ahead.
clear?
I'm just looking at Georgiana to make sure that she's got me. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
I just want to confirm, Lakin, what you have up in there is the staff report from BZA, not what's in the staff report for today.
Correct. This
That's what
is
I
the
thought.
staff report with
Okay.
staff's
This
recommendations.
is staff, which I'm.
Yes.
Yes, so to replace the condition of approval that was presented by staff at BZA as shown on the screen, to replace the condition of approval number 1 that's in the staff report today. And then condition 2, 3, and 4 remain the same, and 5 and 6
I
would
think
be stricken.
4 gets a minor modification just to strike the reference to the wood deck. So it's just remaining the spa and deck no closer than 16.5 feet.
Okay, so no renumbering, just a replacement of the conditions of approval as they were presented to staff at the BZA hearing, and striking condition 5 and 6.
Yes.
That's your motion.
Got it.
That is my motion.
Okay,
I
second.
have a second.
All right, I just want to look to the clerk. You all got it? Are you clear?
No, those are the conditions that were presented by staff at BZA. They're different than what's currently in our staff report, so we would be replacing 1 and 4 with what's up on the screen. 2 and 3 are the same, and then striking 5 and 6 from what's in today's report.
Okay.
Second, you read me.
All right, so we do have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you, sir. Hopefully you understood what just happened. Okay, otherwise, Ms. Lakin O'Hara, she can explain it to you. All right, we're gonna move to D5 at this point, and Ms. O'Hara is gonna be framing this item as well. You're recognized.
No, that was before. All right, good afternoon again. This is case VA 2605037. The applicant is Caitlin O'Neill. This is also a board called Board of Zoning Adjustment item. This is in the R1AA Single Family Dwelling District, and it is also in District 1. The request is for variances in the R1AA zoning district from the normal high water elevation as follows. Number 1, to allow new residents with a setback of 16.6 feet in lieu of 35 feet, and then to allow a pool and deck with a setback of 3.2 feet in lieu of 35 feet. Location map here, we can see that it is on the east side of Lake Tibet Butler. And then seeing that R1AA zoning, an aerial map, and then the survey with the existing conditions. I'll just note that it is currently improved with the 2-story home and then an in-ground pool and pool deck. And then proposed is a new home and pool with those 2 variances highlighted in yellow and red. And then the buildable area called out without any variances is in purple. And then we have that normal high water setback of 35 feet there. And then just zooming in a little bit closer on the site plan to kind of show some differences here. So we have at 16.5 feet, we have a covered patio, which our zoning code treats the same as a full-scale addition, and then it's 32 feet to the actual proposed heated and cooled space of the home. And then you can see in some other locations with that angled rear normal high water line, it is at 25 feet. In some places it's at 26. And then to the pool itself, they're proposing 6.1 feet. And then to the pool deck, 3.2 feet at the closest location. So that's what was advertised. Just showing a comparison of the existing footprint of the residence and pool, and then the proposed residence, and then the elevations for the proposed home, and then some site photos, just the subject property facing south from Bay Point Drive, and then southwest towards the backyard of the subject property. Here we can see from the lake some of those existing improvements. And then towards the proposed pool and deck and where the new residence would be located. As you saw, the property is currently developed with a 2-story, 6,384 gross square foot single-family home and a pool and deck. The home was constructed in 1979, and the pool, we don't have the original permits for it, but it was prior to 1992. In 1992, they made some modifications to the home and the pool, and those were shown on an existing survey at that time. When the home was constructed, there was no lake setback, which is now known as the normal high water elevation setback. That came in a 1982-83 update. So that did not have to comply with that rear setback at the time. However, just of note, in that 2003 permit, the house was shown 99 feet from the normal high water elevation. So that just kind of shows the difference between the lake levels now versus then. As we also saw with the proposed plans, they're proposing to demolish the existing home, pool, and deck, and then construct a new 7,800 square foot residence with 2 two-car garages, a pool, a deck, and a covered patio. Code requires a 35-foot setback from the normal high water elevation for the principal structure and the pool. Principal structure is proposed to be located 16.6 feet from the normal high water elevation line, which is necessitating variance number 1. And then the pool and deck are that 3.2 feet from the normal high water elevation line, which is necessitating variance number 2. Staff mailed a total of 87 notices to property owners in a 1,100-foot radius. Prior to BZA, we received no correspondences in favor and no correspondences in opposition. The applicant has since provided 3 letters of support from surrounding property owners. And then going through those variance criteria, special conditions and circumstances, not self-created, no special privilege conferred, deprivation of rights, minimum possible variance, and then purpose and intent. Staff recommended denial of variance requests as there are no special conditions and circumstances. The request is self-created. There would not be a deprivation of rights. The variances are not the minimum possible, and the purpose and intent of code is not met. The BZA discussed that the applicant's proposal is consistent with the area and the existing development of the site. The BZA also noted that the applicant has taken measures to minimize the variance request, and they then recommended approval of the request subject to 4 conditions of approval. Those are the standard 3, so development in accordance with the site plan and elevations, the Florida statutes requirement, deviations from code, and then number 4 being that hold harmless indemnification agreement, that the principal structure be no closer than 16.6 feet from the pool, and then the pool and deck is no closer than 3.2 feet from the normal high water elevation of Lake Tibet. So the requested action today is deny the applicant's request or approve the applicant's request with conditions, and then again are those variances for you. Staff concludes staff's presentation.
All right. With that, do we have the applicant present on this item? would you like to make any comments? We'll invite you to the mic.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long day for everyone, and I'm going to try to make this as simple as I possibly can. My name is Katie O'Neill. I'm at 900 Westlake Holden Point. I am the applicant and authorized agent for the homeowner at 9146 Bay Point Drive. So Dr. Cuppinger purchased this property in December of 2025 with the intent of rebuilding the existing and outdated 1979 residence into his forever home. Initial design plans were developed using a survey provided at closing and met setback requirements for the primary residence. However, during permitting, the detailed elevation survey provided by the exact same survey company revealed materially different property dimensions, reducing the buildable area and now requiring variances for the redevelopment, despite all efforts to design within those applicable regulations. Dr. Cuppinger's application actually requested 4 separate variances split out by purpose to include variance relief for the residence, covered patio, pool, and pool deck. Each requested distance falls within the range of relief previously approved on Bay Point Drive, or it aligns with what's already there on the property. As you can see, in this case, we're not asking to go from 35 feet to 3 feet. These pieces already exist on the property. We're asking to go from 3 feet to 3 feet on the pool to maintain what exists there in those setbacks, and from 32 feet to 26 feet on the residence. The covered patio is kind of grouped together with the residence in zoning's condensement of those variance requests, but really we had set them by purpose because we are not looking to create new precedent here. Additionally, due to the unique shape of the lot, the distances are truly based on just like a one closest point. The entirety of each structure is not as close as those single point estimates, single point distances in the variance request. Here's a view of the site plan blown up, as has been previously provided. And here's a view of the site plan outline over the existing site survey. As you can see in this drawing, there are several areas where the proposed pool and deck move further away from the seawall, and the house is not materially larger footprint than the existing residence. I've blown up here a view of the proposed pool and deck in relation to the seawall. So due to that cutout that exists in the seawall, the distance for the variance request is really based on that shortest point in one corner of the cutout. However, the majority of the proposal actually brings the pool and pool deck further from the seawall than the current structures, as the proposed pool would parallel the house, not the seawall. So this variance process exists specifically because an unusual lot like this one cannot reasonably comply with every dimensional standard. Both staff and BZA agreed on the facts of the case. The difference really was in the recommendation is the lens in which the evidence was viewed as meeting criteria. And the BZA did recommend unanimous approval, concluding that all 6 variance criteria were met based on the following evidence. So first, there are several unique characteristics of the lot that created special conditions. It would qualify as a shallow lot, although approximately 130 feet deep on paper, only 112 feet exists landward of the seawall at the shortest point. The lot is not rectangular. The north property line is approximately 10 feet shorter than the south property line, causing that rear setback to be angled across the property. So even meeting the setback requirement on the south side will still impact a portion of the proposed residence on the north side. And lastly, the seawall curves landward to protect some existing cypress trees, creating an irregular normal high water elevation line, similar to conditions that were supporting previous variance approvals on the exact same street. For instance, variance 25-11-060 for new construction pool was approved in December of 2025 at 3.67 feet. These types of physical site characteristics have met criteria for special conditions in previous variance cases, including new construction. While the staff analysis characterized the hardship as self-created because the existing structures will be redeveloped, Physical site characteristics are inherent to the property. They are not self-created by the owner. And prior approvals on Bay Point Drive, even for new construction properties, have not been deemed self-created due to similar issues. Without relief, meeting the setback requirements and required safety clearances would leave approximately 31 feet for a residence. As a standard garage is only 24 feet. So as a practical matter, any redesign that were intended to eliminate all the requested variances would require substantial reduction in the size and functionality of the property and would result in a residence that is inconsistent with the scale and character of neighboring properties. Granting of this variance request would not create special privilege. Of the 29 lakefront homes that are on Bay Point Drive subject to these same setback regulations, 28 of them have pools. And records show at least 14 approved variances for pools and 7 approved variances for residents. And this count doesn't include permitted structures that are within the setback requirement prior to the variance being required. Precedent on the street includes 9161 Bay Point Drive with a residence at 26 feet, 9105 Bay Point Drive with a covered patio at 16.5 feet, and 9154 Bay Point Drive, the direct adjacent neighbor to this property with a pool and pool deck approved at 3.67 feet due to a similar seawall deviation around cypress trees. The dimensional constraints of the lot are such that some degree of variance is necessary to reasonably reconstruct the residence, the pool, and the related improvements on this property. The requested variances do not seek special privilege or an expansion beyond what has historically been approved. Denial of the variances requested will deprive the owner of rights commonly enjoyed by similarly situated lakefront properties on the same street. Dr. Cuppinger would either have to reduce the size and functionality of the home substantially or leave the existing outdated structures in place, which already encroach on that 35-foot setback. The code forces projects into two categories, new construction and improvements, while this project truly lies somewhere in between. This isn't a green field having never been developed. There is foundational infrastructure, things like sewer lines or pool plumbing, that would be utilized in the redevelopment of this property. And the location of the proposed structures is intended to align with that foundational infrastructure. Additionally, the HOA requires meeting the front setback at 30 feet, side setbacks at 10 feet versus 7.5 it's actually required by zoning, and very strict adherence to permeable surface ratio. The proposed structures are already at the limits of the setbacks required by the HOA covenants, leaving no other place on the property to reduce the variance request. The pool has been designed at only 8 feet wide, the minimum amount for a lap pool, and with required safety clearance from the principal structure, there's no further reduction that could be made on that front in order to make room for these variances. And so this request is therefore the minimum necessary to allow that reasonable use of the property that's consistent with the current functionality. The purpose and the intent of the setback regulation is to protect our lake resources, our water quality, and our shoreline stability, and these improvements align with that purpose. There is a structurally sound seawall providing a barrier to the lake, and the existing pool and deck on the property will actually be moving further away from that seawall in most locations. All reviewing divisions were provided an opportunity to comment and raised no objections. Many lakefront properties on Bay Point Drive have received similar variances or permits over the last 47 years without any adverse impacts to the lake or surrounding properties. There have been no objections to the proposed plans, and the HOA and neighboring property owners support this design. Approval of the request would be consistent with both the intent and purpose of the code and the established character and covenants of the neighborhood. We are not asking the board to weaken the ordinance or establish new precedent. This request is about overcoming unique lot conditions that were not created by the homeowner and allowing reasonable redevelopment of this lakefront property consistent with established precedent. The request represents the minimum relief necessary, continues to protect our lake resources, and aligns with variances previously granted to neighboring properties. After reviewing the evidence provided, the BZA unanimously determined that this request does meet the variance criteria, and we respectfully ask that the board affirm that recommendation. We thank you for your time and consideration, and I would now like to introduce the homeowner, Dr. Cuppinger, who would also like to speak.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
When I purchased this property, my goal was very simple. It was to invest and improve a home that had been part of this neighborhood for decades and make it my family home forever. I did not purchase this property seeking special treatment or expecting to request variances. The survey provided to me at closing of the house, unfortunately, was incorrect. Only after purchasing the property, obtaining the detailed boundaries and elevation surveys required for permitting, that I discovered that the property's actual dimensions differed significantly than what was provided. What appeared to be a straightforward project suddenly became constrained by circumstances I did not create, could not have reasonably anticipated, and cannot change. I understand and I respect the purpose of the city zoning regulations. These standards exist to protect our community, and I'm not asking the board to weaken these standards or create a new precedence. I'm simply asking the board to apply the variance process as it was intended. For unique properties where exceptional site conditions make strict application of the code a necessary hardship. The relief I'm requesting is modest and represents only the minimum necessary to make reasonable use of this property. I'm not proposing a project that is larger or more intrusive than what has historically existed on the site. The proposed pool and pool deck will not extend any closer to the seawall than the existing improvements. And portions of the new improvements will actually be located further away from the seawall than they are today. This request is consistent with prior decisions involving similarly situated waterfront properties. My immediately adjacent neighbor received approval in December of 2025 for a new construction pool located 3.67 feet from the seawall. In fact, 14 homes on my street have received variances to construct pools. The unique configuration of these waterfront lots make it virtually impossible to build a pool without obtaining variance. These approvals demonstrated that granting limited variance under these circumstances is what's consistent with both the intent of the ordinance and the board's longstanding application of the similarly situated properties. Recognizing the constraints of this lot, I intentionally designed the smallest pool that would be reasonably serve my family. The proposed pool is only 8 feet wide, specifically to minimize its footprint and reduce any impact on the property and surrounding areas. Every aspect of the design has been carefully considered to request only the minimum relief necessary. The request has been carefully reviewed by the Board of Zoning Adjustment, which voted unanimously to approve the variance request. The board is comprised of individuals selected for their professional knowledge and experience in the field, such as construction, engineering, architectural planning, real estate, and development. After reviewing the evidence and the unique characteristics of the property, the board unanimously concluded the request satisfied the applicable variance criteria and warranted approval. I respectfully ask this commission to give significant weight to the board's recommendations. Equally important, this request has been full support of the homeowners who will be most directly affected by the board's decision. The HOA and neighboring property owners have submitted letters to the commission expressing their support for these variances. Their support reflects the fact that the proposed improvements are compatible with the characteristics of the neighborhood, do not adversely affect surrounding properties, and represent a thoughtful and reasonable use of this unique constraint. Without these variances, I would be denied the same reasonable use of my property that neighboring owners with similar site constraints have been afforded. This request seeks only the minimum relief necessary while preserving the characteristic of the neighborhood. Throughout this process, every effort had been made to reduce the scope of the request. The design has been carefully refined to minimize the variances while respecting neighboring properties' maintaining the waterfront characters of the area, and remaining consistent with the spirit and intent of the city regulations. My family and I are committed to being long-term stewards of this property, the lake, and the community. We look forward to maintaining and improving this home for many years while being respectful to our neighbors and members of the community. I respectfully ask for your support and approval of this variance. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your comments. With that, if there are no further comments from the applicant, I'm going to open it up for any public comments. Do we have any members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing and we'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and I want to thank Lakin. I will say I had an opportunity to meet with the applicant's representative yesterday, and I appreciate their time. I just want to be really clear about the importance of what we do as a process here and the reliance on those things. So setbacks, I always say good setbacks make good neighbors. But in this case, and in many of the cases on the Butler Chain and other waterfronts, setbacks can be life-saving. And setbacks can prevent runoff into the lake that can be devastating. And so I did have staff pull I know you're saying that you don't want to create precedent, but I know you're also relying a little bit on precedent. And I want to say that they're all over the place, and that's true, but this is a developed neighborhood where they were built at different times, times that we haven't seen the types of impacts that we're currently getting with the intense rainfall and water fluctuations. And even with that, the 35 feet to 3 feet is the smallest amount of setback that would be approved in this area. And there's everything from 22 feet on one of the neighbors, 15 feet. There's a couple at that 9 foot, kind of 9.5 feet, 11 feet. So this would be something different. And I understand that there's every lot that's shorefront does have a different configuration, but I rely very heavily on staff report, and I do want to share, at the very least for my board members, what staff reported, because that's, they are experts, they do the evaluation. And staff did put in their staff report that all variances are not met. No special conditions and circumstances exist as the home has not been constructed yet, and the proposed construction could be redesigned in a way to comply with all setback requirements of the lot. Not self-created, all variances are not met. The need for the variances are self-created as all existing structures on the property will be demolished, allowing the owner the ability to redesign the development to comply with all setback requirements. No special privileges conferred, all variances met. And then they do reference in the staff report that is in alignment with some of that there are other setback variances. But as you know, each one of the variance criteria needs to be met in order for the variance to be substantiated. And then not all variances met. Deprivation of rights without approval of the requested variance, the owner will not be deprived of the ability to build a home with a pool and deck that complies with code. And then the requested variance do not represent the minimum necessary to accommodate a new single-family home, pool, and deck as a proposed development. The difference is that this is a design choice. It is something that I'm sure it's going to be lovely, but it is something that I have my concerns about decreasing a setback from 35 feet to 3 feet. So I want to make a motion to support staff's recommendation in denying the variance for that setback. Specifically, can I do the same thing where I can parse these out, or was this? So the shoreline one is the of greatest concern, the 3 foot, 35 to 3 foot.
Can I ask, are they willing to accept?
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah.
Okay.
The applicant indicated that they're open to modifying the setbacks, and so it sounds like you're saying granting variance number 1 and then denying variance number 2.
Quite frankly, staff's recommendation was a denial period. I just don't want, if there's a way to work through this, providing that there is a setback that seems more reasonable than 35 to 3 feet, I know that you are relying on BZA's contradiction of staff report, but BZA has sort of become a rubber stamp. I don't necessarily trust their evaluation process because the thorough evaluation was done by staff. So if there's a way to move forward, if the applicant is amenable to moving forward, increasing that setback.
Commissioner, I'm really not clear because you said parse it out. So are you going to make a motion to deny and then make another motion, or are you going to make a motion to continue, or?
She's going to adjust it.
So depending on
They comply.
So denial would approve with conditions, or?
No, approving with conditions.
She said she wants to deny, though.
So staff recommendation was for denial of the variance. There is more than one setback request within this. And so I'm asking staff if it's possible to look at those, and if the applicant representative is willing to work on increasing some of the setback, especially that 3 foot, to a larger setback closer to what I believe would be protective of the shoreline, protective of the homeowner's interest, protective of the neighborhood. And then I would be willing to make a motion for approval.
Copy.
So I just want to make sure that I understand too, because there is an existing permitted pool and pool deck on the property today. And that pool deck is at 3 feet 2 inches in that one spot, or kind of across the way, because it parallels the seawall today. And the pool is at 6 feet. So denying the variance doesn't change that. The pool would still be at 3 feet or at 6 feet, and the pool deck would still be at 3 feet. So like those would technically exist on the property. Like we wouldn't be changing the setback, right?
Then leave the pool. Then you'll have a pool there. But I think what you've established was that this is an outdated pool that wasn't. This is an outdated building, and that you're doing a tear down. So that allows us to then make sure that the new structure is compliant to the things that are put into place to protect people, knowing what we know now about that shoreline protection, about our sort of the neighborhood flooding issues that we have. So if you want to leave that pool as is, we can skip over that portion, but I do think it's important that if we are building a new structure, that it follows new code.
Right, because the proposal does bring the majority of the pool and the pool deck away from the seawall, creating more distance. And that's why we are requesting to have it put into variance so that it can be redeveloped further away in most cases outside of that one corner. But I just, like I said, I wanted to understand because my view, right, it's not 35 feet to 3 feet. Like it already exists there at 3 feet. So from like our perspective, it's 3 feet to 3 feet or 6 feet to 6 feet. But would you be open to it?
But there are a lot of things that are built across the county based on old standards that we would never do again because of the concerns that we have about the sustainability and resiliency of those structures. So I don't know if I would use that as a basis for a waiver. It's not or a variance. It's not a variance criteria. What is that there are options to build on that property, that you could do a house and a pool and still comply with the setbacks, with the appropriate setbacks. I think understanding that was where staff landed, my immediate reaction is to support staff's recommendations. So if there isn't a place where we can provide that setback, closer to the setback, then I am going to make a motion for denial on.
Okay, I mean, would the board be open to meeting the same setback as the neighbor, which was approved 7 months ago at 3.67 feet? Like, what is that distance that you feel comfortable approving at if we're
Well, I mean, the neighbor
suggesting
to the neighbor to the north is 13.6 feet. So.
Right, but you were
So
saying that older improvements or things like that weren't something to go by. The one to the south is 6 months ago.
You know what?
And was approved. So I just,
Ms.
I
O'Neill,
want to understand
I'm trying to obey our code and the criteria that says that each one of those variance pieces must be met in order for it to be something that we approve as a board. And so understanding that you are identifying other cases around this case is not helpful in us getting to a place that we need to be. I would say 35 feet is what the code is requiring of you. You have if you're doing a tear down, you have the opportunity. There is no right to a house that is a certain angle size, or there is a right to you building a house there. There's a right for you to be able to build what you want there, so long as it's within the framework of a county ordinances. And that's the part that I think is really important here.
Okay, I wasn't trying to be argumentative. I was really just trying to understand what would be considered an acceptable range.
Well, if you
given-
look around to not just the next closest one, as far as your, there's a 22-foot, a 10-foot, a 15-foot, a 14-foot. I think if you are willing to continue this and we can come back to it, we can. Otherwise, I would say, yeah, let's continue.
I was gonna say, we're also, I just spoke with the homeowner, if you guys are comfortable approving one and denying two, we would happily accept that. Or, okay, so recommendation was to withdraw the second request and request approval of the first.
Which is the 16 versus 35. So they would.
So you're withdrawing the 16?
No, the variance request for the pool.
Number two, the pool.
Okay, then I would,
Would you be willing to approve one?
Yes.
And if we withdraw number two?
yes.
Okay.
Second, Uribe.
All right,
And then
although,
Hang on, let her go through these.
the conditions, it would be development shall be in accordance with the site plan and elevations, date stamped January 17th, 2026, and then add, as modified to reflect removal of the pool and pool deck. Georgiana, is that okay?
Where'd you get the January date from?
That's what I have on, oh, sorry, May, yes, you're right.
Okay. So keep condition number one.
Just adding in language after the date that basically says as modified to reflect removal of the pool and pool deck. Yes, and that's condition number one.
No other changes are necessary?
And then modifying condition of approval number 4 to remove after 16.6 feet, to remove and the pool and deck is located no closer than 3.2 feet.
So the sentence would end after feet.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm good.
So moved.
Second, Uribe.
all right. I just want to make sure the clerk, once again, you got it. Okay,
I did warn him this morning there were some complicated cases today. So.
all right. We have a motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move to E6.
Mayor, I apologize for jumping in. Before we move forward, just staff seeking clarification on public hearing C3. I think given the motion that may have been made, just want to understand, and maybe it was inferred, that the motion was to approve the annexation request. This is the small parcel off of Corinne Drive. And of course, that would have the effect of the approval to be inclusive of both the annexation and of course then the execution of that interlocal agreement as well.
Correct. Sorry, when I said move
Okay.
for requested action, it was
That's what it was.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
completely.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. So, I couldn't hear you.
Yes,
Yes, number 2 was withdrawn.
yes.
Okay. All right, we're going to move to E6. We're going to open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Thal Mueller is going to frame this item. With that, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Been waiting all day for this. Didn't mean to pause there. Small technical difficulty. There we go. All right, this item is case CDR 25-12-306. This is an amendment to the Hamlin Plan Development Unified Neighborhood Plan Hamlin East Proton Therapy Center Preliminary Subdivision Plan. The site is located in District 1, generally on the north side of New Independence Parkway, east of Hamlin Grove Trail, within the Horizon West Town Center Village. This is a request to modify the Framework Street network by requesting 8 waivers from Chapter 38 related to interparcel connectivity, cross-access, Framework Street requirements, and interconnection requirements. The property, as previously mentioned, is located in Horizon West Town Center Village, which is why they are able to ask for those Chapter 38 waivers as part of the subdivision plan process, not as part of the PD land use plan process. Here we have, as listed in the staff report, the 8 waivers, which are really all interrelated. Property is designated on the Horizon West Special Planning Area Land Use Map as Corporate Campus Mixed Use District, and as previously mentioned, is zoned PD, Plan Development District, as the Hamlin PD Unified Neighborhood Plan. Here we have an aerial of the site. The subdivision plan encompasses this northern part of the map, north of New Independence Parkway. The subject property that is subject to the request is highlighted, or here in the aerial, which you can see is currently undeveloped. There is a proposal ultimately for a private school to be located on the site. Here we have the subdivision plan, and you can see on here the light gray lines generally show that internal interconnectivity Framework Street layout, and as shown here, the proposal is to not continue that layout through this site. Here we have the Framework Street plan itself. Again, just highlights the lack of those links and nodes through the site, providing that public connectivity. There was a community meeting for this item back in March of 2026. 11 area residents. Mixed results. There were some concerns brought up of potential traffic and safety impacts due to the proposed use. And with all of that said, the recommendation is to make a finding consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the Hamlin PD UNP Hamlin East Proton Therapy Center subdivision plan, subject to the DRC or the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, if the applicant or his rep would like to come forward.
Sure, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Jonathan Jules with the Lowndes Firm, 215 North Yola Drive, Orlando 32801. Along with me in attendance is members of our multidisciplinary team that's been made up by Alex Getz with KPM Franklin, who is the project engineer. We have Greg Dittman with Dittman Architecture, who is the architect. We have both Chris Berg and Mohammed Abdallah with transportation mobility consultants, and we have Alex Breckenall, who is the current head of school of the current Windermere Preparatory School, and who has been leading the effort in this Hamlin School campus. And we have both Catherine Smith and Craig Kopko with WMG Development, who would be the developer that would build and deliver the schools to Windermere Preparatory to then occupy and operate. I have a brief presentation just to provide a bit more detail on the request, and that's mainly due to, well, the first and foremost, the proposed Hamlin school campus would consist of pre-K through 5th grade. And really, why we're here today is kind of a success story. Windermere Preparatory School has been operating in western Orange County for the last 25 years, and it's enjoyed a great amount of success by delivering exceptional education opportunities to the community and beyond. It has a robust international student program as well, although that is not proposed for this school campus. Because of that, there has been a demand for additional opportunities to serve the community, and that's why we're here today for the proposed school campus. Now, about the actual development applications that's being processed, there are 2 of them. They were submitted simultaneously. They have been processed concurrently. The first of, and both of those have gone through DRC review, and both of those have received recommendations for approval. But the review before this board has been staggered. So today you have the preliminary subdivision plan, which sets forth some of the modifications to the technical standards of the Hamlin Code to allow for the proposed school campus to be developed. And we'll provide more detail in that in just a minute of why the drivers of those modifications being sought are needed. The second is the development plan, which is also going to come before this board, subject to approval by today of the preliminary subdivision plan. And the site plan is really where all of the specifics of how the school layout is to operate and why these modifications are needed. As part of my presentation, I'm going to present all of it to you so you can see it and what we think is the appropriate context of what the end game here is. But before we do that, and just to briefly touch on what Mr. Thalmuller had provided, the PSP that's at issue today is highlighted in gray here. This is the northern portion of the Hamlin Town Center. And as you can see, this PSP is made up not just of this property, which is located kind of where that corporate campus mixed-use label is, but also some additional properties located both east and west. As mentioned, it does have a corporate campus mixed-use designation, and the school use is permitted. So we're not here to talk about a new use. We're simply talking about some of the design standards that are requested and dictated by school design. Mr. Thalmuller showed a similar aerial photograph. I would just say and mention it is truly been developed, portions of it as mixed use. Our eastern neighbor is brackets the eastern boundary of the town center, and it's been developed as an apartment complex. And our western neighbor is a medical office building. And then beyond that, it gets into the more retail and commercial uses. To the south is an existing apartment complex, and there's an additional apartment complex located east of there that is under development. As Mr. Thalmuller mentioned, the property is 13.65 acres in size. This is more of a zoomed-in view. You can see it's currently undeveloped, but does have commercial entitlements today that can be utilized for the school campus. Now here's the site plan, and this is what would become before you next month, but I think it's important context to understand how what's before you today plays into what would become before you next month. And that is, as I mentioned, a pre-K through 5th grade school campus that would consist of 44 classrooms and additional specials classrooms that would feature dance, music, theater, STEAM, and art. There's also a cafeteria, a media center, a gymnatorium, outdoor gardens, an outdoor courtyard, and an outdoor play. Here's just a 3D dimensional view that gives an idea of the massing of the proposed school campus. The buildings located closest to New Independence Parkway would be one-story buildings, and then beyond that are two-story buildings, but that's the maximum height of the buildings. And here's some elevations that just show different perspectives. At the top is a view from the southeast corner from New Independence Parkway, and the middle is from the southwest corner. And then the bottom is the western elevation from Lakeside Drive. Here's one more elevation to show where the main entrance would look like under the proposed design, and where the admissions and both administration would be located. Now this slide is really what is dictating and the driver of the need for the modifications. The need for the modifications really is driven by the necessary need to have a safe and secure campus, probably tantamount with providing a first-rate education as being able to have a safe and secure campus for the students and faculty that are at the school. And that is done by restricting access and limiting access and having identified access. And for this school campus, that access, primary access, would come from Lake Walk Drive, which is borders and is an existing driveway, private drive, on the western boundary of the property. That leads out to a full access intersection. And the primary entrance into the school and primary exit from the school would be from Lake Walk Drive. Also, in tandem with that would be restriction of the remaining access points. There's two other ones located on the east side above the existing stormwater pond, which would be restricted for as a service gate or for emergency access or for deliveries. That would be a controlled access where there would be, beyond those types of uses, there wouldn't be other type of access permitted. And then along on the southeast corner where it's labeled a do not enter gate, that would be exit only for those service or delivery trucks or another access point for emergency access if needed to the school. But all other visitors, whether pedestrian or vehicular driven, would come through the main access, main gate located off Lakewood Drive. Having said that, there will still be pedestrian access maintained along New Independence Parkway, and as part of this project, there will be a community trail that would be built along the lakefront, Lake Hartley, that would be 8 feet in width. It would be the ability to use both for pedestrians and bicycles. It will connect the existing apartments located east with the medical office and the retail located farther west. And it would improve what the existing condition is today, which is vacant and not providing any sort of designated trail for the community. Why, another point to this beyond safety and security and having a secure campus is the need to have an efficient and an effective ability to have pick up and drop off first in the morning and pick up in the afternoon of the students. This design has been gone through many levels of staff review, many frequency of staff review to come up with what it looks like now. It's been really a multidisciplinary effort between the architects, the engineers, and the transportation engineers to come up with it. What it does is it has two components. It has one component which is a timing. There's going to be 3 different drop-offs and pickup points, and it's going to have 2 different drop-off and pickup points depending on the age range that's being dropped off. The first one is going to be for the Early Education Center, which is going to serve the pre-K. That's going to be the first pickup and drop-off, and just so you know, the green is the amount of queue length that's been modeled to be needed for the drop-off which at full capacity will be up to 240 students. The blue is extra storage, and just to note, the length is just for the green is 1,338 feet, and then there's several hundred feet beyond that that can be used for additional. That has been a conservative amount because what's being counted is in the interior gate of the project. We think that's more than sufficient, and what the main driver here is to resolve any externalities that this proposed school could have on New Independence Parkway. And that's really been a driver of why this school campus looks like the way it does and designed the way it does. The second staggered drop-off would be 1st and 3rd grade. The estimated queue length for those grades is shown here in green. It's a longer queue length because the drop-off point is located farther north on the campus. It's using 2 roundabouts to achieve that queue length, and it results in almost 1,700 linear feet in queue with some additional storage on site. And the final drop-off, based on a staggered and pickup staggered plan, would be a similar queue length, just at a later time in the morning and a later time in the afternoon. And that would be for 4th and 5th grade. One other item, because we wanted to make sure we were being overly conservative, and if needed, there's additional opportunity to even extend those queue lengths on campus by utilizing a portion of the parking lot that's located in the southwest corner. This adds an additional 650 feet of queue line that wasn't included in the original designs that were shown and worked through staff level review. So the modifications being sought really are to the need for interconnectivity that the technical standards of the code require for Hamlin West. It does set forth a process in which those can be modified, and we are seeking those modifications to provide this design, this safety and security level and the efficiency for both pickup and drop-off, which is what we heard at the community meeting was one of the greatest concerns from area residents. We have gone through a laborious review with staff. We've reached a recommendation for approval, and it's not an outright relief from all those modifications. There are certain changes that do result into that 8-foot community trail that will be located along the lakefront. So with that, I'd like to reserve the remainder of my time to address any comments. I know we have at least one speaker card. The rest of my team members are here to answer any questions you might have that go beyond my knowledge base. And with that, would just be happy to answer any questions you have or any questions from the community. Thank you.
All right, if you can stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have one speaker for this item, David Bors.
If you can give us your name and your address.
David Bors, 9304 Morton Jones Road. Good afternoon, Mayor Demings and Commissioners. My name is David Bors. I'm a District 1 resident. I currently serve as the District 1 Planning and Zoning Commissioner. However, today I'm speaking solely as a resident and property owner. I support quality education. I support private schools. My opposition today is not about the school. It's about protecting the planning principles that have made Horizons West one of the most successful master plan communities in Florida. This application asks you to approve 8 major waivers from the Horizons West development standards, including eliminating required framework streets, removing cross-access, reducing connectivity, and eliminating pedestrian connections that were intentionally designed to distribute traffic and create a connected, walkable community. These standards were not adopted to benefit one property owner. They were adopted to benefit the residents of the future development of Horizons West. If this board allows one applicant to eliminate required framework streets because they don't fit the applicant's operational model, then every future application will understandably ask for the same treatment. That is how planning policy is weakened, one exception at a time. I believe the board should step back and consider the big picture. Just last year, the board approved increasing Windermere Preparatory School's enrollment at its existing campus from 1,600 students to 1,800 students. Today, you're being asked to consider an additional 880 students on a new elementary campus. That raises an important question. Is the board evaluating the school's complete long-term expansion strategy, or are we seeing it one approval at a time? Residents deserve an understanding of the full vision before major infrastructure decisions and planning exceptions are approved. The existing campus also receives an educational property tax exemption. The tax record showed the assessed value of exceeding $46 million, and they pay no taxes whatsoever. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just double check. Do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard? Okay, there are none. Then I will go back to the applicant, and he had, how many minutes left?
I shouldn't even take 2. I just real briefly, there are 8 modifications being sought, but they all drive to the same thing. And what it is that the Hamlin Town Center has a one-size-fit-all requirement for interconnectivity of vehicular traffic and block faces and the ability to provide interconnection. It simply doesn't correspond with this use. We think this use justifies some of those modifications. And when you take a grander view of just the area, those opportunities for interconnection with this property are very limited because it's bounded to the north by Lake Hartley, so there's no opportunity to connect to the regional park that's located north of there. The interconnection to the apartments is of limited utility because it frames out the western boundary of the town center. It has wetlands located further, east of the property. It has the apartments east of the property, and it's bounded by both the lake and wetlands, that there will never be any more interconnections running that direction. There's also a single-family residential subdivision located farther east. I think if you weigh that out by the justifications that are being made for the need for a school campus, and that pedestrian interconnections are still it's going to be enhanced of what the current status of the property is today, which is none. We think at the end of the day, there's community benefit in approving these modifications. It provides another opportunity for school choice that's and a demand that is out there for the Windermere Preparatory School to serve additional students. And we would just ask you to support the request. Happy to answer any questions that you might have with respect to it.
All right, thank you, sir. We're going to close the public hearing portion at this time. We'll open it up for any questions or comments by members of the board. Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate you guys meeting with me to give me a little insight. So I want to get a point of clarity, and it may not be you, Jonathan, it actually may be Nick. So really the only vehicular access is to the apartment complex, is that? Because I understand we have a plan as a county, but I'm also looking at school, and I'm looking at safety, I'm looking at children, I'm looking at pickup and drop off, that kind of situation. And by my understanding, what they're trying to limit is the access to the apartment. Now, does that mean access pedestrian, just road altogether, just everything cut off? Can you?
Sure. So under the code requirements, were this property to be developed with no waivers, you can see actually this aerial does a pretty good job. There's both a pre-established vehicular connection from the apartments, and then to the other side connecting to all of the commercial uses. Intent would be for the folks in those apartments, et cetera, to be able to drive, walk, bike, et cetera, through the grid network and not have to be on the major thoroughfares, create extra traffic.
But that commercial usage is now going to be a school.
The individual or the entity proposing to purchase the property would be a school, yes.
So, because I'm trying to understand, so originally you thought you were going to be a Publix and all these other little stores and you'd be able to go over, but if it's going to be a school, they really don't need access to that, correct?
So Nick, can you explain the Horizon West framework for what they're asking for? I think reframe it based on this question.
Sure. So Horizon West is the one place in the county where there's prohibition on gated communities, and there's a certain intersection density requirement. Actually, I think there might be an iDrive as well. But it's one of those limited, highly urban areas intended for interconnected networks, folks be able to get point A to point B through the mix of uses. You can see here on the south end, we do have those streets that do go kind of all the way east-west, all the way north to south. So the applicant is correct that the development kind of ends here. Through this proposal, it would really just be the folks in these apartments who would then, say they need to drive over here, get out on New Independence, drive up in lieu of being able to drive through the internal streets. Of course, as the applicant did mention, staff was able to negotiate one concession, which is that pedestrian sidewalk which would run along the rear of the property. And I believe there's also a path along New Independence as well within the right-of-way.
And the driver here is if to accommodate a open street within the school campus does two things. It creates some issues with providing a secure campus.
Right,
but
yeah.
really what it drives to is the lack of ability to control the ingress and egress, which is exceptionally important here to prevent any externalities to New Independence Parkway. By limiting that entrance on the west side, and so that all school pickup and drop-off comes through that one entrance, there's a sufficient queue length to handle that volume of traffic internally and get those kids picked up or dropped off and have their whoever's doing the pickup and drop-off out efficiently. That's one of the main drivers here. If you open an opportunity for other access points to meet those standards with respect to the school, then you lose that lack of control, and then you don't have the ability, and the risk there is that you have people, cars go much like water flowing on the ground, the path of least resistance, and then you have no control of where those parents are going to stage, where they're going to drop off, how late,
Right.
early they may arrive at areas that weren't intended for that pickup and drop off, and then you have the externality, and then you have people backing up on the New Independence Parkway.
So one last question. I mean, what about security for children, okay? Because you're still going to have a pathway. So I'm thinking kids, right? So
Sure.
I wouldn't want access of the
There-
community through my kid's school
And that-
at any point. And so, but then I'm also thinking security, because you've got some intensity of development right there in that area. So even if you guys are going to create this pathway of connectivity, what's the security going to be like?
So
for the
there will
kids?
be a fence. So there will be.
Okay, so the school will be completely enclosed.
It will. There will be a connection point along the western boundary. So
Okay.
if the children want to, let's just say they take a short nature hike and maybe have a science program that features there is a wetland located on the north side of the property adjacent to the surface water. It could be utilized for that, but it does have limited utility for the actual school campus. But it was, as Nick said, something that was staff was very much interested in having as part of this project. It provides that pedestrian interconnectivity to the apartments, and we think it's going to be a community asset, although it doesn't really have any direct need or benefit to the school in terms of that.
What are the grades? What's the school and what are the grades?
Yeah, it will be pre-K to fifth.
Pre-K to fifth grade. Okay, so is it Windermere Prep?
Windermere Prep.
Aren't they right now a high school?
They're K through 12 right now.
They are? Okay.
At their current campus.
Okay.
Would it be okay if I sort of gave a Horizon West?
I get the Horizon West. I know, because I mean, this is obviously prior to you getting here and everything you guys have done. I'm thinking of safety of kids, and I'm
100%.
thinking of, we're talking about one access. There still is plenty of access, and I'm thinking you're gonna put in a school which will give value to the area, and it's a good school.
I
So-
actually dispute that, and that's what I was going to tell you, is this is the town center, which means the reason why that connected multimodal plan of connectivity was for commercial activities, office-type activities, where people could potentially come off of the main thoroughfare. So if you look up the Horizon West Framework Street Network, which is what they're seeking waivers from, they were adopted to ensure that Horizon West was developed as a connected multimodal community, and even more so in the town center, and that's where this is. So what we're describing is actually a siting issue. I will say that the other part of Horizon West that is sort of unique is that it anticipated areas that would be ideal for school locations. And so when you see where OCPS located the elementary middle schools in Horizon West, they're surrounded by neighborhood streets, to your point, so that they're not dumping right out on an arterial road. And so the concern that the residents have, and I think you all probably got some of the letters, I don't know, there was a bunch of communication that came in to our office, and several of the concerns that came up during the community meeting were about the general promise of connectivity, the promise of what would be coming to the town center because of the planning, anticipated planning documents, and about the safety of, to your point, the safety of anybody around there, not just the kids utilizing that school, but right now, crossing New Independence Parkway from the apartments to the Chick-fil-A is deadly. And so contributing by pushing more cars out there is a grave concern to many of the residents. And so that really grateful, the applicant team, we met with them, they came out, we did a community meeting. I love Windermere Prep, you know, go Lakers, they're great. I think there's probably a better site than being smack in the town center at Horizon West as a location for what they're looking for 800 enrollment of 800 students. So understanding that that there is a framework, an intermodal framework that they're asking to be waived from. And I think there's a question to be had. What does that mean for the next applicant? Are we giving up on this intermodal? Are we giving up on the Horizon West framework? Because I can tell you, when we look at the densities, we've been held to it. When we looked at the other uses, we've been held to it. And it is part of their planning process. So I have great concern about this siting for this school.
You want to deny or continue?
I would prefer to deny this and hope that they would find a site that is more appropriate. There's a school less than a mile from here, a public school, that still has enrollment open. There's
I don't think it's about the school, because Bishop Moore is across from
No,
Edgewater. People have a right to education how they
No,
want.
they
so.
have an amazing program, but it's a large area. This is Town Center, Horizon West. It's a very distinct location as part of the village plan.
Would you consider continuance that would allow them?
Okay, let me jump in.
Yeah. Are you
Because
working on that?
we do have commissioners who have
I know, and-
expressed a desire, so if we jump all over the place, I don't want to do that.
Can I ask one last question to staff?
Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Uribe has the floor at this point, and so after Commissioner Uribe, then there's Commissioner Simrad, then Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. So Commissioner Uribe.
So, Nick, I understand what this platform of Horizon West is. I don't think when you guys were doing this, you exactly thought of a school there. I actually think schools are great. And I don't believe that it has to be, people have choices, right? So there's a reason why they want to build a school there, because there's obviously an appetite for kids to go there. But my question is, Nick, how did you all come to a conclusion and feel comfortable with that recommendation for approval?
Yeah, Nick.
Well, so I can only speak for the information in the staff report. I can tell you that this was hotly debated through the review process and even at the DRC meeting itself. On the one hand, is the explicit intersection density sacred? No, I think we've granted waivers to similar properties. In fact, if you look to the south, there's an apartment complex coming in that came through a couple of years ago. It's an undeveloped site here that was able to get a waiver to reduce the density. They still are providing connections, just not the exact density. But we did have an argument over that case, and I think that case took 2 to 3 years, ensuring that the applicant completed that network there. But there is the recommendation of approval from DRC in the staff report. It is difficult. There is the requirement for connectivity. Through that negotiated PD process, as I mentioned, staff was able to negotiate one concession, which is that pedestrian path to the rear. The applicant certainly has business decisions. It is a challenge. Horizon West was master planned around kind of the village concept with school sites in different locations. But there is that safety concern.
Can you talk through the waivers?
It's a challenge. Ultimately, it's up to the board to decide whether to approve waivers in code or not.
So what was appealing to you as the agreeings for that pedestrian access still to be able to happen? So,
it was
we're trying to become a more walkable, bikeable area, so.
Certainly, and I think the inclusion of that pedestrian access that we were eventually able to get the applicant team to agree to, it certainly provides some sort of connectivity through, which is certainly a positive, right? But
It's up to the board, gotcha.
Up to the board to
Okay.
weigh the specific. Each case, including this one, has both positive and negative elements. I will tell you it was a challenge, right? Because you do have that safety concern.
Yeah, I'm
particular
thinking
nature
of the
use.
kids, yeah. I don't think I understand the connectivity of the road, but I'm thinking as a parent, I wouldn't want to know that still existed. So, okay, that's just my opinion.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Wilson, I let the applicant team know yesterday that I
was in support of what your direction is on this project. 8 variations or 8 waivers, sorry. For me, if that was in District 5, that's a lot, particularly in the domain of transportation and mobility, because it's an area that we struggle with a lot as a county. So that would be too much for me in District 5, but I did let the applicant team know that I'm going to support you and that I believe that you would have your thumb on the pulse of the community. So I support your decision.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. Hi, Jonathan. Jonathan, I have a question. In the road that, they will be going in and coming out, is the same road for the next door, a building or business or whatever? What is that?
Yeah, so that's a medical office. It was
Medical?
originally developed as Orlando Proton, which the whole PSP actually carries that name along with it, but they have vacated that space. And so my understanding right now it's currently vacant, but it's going to find, I'm sure, other tenants but likely to be the same type of uses as a specific person.
But the
built
road to
building.
go into your property is the same road to go into the other one?
It is, yeah.
It is, oh,
provides-
okay.
Yeah, it's a private drive. Staff's looked at that and wanted to make sure that it was designed and had enough length to be able to support both uses. I think we got staff to agree that it is designed adequately. Just the one point, there are 8 modifications being sought, but they are all technical standards. The Hamlin Town Center Code is very technical in nature, and they all drive to the same thing. It's simply put, providing that interconnection from the existing apartments to across the property. Now, right now that connection doesn't exist today. As part of the review with staff, we weren't made alerted that there was any issue with the operation of the apartments today without that connection, in terms of ability of folks living there being able to get out and get into their property. So I think if there was maybe some issue there, we would have had a different recommendation from staff. But really, the driving need is we think it's a great location. You just got to make sure there's no externalities, and the modifications being sought are really driven towards not having any problems with new Independence Park like you do see sometimes with public schools or other school designs. We think we have a superior campus designed here for that. Mohammed, you wanted to add something?
Jonathan, thank you. Commissioner Mohammed Abdallah, Traffic and Mobility Consultants. Just wanted to clarify, when we speak of roads and connectivity, these are connections through parking lots and they're not actual roads. Just wanted to clarify that. If you look over on the Proton building, there's parking lots, and it's just cars would be driving through the parking lots. Thank you.
Okay. And Jonathan, that's the green space that you have there for the kids to recreation and so?
Yeah, so there will be outdoor recreation provided both by a sports field, and located east of that is just an open play area. That was an important component. In addition to that, there is an outdoor patio located in the interior of the school that's safe and secure. That will be mostly utilized by the younger grades. And there are outdoor gardens as well. So there's been, a real effort put into the design of the school to make it what we think would be a community asset.
And students that I'm just saying, if they live right here in this subdivision, they have to go all the way out. They cannot go through that road that you have there in the back?
So if someone were to, from the apartments, that entrance would only be restricted because of the need to having a secure campus just for deliveries or for emergency access only. So someone, that would want to walk, they'd have to use New Independence Parkway. It's an existing sidewalk there. It's an existing condition that is there today.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question, but I do want to clarify for Commissioner Wilson what I was getting to earlier. we had a previous hearing in Commissioner Simrad's district about the guy with the mobile home, and it was a swap. The only thing I was trying to glean from you was there any version that you can approve, knowing that whether it's an individual, an entity, or a school in this case, that by the time they get to us, they spent dollars and time. That's
Yes,
the only thought
if they
process I was
dropped all the
thinking.
waiver requests, absolutely.
Okay, but it's your district, I'll support where you want to go. But I was just trying to understand if there was a path where they could get some form of approval or a continuance to work with staff, knowing that folks spend a lot of time. I don't know what their
No,
timeline
I mean,
is for school, so.
I so respect that you're trying to kind of understand the feel and the read, but the Horizon West, that plan, and I understand that you're here for traffic questions, but the idea is to provide a network of interconnected streets that support the needs of all users, right? So that means every other business in this area complied with the idea of having to make sure that they created this. And so I understand that Mr. Hewells was saying that he doesn't know of an issue with the apartment, and that's not it's not that singular apartment. It's the idea that if we have a cohesive development plan that assures residents of interconnectivity, and I appreciate that they are offering that back path. That does nothing for the people that live across the street. And so the idea of that interconnectivity was put into place as part of the village plan, and the town center even more so, because it is the area that has the most, I would say, activity as far as commerce. And so if you kind of catty corner here, there's a plaza that has a Paris Baguette and a brewery.
I've
and
been to the baguette place.
Yeah, so the idea of there being sort of a fenced in, because you want it secure, I understand that, site right here in the town center where the concept was supposed to have been uses that were interconnected. It's a siting issue for me. And again, I agree with the idea that if you see this stack of waivers away from a code that has been largely supported throughout the planning of a new sector, that I don't think it's a good idea to pull the plug on all of those provisions of the code.
I'm good, Mayor.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah, so I was looking at the waivers. I mean, it's literally about circular, how they do their traffic. It's not like they're trying to impede more. But my question is to Mr. Hewells, if this doesn't go through, what's Plan B?
There's no Plan B for this project.
So if you
that I'm
don't,
aware
if
of.
you don't get that, because I understand Mr. Abdallah said, this isn't a road cutting through. This is just a car cutting through whatever would be parking or whatever. So just cutting through shopping centers. Is that correct?
That's, yes, which doesn't work for several reasons. Like we just, and I mentioned before, you have to be able to provide a secure campus. You got to be able to provide an ability to store the needed queue for pickup and drop off, which is the externality that you always hear about with schools, whether they be public or private. And we've got a design that accomplishes that not being an issue. Now, obviously, we would look to if there are other connections that could be made, potentially if there was providing a pedestrian crosswalk that doesn't exist today across New Independence Parkway to link the northern part of town center with the southern part. I mean, we want to be good partners. We would look to that. I think that's something that could benefit both the school and the community, just as the community trail does.
And I appreciate that. I just think this lot is so constrained that you have to get creative with the waiver process to figure out how to get that storage for 800 students. It's a lot of students. That's a lot of cars. We know that the majority of those students are going to be coming from probably outside of a 3 to 5 mile radius, so they're going to be in cars. And that means that anybody else that's walking to anything there, it will change the use of the town center. And so that it's a siting issue. It's not about Windermere Prep. I love Windermere Prep. I love our private school.
But it's a staggered. It's not like 800 students are going to go at 8 o'clock in the morning, because I mean, pre-K goes at a different time. My kid goes at a different time, and middle school goes at a different time. So I'm having, Yeah, but I mean, we're not talking about cutting off a road. We're talking about cutting off people to be able to drive through a shopping center in lieu of safety for kids. I just look at it differently.
And
It's
part of
not
the
a road.
problem, not part of the problem, but part of the die has been cast in that we have an existing stormwater pond located, that can't be moved, right? And you already have a stub out that the apartments
Again, you're
dictated
making
where they
great
went.
arguments for why a different site would be ideal for your school.
Oh,
And there are plenty out there still, and I would
Okay,
say that they would be
um,
very supportive.
I'm gonna.
It sounds to me,
Wilson?
I would say,
I'm ready to make a
sorry,
motion.
Mayor, I would, if I could
All
make a
right,
motion,
let's do this.
could I make a request to withdraw? I withdraw the application.
You certainly can withdraw. We can't stop you from doing that.
1 second, hold on.
I can make a motion for denial. I don't think it's an appropriate site. It's not a good site.
I'll just say you are the voice of the people of District 1, and I know that you're representing a vision.
We'll go ahead and the project is on a definitive timeline, unfortunately. And to have the school campus built on a definitive timeline. And
Okay, we understand, all right?
And to start from square one, the project isn't feasible anyways, if we're talking.
And I did share all these concerns along the way, so I don't want anybody to feel like I'm popping this out on them.
Are you
This
going to
was
wait for a vote, or are you?
All right,
No, we'll go ahead. We'll see, we would call the question.
okay, all right. I'm gonna go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Okay, so I would like to say that based on FLU 411, General Village Principles, which calls for a connected transportation network, as well as FLU 4.3.1, which states that each village must be designed to connect internal land uses with a hierarchy of interconnected streets, alternate routes between neighborhoods in maximum block lengths, and that villages centers should generally use a grid system. And based on FLU 4.3.8, it states the town center street network must provide a high degree of connectivity between uses, districts, and neighborhoods, and connect major streets to roads outside the town center. And based on FLU 4.7.7.b, which promotes retail uses based on their proximity to the framework or urban collector streets, I will make a motion for denial for inconsistency with the comprehensive plan.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Simrad. All in favor of the denial, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I heard aye from Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, on denial.
I heard
Commissioner Semrad.
Commissioner Simrad and aye. Okay, were there any other ayes?
No.
All right, so the motion fails.
I'd like to file a motion for approval.
All right, we have a motion for approval.
Mayor, Commissioner Scott, I thought you voted aye, and I thought Commissioner Cordero voted aye to Commissioner Wilson's motion.
Okay, well, that's what I asked.
That's what I asked.
I asked if they voted aye or not. Okay, so, okay, let me try this again.
Okay.
I heard Commissioner Wilson say aye. I looked this way, I said, did I hear aye? And I only heard them say Commissioner Simrad said aye. You are aye, okay. Commissioner Scott, how did you vote? Okay.
I say
You
no.
were going to say no, okay, so are you voting no?
I say no.
Okay, all right.
Supporting Commissioner Wilson?
Her d-
Her motion? Are you saying no to the school, but you're supporting the motion?
I think he understands,
No.
he's voting, you voting. Commissioner Wilson's
motion for
motion was
denial.
for denial, okay, to not allow the project to go forward. Okay. Okay, all right, so you voted aye, okay. Then the motion, I'm wrong, then the motion passes for the denial. I was gonna vote in favor of it, so, all right, 4-2, is that correct? All right, motion passes 4-2. All right, with that, we're gonna move to the next item on the agenda. And this is F7. We'll open up the public hearing on this item, and this is Tatiana Courtner is going to come forward from the county attorney's office, and I think, is this your first or second time coming before the board now?
It's my first time doing a presentation from top to bottom. It's my second time before the board because I appeared before you guys briefly last November on the work session with Animal Services to answer like a legal question pertaining to that ordinance.
All right, very good. All right, so you're recognized.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. So today we're going to talk about an update to Chapter 28, Article 4, which is currently titled Drug Sales Nuisance Abatement. We have to do a necessary update due to state law changes, and we're also going to be changing that name. So we're going to be talking today about public nuisance abatement. So for today's presentation, we're going to talk about the purpose, the background, the proposed changes to Chapter 28, Article 4, an additional change to the published draft ordinance, summary, and the action requested. Okay, so the purpose is to remain consistent with recent amendments to Section 893.138 of the Florida statutes. So the Florida legislature put forth Senate Bill 168. It was passed by both houses, by both members of both chambers, rather, and then the governor approved it on June 16th, and it became state law on July 1st. In order for us to conform with those recent amendments, we have to update our nuisance abatement ordinance. Additional purposes to reflect the broader scope of public nuisance activity now covered by the state law, because there was an additional way that a place or premises can be declared a public nuisance. We're also going to strengthen the county's ability to address chronic nuisance properties, and we're going to retitle the ordinance from drug sales to nuisance abatement to a general title of public nuisance abatement to cover all categories and ways a place or premises can be declared a public nuisance. So to give some background on these changes, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is the primary user of the public nuisance abatement ordinance. And their ability to effectively abate nuisances was kind of limited under previous versions of Section 893.138. Starting with the fact that previously total fines for nuisance abatement orders were capped at $15,000. And so some chronic nuisance properties would pay that fine and then continue to have nuisance activity continue unchecked without any curbing or limitations to that nuisance activity. And that was a problem. Additionally, under the current ordinance and the previous version of state law, their jurisdiction of the nuisance abatement board would expire after 1 year. So again, those properties would pay that fine that was capped. They would then, the orders of the nuisance abatement board would expire after 1 year, and then chronic activity would go unchecked and it wouldn't really effectively abate the nuisance. Additionally, the amended statute also adds gambling houses as a new public nuisance category because the Sheriff's Office, legal from the Sheriff's Office has indicated to our office that the rise of after-hour gambling houses has become a real problem and they needed an additional means to abate that activity. So, the Sheriff's Office and other entities had gone to the legislature to talk about, number one, the issues with that fine cap being a problem, and two, the gambling houses. So they advocated to the legislature for changes to be made to Section 893.138, and the legislature listened. Those changes were made, and the legislature also kind of did their own changes and included a new change that we'll talk about in a couple of minutes that was kind of the biggest, most controversial change to this statute. So these amendments today will expand the public nuisance categories. They will increase available enforcement tools. They will allow continuing jurisdiction until a nuisance is abated. They will authorize additional cost recovery, and they will require stronger lien and foreclosure procedures for unabated nuisance activity. So to get into the specific changes, number one, we're going to retitle Chapter 28, Article 4 to a general title of public nuisance abatement, and we're going to update the intent language because currently, as I mentioned when I started, the title is outdated. It's under-inclusive. There is more categories now for public nuisance than just drug sales. There's currently 7 in our ordinance. There will be 9 after today. And we also need to update the intent language. The intent language currently has some of those categories like prostitution, criminal gang activity, and drug sales. But now since there's so many different ways a place or premises could be declared a public nuisance, we're going to have to just include and update the intent language to be a general intent of we're just here to abate all public nuisance activity. We're also going to update the definition of a public nuisance. Currently, there's 7 different ways in the ordinance, and there's 9 different ways now in state law, so we're going to include those 2 additional ways in the ordinance. Number one, the newest way is the keeping a gambling house, which we discussed was a problem, and now that's now a public nuisance category. The other one on the slide was when 2 or more occasions within a 6-month period as a site of a violation of Florida statute, chapter 499. That was previously in the state law since 2016. It was not an ordinance, so it's going in there now. And chapter 499 just deals with trying to prevent fraud in manufacturing and production of drugs, and also deals with counterfeit drug sales. The proposed changes will also add definitions of attorney's fees, legal assistance fees, and legal assistant for cost recovery purposes. And the reason why this change went in is because the sheriff's office told me that the legal assistants were doing a lot of the grunt work and a lot of the work to help prepare these cases before the nuisance abatement board, and they could not really recover costs for that work. So the legislature has included that not only can attorney's fees be recovered now, but also legal assistant fees. And they made clear that legal assistants who provided non-clerical meaning support to a matter those fees can be recovered for their work in their case preparation. The proposed changes will also amend the nuisance abatement board's jurisdiction to allow renewing 1-year periods until the public nuisance is abated. So the changes really try to encompass the fact that the legislature really wants these public nuisances abated, and they're going to put the tools in, they have put the tools in to make sure that this can be accomplished. And so one of the other additional ways that this is going to be done is to allow for renewing 1-year periods. Previously, the orders would expire after 1 year and the activity would go unchecked, but now it's going to be renewing 1-year periods. So once 1 year elapses, it's going to be renewed and renewed and renewed until that nuisance activity has been successfully abated. Additionally, another proposed change, and it's currently in state law, is we're going to increase the maximum daily fine from $250 per day to $500 per day if nuisance remains unabated for 1 year. So currently, a property would come before the board and get a daily fine running of up to $250 per day. Then when that $15,000 fine cap was reached, that was the end of that. And then they would pay that and the activity would continue going on. Now, if in order to incentivize people to stop and to curb nuisance activity, that daily fine will accrue each day, and after 1 year, if the nuisance activity has not been abated, it will go up to $500 per day, and then that fine will continue to accrue until the change we talk about on the next slide. And additionally, the proposed change will remove that $15,000 fine cap because, again, the goal is to abate nuisances, and so we need to remove the fine caps and keep that fine running each day and have it be a meaningful lien on these properties. And that brings me to the next change, which is the biggest change, and this was a change the Sheriff's Office did not specifically advocate for, but once the legislature heard about these properties that were continuing to go unchecked nuisance activity, the legislature themselves put this change in themselves. And so this new change is to require foreclosure on nuisance abatement liens if the public nuisance activity remains unabated after 2 years. So the specific text in the statute says that nuisance abatement board must require and authorize foreclosure on nuisance abatement liens after 2 years if the nuisance activity is continuing to go on. And currently in the ordinance, it does allow for potential foreclosure for the county or sheriff's office, but now this requirement for foreclosure after 2 years has to go in because that is state law. And what the sheriff's office has told me is because of the previous fine caps and limitations, there are currently no properties where this would be applicable at this time. Additionally, they've also told me that this would probably be a rare occurrence because just the threat of foreclosure in the past has gotten some of these properties to kind of fall in line and check and curb their nuisance activity. So while this change is required, it may be something that may happen very rarely, if ever. And additionally, the other proposed change is to create guidelines for lien reduction if the public nuisance is successfully abated before foreclosure. So currently in the ordinance, there was language in there that says that the Nuisance Abatement Board has the power to reduce fine and lien amounts. However, there were no guidelines for that reduction to occur. And so guidelines have been written in now for that. Number one, the main guideline is the property or the place or premises has to have successfully abated the nuisance activity prior to the 2-year mandatory foreclosure. If they do that, and if they present some undue hardship to the nuisance abatement board, then the board could reduce that lien. Now, there is one additional change, the published draft ordinance that needs to be made. Section 28-107B, there was intent language in there that was not revised in the draft ordinance, and so we need to make that change today to the draft ordinance in order for the intent language to match the intent language included in section 28-101. And if it's on the screen on this slide, where the highlighted language will be the language that is the proposed change. And again, it's just to reflect that the goal of the article is to abate all public nuisances and to take away those specific categories that were there previously because those categories are under inclusive, and we just want to abate all public nuisances. And staff recommends approval of the ordinance with this additional change included. Okay, so in summary, the proposed ordinance will align Chapter 28, Article 4 with the recent changes to state law. It will broaden the ordinance beyond drug sales to address public nuisance activity generally. It will add newly authorized nuisance categories. It will strengthen the Nuisance Abatement Board's authority over chronic nuisance properties. It will remove the $15,000 fine cap, and it will require foreclosure after 2 years if nuisance activity remains unabated. And so the action requested is approval and adoption of an ordinance amending and retitling Chapter 28, Article 4 of the Orange County Code to public nuisance abatement, modifying provisions pertaining to the short title, intent, definitions, jurisdiction of the Nuisance Abatement Board, the conduct of hearings before the Nuisance Abatement Board, the administrative fines ordered by the Nuisance Abatement Board, and the liens that may be placed upon properties as a result of ongoing nuisance activity, and providing for an effective date as amended today, and authorization for staff to correct any non-substantive grammatical or scrivener's errors within the ordinance. And I will say this action requested slide is slightly different from the action requested in the staff report. Number one, because the term public was missing from the public nuisance abatement retitling of the ordinance, and additionally because we did make an amendment today of the draft ordinance, the as amended today language is also added in for the action requested. But with that, that concludes this presentation. I'm available for questions. Additionally, the General Counsel from the Sheriff's Office, Austin Moore, is here for any case-specific questions you guys may have.
All right, Mr. General Counsel, you want to come forward? You have anything to say first?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Austin Moore, General Counsel for the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Appreciate Tatiana's help in getting this ordinance changed to the board, and we're looking forward to hopefully its passage and being able to take advantage of these amendments, which will make our nuisance abatement board more effective in curbing these nuisances here in Orange County. And I'm available for any questions you have.
All right, and we'll open it up for any public comment at this time, if you all will stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Right. Then we'll close the public hearing portion, and then I'm going to open it up to the commissioners. What I would say this is, obviously, as a former sheriff, former chief of police, former street cop, I'm glad to see this, because I know effectively there were some bad actors in our community who created the nuisances, and it fell through the cracks. And sometimes I felt frustrated, like, what are we doing here in dealing with the Nuisance Abatement Board? They didn't have all of the tools that they needed by which to effectively abate the nuisance. But this kind of closes that gap today. They say money talks, and I won't finish the statement, but all right. But all right, so we have Commissioner Wilson.
So thank you, Tatiana. I want to actually give you an award for bringing to us today the most straightforward agenda item we had all day. Yes, the need was there. Yes, the state in a a windfall, actually addressed an issue that needed to be addressed at the state level with the assistance of the Sheriff's Department. I know the legislative engagement at your department is like incredibly effective, so thank you for that, and I agree with Mayor's comments, and I'm willing to make a motion whenever time is right.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this. Can you say, like, how would, like, will this allow for the sheriff's office to better address, and I don't know if it's a gambling house, but one thing I get at least every other month or so from the communities around this particular location, it's a residential home, and it serves as like a biker club. And so they know exactly what to do to, you know, somewhat comply with code and sheriff's office in terms of the noise and things like that, but it has been a challenge and it's a consistent complaint. And so I'm wondering how this will allow the sheriff's office to be able to engage them in a residential property. I think, Mayor, you know what property I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
I don't want to call them out, but it's been going on for years, and I get it almost every other meeting about what am I doing about this biker house.
Yes, so I don't know the specifics related to that property, but as Tatiana mentioned, there's 7 and soon to be 9 different categories of nuisance abatements which would qualify to bring a property under the jurisdiction of the board. So, and I would hazard to guess that there might be some violations that are occurring at that residence. And so that what happens is if a property gets on the radar of our nuisance abatement team at the sheriff's office, then they start to investigate and they will try to put a case together to see if they have enough violations of the ordinance in order to bring a property under the jurisdiction of the board. At that time, then the board can start to take measures to bring the property into compliance and abate the nuisance. So
I'm excited.
Yeah, that's the specifics of how it works. But like you said, I would hazard to guess that there are violations going on at that property that would qualify as nuisances under the ordinance.
And Commissioner Scott, you might have a conversation offline with Austin about, some of the specifics.
I'm going to talk to you. We're going to have a conversation for sure.
All right, it's a little bit more complex, but, all right, Commissioner Uribe.
I just want to also kind of add to it. First of all, you guys have the stellar deputies that there are, because we've had situations that are questionable, and I always say you have strength in your lieutenants and your deputies who actually will persist a little when communities try to push back on what they can and cannot do. So I think this is great to give you guys more teeth, because I think it's a lot of these, like Commissioner Scott, these infill communities that we have that have been around forever, and you just kind of think, well, anything goes, and neighbors complain, but then they feel intimidated to complain. We see that like in Azalea Park and things like that. And so I think this is exactly what we need to empower your officers as they're out, so that they can actually give people that voice, because it really is horrible when residents call and then you guys arrive and then it kind of calms down and they know, and then you leave and then they're back at it, and it's just, and it does cause conflict, and it's worrisome when you have people calling and then they get scared to call, or they'll call me and say, I'm scared to call, can you call? And I've had to call. I've had to call Sector Captain Blanford on many occasions and be like, Captain Blanford, they're too scared to call, but giving you guys that teeth to be able to do more is exactly what good government is. So thanks, guys.
All right.
If you want to file your motion, I'll second it.
So moved.
Second, Uribe.
All right. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right.
Thank you.
Attorney Courtner, very good. All right, we're going to move to the final item of today, and I'm going to call on Mr. Alberto Vargas, the manager for my planning division, to make a presentation on Vision 2050 and the adoption ordinance and an amendment to it. But before we do that, let me just kind of set the stage for the discussion that will come afterwards. The next item is a work session to discuss the Vision 2050 Adoption Ordinance Amendment. Before we begin, I want to set the clear expectations for today's discussion or this work session is not about reconsidering the merits or content of Vision 2050. This board has already completed that work. In July last year, after 8 years of public process, we adopted Vision 2050 as the county's comprehensive plan, fulfilling our statutory responsibility to maintain a current and compliant comprehensive plan while also establishing a clear smart growth framework for the future through 2050. That work has been recognized at the state level. I'm proud to share that Vision 2050 and Orange Code have been selected to receive the 2026 American Planning Association Florida Award of Excellence. Thank you to the whole team. One of the organization's highest recognitions for planning, innovation, and implementation. This award reflects the exceptional work of our staff, our community, and this board, and reinforces that Vision 2050 represents planning at the highest professional level. As you know, following its review, the state issued a letter declaring Vision 2050 null and void, highlighting policies they believe to be in conflict with Senate Bill 180. Since then, Orange County has joined many other agencies across the state in seeking relief through both legislative and legal avenues. To date, there still has not been any reprieve. Nonetheless, we should not be daunted, defeated, or discouraged. The purpose of today's work session is to discuss additional options to get our Vision 2050 comprehensive plan back into statutory compliance and give staff clear direction on how to proceed. After careful consideration, I've asked staff to fully evaluate and advance the recommendations they're about to present. I believe this approach provides the clearest and most responsible path forward while preserving the significant work this board, our residents, our stakeholders, and staff have put into Vision 2050. Vision 2050 was supposed to be a legacy this board will leave behind with this community. Today, nothing, and defer this item to a future board, to do nothing, I should say, to do nothing. Or defer this item to a future board would effectively put at risk that legacy, so we should act. Today's discussion is intended to provide procedural direction. Following this discussion, I hope the board will authorize staff to move forward with preparing the necessary ordinances and implementation strategy to bring it back to us for a formal public hearing. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Alberto Vargas, our Planning Division Manager, who will be making the presentation. He's been living this for a long time now. So, Alberto, floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Commissioners. Good evening. My goal here tonight is to take away the award that you have just given Tatiana for the most straightforward discussion item that has been brought to you today. So hopefully we'll get there. Mayor, thank you very much for that introduction and setting the stage. To your point, it gives me great pleasure and hopes to be here with you tonight, framing what hopefully would be a good engaged discussion today. This is just the general outline of the work session today. I'll start with a little bit of the background just to remind you how we got here. I will follow with reminding again ourselves about the current status of the comprehensive plan, Destination 2030, as well as where we stand with Vision 2050. As you stated, Mayor, I will follow with the options that we have been discussing internally at the senior staff level and during the briefings with all of the commissioners. And I'll end with the specific recommendation out of those options with the timeline that may be the path forward.
So with that, the purpose of today's work session, as you stated, Mayor, is twofold. The first one is not only to just give you a general status of where we stand and why we need to hopefully encourage a decision to move forward, but also to seek your direction, to seek your direction to come back to you with a formal public hearing in the near future to take action on a path that may be part of the recommendation and the discussion today. As you recall, back in June of last year, the board adopted Vision 2050, which is the year-based amendment that is required by Florida statutes for us to do every 7 years. And it also provided an opportunity to reorganize the comprehensive plan and to really plan for the next 25 years in terms of sustainable growth in the county. State legislation, Senate Bill 180, rendered that adoption ineffective, as you stated, Mayor. But again, to reiterate what you just said, the intent here today is not to talk about Vision 2050 as an open book, as a document that we may scrutinize any further than what you already adopted last year. That action has already been taken, and we're here to defend your Vision 2050, your comprehensive plan, the one that the board adopted altogether. Just to go back a little bit in history, we've been at this for 8 years. And with your help and the help of your constituents and the help of the residents out there, the development community, professional staff, and many of the consultants that were part of this engaged conversation for 8 years, we were able to not only reorganize the framework of the vision, but also to draft the implementing land development code. And then was June when you adopted Vision 2050. We received about later that month that followed, at the end of July, the null and void determination. Interesting response by the state, unprecedented in the 30 years that I have been involved in this profession. I have never seen a letter like that, but it came, and it was a big surprise. Then we decided to better understand where the specifics of the letter itself. It identifies certain policies, goals, objectives that were identified as in conflict with the new law, Senate Bill 180, and we engaged with the state to better understand what those particular comments were all about. We had 3 different meetings, and we were making some progress on better understanding and clarifying some points about what those were all about. It was during the 3rd meeting when we realized that anything and everything that we had discussed could open up another great amount of opportunity if we were to retransmit and readopt, to identify many other policies, goals, objectives that were not identified the first go around. So that's when we realized that and then we waited for the glitch bill hope from the legislation to take place. That was in March of this year when it ended, and there was no resolution there. And then it was in April of this year when we decided to go back to the state and present to them options to move forward with a readoption. They mentioned to us that due to the active litigation, we were not able to move forward with any type of dialogue. Not even the attorneys would be able to talk among themselves. They rejected our engagement. So that's why we're here. We're here to begin to identify the opportunity to better understand the status of the comprehensive plan. Destination 2030 is the existing comprehensive plan. It remains effective, as you know. It is the law of the land. It is active, but it is not in compliance with Florida statutes, which is the conundrum that we find ourselves. We are not able to process any staff initiated comp plan amendments or board-directed comp plan amendments. Vision 2050, on the other hand, adopted and framing a new structure and framework with in terms of the growth parameters, and it was adopted last year, as you know, but it is not effective, and it is still pending due to the null and void determination by the state and all of those particular items that were identified that continue to be a point of interest from staff and the state. And any additional review of those particular items become very unpredictable at this particular time. So that's where we stand right now. We have a comprehensive plan that is not in compliance. We can continue to review privately initiated comp plan amendments and process those because there is only one effective comprehensive plan in the county, and that is the one that we are currently using. As a result of all of this, as you know, Orange Code remains to be in abeyance pending Vision 2050 effective date. So the options. We decided to frame 3 different paths forward that we've been analyzing for quite some time internally as to what we would recommend today in front of the Board of County Commissioners. The first one is Path A, which is delay and defer any action in terms of moving forward, maintain status quo, delay a readoption public hearing, and await for the courts or the 2027 legislation to take place to see if there's any positive outcome there. This particular option becomes very uncertain in terms of the ultimate result. We don't believe at this particular time that that would be the most effective one. Path B would be to reopen Vision 2050, to look at the general framework and identify any other potential element that may be of interest for us to look into and present those to you. We understand that that would create a greater policy risk, dilute the strength of the vision plan as adopted, and it could enter into a multi-year public hearing process and weaken all the core policies that you adopted and that the residents supported and that staff recommended. Very high disruption associated to this particular path. Then the last one that we are recommending is readoption of the ordinance itself and not necessarily looking at any other component of the vision document itself, leaving the vision plan alone, and we're only focused on the ordinance that adopted Vision 2050, and this is the recommended option, which implements Vision 2050, makes it moves forward and preserve the adopted policies framework with a narrow compliance overlay. This is the most balanced and safe path forward to move to consider today. In terms of that recommendation and diving into that particular path a little bit further, which is Path C, Option 6, it really creates an amendment to the ordinance as previously stated with that specific opt-out provision that has not been drafted, but with action today, your direction, we would engage staff and our attorney's office would be helping draft that particular provision and bring it back to you for further consideration. We will be able to hold the state to the notice of intent process, which is embedded in Florida Statutes 163. This is a very important component of the response that we got from the state when we submitted your adopted plan last year, which we did not get from the state. And if the amendment is found in compliance, once we resubmit the adoption or transmit the adoption of the ordinance itself, then it goes into effect unless it is timely challenged. If the amendment is found not in compliance, it would proceed to the Department of Administrative Hearings, and the county would defend the position there. We have had in-depth discussion with our attorney's office. There are precedents, including the city of Ocoee, that will be able to have a well-founded legal approach if that is the case. The opt-out mechanism mitigates more restrictive claims that may be raised in the null and void letter or any additional claims that may raise from any particular property owner or applicant that may identify themselves as being affected by anything in Vision 2050. It accelerates the implementation, positions Vision 2050 and Orange Code for an earlier effective date consistent with the residents' desires, as well as some of the applicants who have been on the sideline waiting for an action of effectiveness of Vision 2050. The actual new laws that may be, it may include Senate Bill 1134 and House Bill 1217. All of those require amendments that would need to happen to the comprehensive plan, and any post-June 3rd cases that you have already adopted since the adoption of Vision 2050, you've adopted them under the current comprehensive plan, and they need to be introduced in the new Vision 2050 map, future land use maps, and again, consequently, any rezonings in Orange Code would be done immediately after the effective date of Vision 2050. And just to give you a quick summary of what those look like, there were 53 cases altogether since June 3rd of last year that you have already reviewed, recommended, or acted on and adopted. 8 of them are flume amendments and 45 of them are rezonings. 4 of those included concurrent rezonings. So that's the summary of all the actions that you have taken. How those translate to Vision 2050, one future land use amendment would have to be adjusted in Vision 2050 in the future land use that you have already adopted based on the actions since June 3rd. And there is 40 of the 45 rezonings that would have to be, the actual zoning districts or the transit zone would have to be changed in the zoning map of the county since adoption. And those are very consistent with the actions that you have already taken. And this gives you a quick snapshot that if those changes were to happen in Vision 2050's world, they would land right back in front of you to take action for rezonings. In this particular case, those are consistent with the future land uses or the place typologies. So what are the benefits of moving forward now? The benefits of moving forward now, it reduces the legal and regulatory risk that may be out there, provides an administrative path that may reduce the disputes over conflicts with 180, provides transitional stability. It creates measured transition from the implementation and the experience of this new world of living with the new law in the state of Florida. It preserves choice and flexibility. While in this transition period, the conflicts are if the conflicts are justified, an applicant may be able to be reviewed under the current comprehensive plan. Let me just be clear on that statement, which is there's only one comprehensive plan that is effective in the county. If you decide to move forward to re-adopt Vision 2050's ordinance and Vision 2050 becomes effective, Vision 2050 is the effective comprehensive plan in Orange County. If there is a conflict that is identified and an applicant decides to opt out, they would live with the current future land use designations. There are no amendments that would be possible because that's not effective. The Destination 2030 would not be effective to be modified, but they would have to live under those regulations that are in place as well with the existing land development code. So that is, in a nutshell, the opt-out provision that we're deciding to recommend and move forward with if you decide to give us direction to do so. It avoids delays in the economic development of the county, all those projects and the housing crisis solutions that we have a 10-year action plan in place. It's important for us to continue with a path to move those forward. It advances the infrastructure focus. As we know, we have a targeted sector that is very much structured to direct growth towards it, and therefore all the infrastructure improvements associated with growth in that particular area would have that sequenced capital improvement, avoiding impacts in vulnerable areas, the areas that we want to deviate or not direct growth towards, that you want to preserve, that we want to preserve the rural areas as well as the suburban character of the sectors of the county. In terms of the compliance with the Chapter 163, Part 2, it restores the county's full statutory compliance. It aligns the amendment processing with the established state growth management procedures and legal framework that is in place as part of the current law in the state of Florida. This is a list right here when we look at the pros and the cons or the priority initiatives that would become unlocked with this action. Not only it would give you the opportunity to give direction to staff to go ahead and make necessary amendments to the comprehensive plan and any other staff-initiated comp plan updates that may be in need to take place, but also other specifics initiatives such as O'Berry Hoover Rural Residential Enclave, historic preservation initiatives that are in the comprehensive plan embedded in policies, the green place, wherever that particular discussion that happened today ends up, if there are specific modifications that may need to happen. Those properties for preservation and protection, language may be able to be amended in Vision 2050. Shingle Creek Protection Area, we've been talking about the transfer development rights strategies. All of that will be able to be introduced in the regulations of Orange Code. The quadrangle small area study, if something comes out of that particular small area study that needs to be adjusted in the currently adopted policies for the UCF Regional Center, we would be able to do that. In terms of the adoption of the water, an update to the water supply facility work plan, which we're required to do, we'll be able to get done at the beginning of next year. We're focused right now on the iDrive District Regional Center, the catalytic sites. That's something that needs to inherit the future land use designation of iDrive Regional Center in order for those sites to be considered in terms of development and introduce workforce and affordable, attainable, mixed income type of housing. And then, more importantly, it will return to Chapter 163 compliance with the state and Florida law. So those are the benefits of moving forward. The trade-offs are that there may still be, the state may still find the ordinance of the readoption not in compliance. There's a legal precedent, as mentioned before, that we could still move forward with, and it would provide a much more straightforward legal path to do so. We will leave temporarily, and this is very important because I heard some comments this morning as well about the concerns of not being clear on what this means in terms of an opt-out provision. And this is directly tied to one section of 2025-190 or Senate Bill 180, which is Section 28, that has a sunset date of October 1st, 2027, if it is not extended by the legislation next year. This is a temporary provision that will sunset according to that particular section of the state law. We will have to develop standard operating procedures to review and process those particular applications that may be associated to options to those applicants that may be opting out. And we believe that there will be a limited number of applications that will have this opt-out, will follow this opt-out election because Vision 2050 provides more certainty in terms of how to move forward with a certain application in terms of a timeline, the process, and even the framework that is embedded in the overall vision. So in terms of the implementation timeline, We have been discussing this internally, providing the briefings that you received last week and in the beginning of this week, yesterday. We're here today. If we get an action to move forward or a direction to move forward with the next steps, we would be landing in front of the local planning agency at the end of August, August 20th, with a recommendation coming back to you from the local planning agency and a recommendation from staff at the end of September. September 29th is the date that we have identified for the BCC readoption public hearing. We would send the packet to the state, to the Florida Commerce for their review. We would be expecting to receive a notice of intent consistent with Chapter 163 by November, end of November. And if 30 days go by and it's not challenged by the end of December or December 21st, as identified on the screen here, we would end up with an effective date for Vision 2050. So we did have some questions here that we asked ourselves, that we asked at the senior staff level, and may help trigger some of your interest. Does this action weaken Vision 2050? The answer that we found ourselves is that it really doesn't. Vision 2050 is preserved in full, and the opt-out allow minimal case-by-case reliance on the prior regulations and only where statutory conflicts may be asserted. Will anyone opt out? Staff anticipates the very limited use of opting out. Most applicants gain certainty under Vision 2050, and Vision 2050 option in the ordinance to opt out may be very narrow. And why not wait until next year, legislative session, or the courts to take action on the current challenges and litigation that's going on? Waiting really prolongs uncertainty and stalls the implementation of what you have already adopted. And option 6, which is the one that we're discussing today, really provides a path forward to consider the ultimate flexibility that this recommendation is bringing. And could the state object? The answer is yes. The state could, it is a recognized risk, and they could still object. We do have that legal precedent that's mentioned before by other jurisdictions, including Ocoee, that we have a legal, solid legal base to challenge that decision. With that, Mayor and Commissioners, we're only asking for board direction tonight, which is to move forward with the preparation efforts to adopt Vision 2050 ordinance with an opt-out provision to restore the statutory compliance and advance the implementation of the board's previously adopted year-based amendment and 25-year growth management framework. With that, I'm glad to answer any questions you may have, Board. Mayor and
Great job, Alberto. We'll start with Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. Oh, you don't have anything to say on this? All right. Commissioner Wilson.
Oh, you know I do. Thank you so much, Alberto. I am very supportive. I think it was kind of you all to create those other paths. There's not really paths. Those are dead ends. And I'm very supportive in finding a way to make sure that we are operating under what we adopted. I fully agree with the public commenter and all the people who are concerned about the opt-out provision. Can you talk me through what a typical case might look like where there's been an opt-out provision? How do we then evaluate that parcel?
So there are two different options, right? One may be with the current future land use designation, they understand that to do anything within a particular parcel that may allow certain densities and intensities associated to that future land use may be burdensome and more restrictive under Vision 2050's transect zone or the actual place typologies. Then the particular property owner or applicant may want to say, look, I'm opting out, I would rather stay in today's world for a temporary basis.
So essentially, they pick either Vision 2030 or Vision 2050, depending on what they want to do. But there's destination.
Destination 2030, yes.
Whatever the existing one is.
Yes.
They're not left without a comprehensive plan structure to operate within.
Correct. And they would not be able to pick and choose from certain policies out of Vision 2050 and Destination 2030. If they decide to opt out, they live in the opt-out current comprehensive plan, Destination 2030. And they cannot make an amendment to that future land use because it is not an effective future comprehensive plan. They would have to obey by the current land development code, current today, not when Vision 2050 becomes effective. So they cannot go into Orange Code standards and say, look, I like these standards better. So they cannot mix the Kool-Aid, if you will.
No, I think that's a really important distinction, and I think having, I know the public comment was like hours and hours ago, but I'm hoping that people are tuning into this because I think there's a potential perception that this leaves development interests without guideposts, but what we're hearing is that what we are operating under right now would be the guidepost should an opt-out be requested or preferred.
Yeah, so current policies, goals, and objectives would become a base, if you would.
Right.
If there's an option to opt out, right? That would be that there are no amendments to the comprehensive plan. We won't be able to process. They have existing entitlements. They have development rights currently today that they can proceed with, they can move forward with, but they would not be able to make an amendment to that particular future land use designation because that particular future comprehensive plan is not would not be effective once we have Vision 2050 effective.
I think one of the things I also want to make sure people understand is that the conservation element, some of the things that speak to sustainability and resiliency, we don't have language on in our current, in the Destination 2030. And those aren't parcel specific, those are all overall elements of future planning that we had such need for and still have such need for. I think I want to see if I can also get just some of those, right? Some of the things that we've sort of fought for to make sure that we were plugging into Vision 2050 that we want to be able to utilize. Among those in the conservation elements, Vision 2050's approach to, let's say, green infrastructure. Would those all still be included in the Vision 2050 plan?
So, because Vision 2050 is implemented by Orange Code, a lot of those standards of green infrastructure are embedded in the Orange Code. So, absolutely, that is a code that was adopted.
And then I know we had a lot of activity around flexibility with parking minimums. Our Sunrise Movement friends advocated for that. I think we worked very closely with them. Would those go into, would we be able to apply those?
So Vision 2050, once it becomes effective, 100%, that is, again, directly tied to Orange Code. All of those specific standards, new standards that bring flexibility in terms of number of parking spaces per square footage or direct associated with uses, those that were adopted by the board will stay as intact in the same conditions that they were originally adopted. So that was something that was welcomed by all of those participants because we went back and made modifications internally. So none of that is changing. We're not opening.
And that's why I just want to make sure that we're kind of walking through those things because I know we're having to kind of hold our nose to consider an ordinance that has an opt-out provision in it. But the idea of still being able to retain some of those critical pieces of our overall planning approach that we don't currently operate on because it's been sitting on a shelf collecting dust, I want to make sure that we're discussing those so that we're not so focused on, I think, the scary opt-out provision, which sounds like we're just right back here doing what we've been doing every other Tuesday for those parcels. I don't want that to prevent us from moving forward the ordinance today. So I know we're not cracking into Vision 2050. I know that the ordinance is providing us a path forward. I just want to make sure the people who are participating in this process during that time hear the things they hear about being included and consider those considerations have not changed, will not change. The last question I have is about what happens if we do hear from the courts or there's legislative action that removes what we know to be sort of this lens of what is prohibitive or more burdensome. What happens to this part of the ordinance that we're talking about? Or what would happen to that part of the ordinance?
Do you want to address it?
Yeah,
Georgiana?
I mean, again, first of all, you have to be more specific about which lawsuit. But
anything that invalidates that, our ability to enact in whole our comprehensive plan and.
So we haven't drafted the ordinance yet. I mean, we in the county attorney's office have talked about it ad nauseum and have a path, but we haven't drafted it yet. But we intend to draft it specific to Section 28.
Okay.
So if Section 28, and so that it sunsets when Section 28 sunsets, and or if we were subject to Section 18 because we had a hurricane. So we would have to then see what happened with any kind of striking down or.
But some kind of triggering mechanism, so it's not just that it.
Well, other way around. So if it exists,
Right.
then the opt-out is compliant with it. If it does not exist, then there is not an opt-out provision.
I got it. I'm very comfortable supporting an ordinance to make sure that we can address those things and keep it whole.
Thank you.
Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. So Alberto, I just think it's important to reference that Vision 2050 can never really become 100% effective with an opt-out clause in it. So we can't have 100% compliance with it. And I do want to say before I even talk that it's the Department of Commerce that said that there were 14 provisions of Vision 2050 that were more burdensome and restrictive. So nothing in my narrative right now is implying that I feel that any of those 14 are more burdensome and restrictive. In fact, I think that when we talk about saving people's homes from flooding with the proper stormwater management, that it's more burdensome and restrictive to the homeowner if we don't consider adding those things to our comp plan. So, but for District 5, I'm really frustrated. So for me, making Orange County be the guinea pig to be form-based coding across the whole county, it was too much for me. But on top of that, within Vision 2050, there was no rural boundary. It had no community win that District 5 has fought 15 years for in the rural East. It did not include the Lake Pickett study area reduction. It didn't include the removal of one of the properties from map 22. It didn't, and I can't then support it. But it doesn't mean that the plan was bad in all ways. It just what's frustrating to me is that while I understand those things are in litigation, staff came to me and asked me to separate Lake Pickett North the Lake Pickett study area reduction came to me to ask me to remove it from here to do it separately because he didn't want it to glitch Vision 2050. But nowhere in any slide ever do you ever talk about if successful, it will come over into Vision 2050. And I think that's such a shame for the East that it's not anywhere. So I really want it on public record that if you say you can't have it there because it's in litigation and it's in 2030 and it's going to come over, then how come it's never on public record that you're going to move it over once I hope Georgiana wins?
So, Commissioner, if I may, June 3rd, 2025, when you voted, the Board of County Commissioners voted to adopt Vision 2050. There is one specific requested action slide that basically states, this is the adopt requested action. It says, adopt the initiated map and text amendment of 2023-1C CP1 as recommended by the local planning agency on April 23rd, 2025, with edits as presented by staff today, and related Vision 2050 map updates for recently adopted amendments. So that particular language, and I'm going to underscore that last portion of the sentence right there, Because
But you've never referenced the Lake Pickett study area reduction edit. That's never been said.
But this gives staff direction. Those were recently, right in between the adoption of Vision 2050 and when you adopted the reduction of the boundary of Lake Pickett, for example. All of those actions that were made by the board, we were moving straight forward with this requested action to go ahead and make those amendments in Vision 2050 once it became effective. We didn't have to come back to you and provide an amendment to Vision 2050. You gave us direction when you adopted Vision 2050 to go ahead and do that, because those were the recently adopted Vision 2050 or recently and related Vision 2050 map amendments for recently adopted amendments. And the recently adopted amendments is Lake Pickett, reduction, and we have on, yeah, and the rural boundary as well. So, but we do not have court ruling on those because those were challenged, as you know. So whenever that happens and we're able to do so, we don't have to come back in front of you to make that change because you already voted on that, right? Unless it's successfully challenged by those parties that are challenging it.
I still, when we talk about the Vision 2050, and it's never, I hear you, that those are edits, and they're in 2030. But we never discuss it in front of the people of the East who are all here this morning and who are reading Vision 2050 and seeing nothing on everything that they fought for, sued the county for, won on, and it's nowhere. So this is one of my concerns. But where I'm failing, I can't get my head around is like, if you just look at classic economic theory, behavioral theory, game theory, you know that players are going to select the method that costs them the least, that makes them the most amount of money, and that is easiest for them to do without delay. We know that. It's proven over and over and over again. So what I'm failing to understand is that if Vision 2050, if we are representing to the state that Vision 2050 is our long-term growth plan, but we're giving people the option to opt out of it and to use 2030, and then you say to the applicant, but you can't amend 2030, but today you can. So today we can amend it, but then later you can't. I don't know how they're going to say, that's more burdensome and restrictive to me, because the state did not provide a definition of more burdensome and restrictive. So developers are using a definition of what is more burdensome and restrictive to their pocketbook, how much money they can make. So if they're looking at a plan and they're like, hey, in 2030 I could make more money, or in Vision 2050 I can make more money, the more burdensome and restrictive, if they decide to go with 2030 and they say, I used to be able to amend it and now I can't, that's more burdensome and restrictive to me. Because there's no definition, so it's up to them to decide to call us that. Yeah. I can't get my brain around how we defend having two regulatory regimes options, because you're saying we only have a comp plan. I hear you, but you can opt out of a plan, and to me a plan isn't a plan if I can opt out of it. I can run rogue and I can go back to 2030 and then say you're not letting me amend it, you're more burdensome and restrictive.
Yeah, so you have certain development rights, you have certain entitlements as a property owner under the current comprehensive plan and current regulations that govern development within your parcel today, right? There is a future land use designation embedded in Vision 2050's framework that changes that. When there is a separation between the actual comprehensive plans that become the law of the land, there is only one. Vision 2050 effective date becomes it, right? Your option to not be affected by anything in your, as a property owner that you perceive embedded in Vision 2050 or Orange Code that would be more burdensome and restrictive than your current condition, then you can continue to develop at your entitled conditions or develop under the current regulations on the current comprehensive plan and land development code. So no rights are being taken away from you. You're still not conflicting with any perceived condition of being restrictive or more burdensome that is being brought by Vision 2050.
I just don't know how any developer in the rural area is going to say, I'm going to go with Vision 2050 that tells me I can't build this type of development in this area. They're going to use Vision 2030. I don't know how we're arriving to that conclusion.
I'm confused, Commissioner, because I thought that the rural east, most of your constituents and the property owners agreed with what Vision 2050 brought, which is we know that there is a growth happening in Orange County, and that growth is being directed away from the rural east, keeping rural.
I'm talking about developers. So like we have parcels in the east that developers are actively trying to pursue development on. Vision 2050 was providing a regulatory framework that said that those developments didn't belong in that area.
Correct.
It was a place type that didn't fit in that area.
Correct. That's what you want, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
My question is why would any developer opt into that agreement for those that are actively pursuing the change to be able to build the type of development that Vision 2050 says doesn't belong there?
So, Commissioner, let me ask you a question. The current
No, I don't want to be asked a question. I want you to answer mine.
Okay, so I'm asking
Thank
the
you.
question to myself.
Okay.
The current comprehensive plan has been in place, in theory, with certain number of amendments for 35 years, right, since 1991. That's the law of the land. Those are the future land use designation. We know that world. That's what we live in every Tuesday that we come in front of you. Those are the rules, regulations, goals, objectives, policies that we discuss for you to either transmit or adopt an amendment to it. That's the world that we live in. Are we comfortable with it? We don't know any other way other than Vision 2050, right? That's the world we live in. So those are the rules, regulations of the law of the land today. So in the future, if the framework that Vision 2050 brings, that it was to your pleasure because you adopted it, the Board of County Commissioners, and the residents and the development community embraced it, and everyone who followed it suggested that it's a good idea to think of the future in a certain way that Vision 2050 brings, then the opt-out provision only leaves you in the world that we know. That the rules, regulation, law of the land that we know, it cannot be amended.
The world I know got us the grow that I drive home on every day, and they use 2030 to get it. And you're telling me they can opt out of Vision 2050, which means that I'm looking at fighting something that's very similar for the same property that's within the same study area. So that's where I'm really struggling. How are you going to incentivize them not to select or to stay within 2050? I just don't know how this.
So there was a study area for Lake Pickett North and Lake Pickett South, policies in the comprehensive plan, that only half of it got approved by the board under construction today, the GROW. They move forward. There is a northern portion of it that you, the Board of County Commissioners, decided to remove, and you voted on that adoption of the removal. It got challenged. There is no other boundary for study area outside that particular hole in the donut, if you would, in the rural east, that would allow for that type of development.
Conservation land is not a hole in the donut.
No, but what I'm saying is that was a privately initiated comp plan amendment in certain point in time that a Board of County Commissioners, that the Board of County adopted those policies, good, bad, indifferent, for some.
It was at your recommendation, Alberto. You and your team recommended the GROW using Vision 2030, amending it, and that's how we got it. And to be quite frankly, if you just want me to say it out loud on record, I'm afraid you're going to do the same thing again to the people of District 5. And I'm afraid that providing an opt-out clause allows it to happen all over again. And I don't know how to fight harder for them other than running for office and winning and sitting up here and trying to act as the last line of defense. So I don't trust that what you're saying is in fact the case when it was your recommendation to build the GROW.
So, Commissioner, our responsibility in front of you today is to follow the policies, goals, and objectives embedded in the comprehensive plan. If there is an application that is consistent with those, after review, we present the recommendations directly tied to those goals. We don't make those policies up. That was privately initiated comp plan amendment that a board of county commissioners adopted. So our obligation, our responsibility as the professionals in front of you is to make sure that any application comes in, we review it, and then we recommend based on those policies. We don't get outside those confines to be able to recommend. And the Board of County Commissioners ultimately adopts or denies those specific recommendations.
Okay.
But staff made the recommendation to approve it. And, you know,
Commissioner Simrad?
Yep.
I don't know if you're going to get there with Alberto just yet, okay, but we do have other commissioners who would like to get in, and they might help you on this issue.
Thank you. I'm having a hard time understanding how you enforce a plan when there's an opt-out provision that allows you to revert back to a plan that has resulted in some very poor developmental patterns. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Now I'm ready. Alberto, thank you. Thank you for all the effort and everything, you know, the time, and so that you put in all of this. I have one question, and you know where I'm coming from. So, what will be the process for the implementation for county initiative, example, or Barry Hoover?
So, Commissioner, as any board-directed comp plan amendment, it would start with Commissioner's report, identifying the need to perform a small area study for the creation of a new rural residential enclave within a boundary that will be defined as part of the first series of meetings with those residents. And as I just presented, we would not be able to move that particular study forward in terms of map amendment to identify the new rural residential enclave, an additional one to the 6 that already exist in the comprehensive plan, because we are limited to privately initiated comp plan amendments. So what we can do after September, if the board decides to move this approach forward, if you give us direction to come back and the board readopts Vision 2050, we can start the process of the study right after that action takes place. And then we would not be able to officially make it part of the Vision 2050 until its effective date in January or December, whenever it becomes effective.
So, and if we do not move forward on September,
unfortunately, we end up with what we have right now, which is a comprehensive plan that is out of compliance, and we are not able, we need to get out of this situation somehow. A comprehensive plan that is out of compliance, we are not able to make any comp plan amendments that are board directed or staff initiated.
Because we still would need the study, so beside.
Right.
So we have to wait.
Right.
Okay, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Wilson, I'm going to let Commissioner Scott go first, and then we'll come back. Okay. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Wilson, thank you. I love you, too. Alberto, thank you for your work. You guys have kind of really tried to do as best you can with the things that are presented before you. Commissioner Simrad, I do have a perspective to share with you. All of your concerns are well-founded and well put, right? But there is one distinction that I think I want to remind that you should take into account based on what Alberto is recommending here. When those things were happening, as he shared, it was approved by the board and ultimately probably led by a commissioner who, as I understand it, was like a developer in conflict and out. The fact that you were sitting right here and not too long ago you were right over there, you are the line of defense. I think while we might not always agree on everything as different board members, you've consistently made it clear how you feel when it comes to the rural boundary and protecting your residents, and you are damn good at it. Damn good at it, and I want to tell you that. And so I say all that to say that these these staff members have done everything that they can. And so when you ask the question, how do you protect? It's you. You're consistent, loud, passionate, loving, and caring voice for the people as if they lived in your own home. And so I think what they are trying to do is get us closer to a pathway where we have some growth and some protections, but also giving additional options to consider all the other factors with the state and different litigation that's going on. And so while you didn't ask me the question, I'm answering it on behalf of him. I think how you can trust it is you can trust that you're going to be sitting here and you'll likely be reelected to sit here for another 4 years. And so if there is the last line of defense, it's you. And also you have two commissioners who will likely be here, well, I know I'll be here, and she'll be here at least, that share your passions to make sure that you are supported in the advocacy for your district. And so I get the frustrations overall, but it was the board that made the decision, and as Alberto has said, they do it based on the policies and they present it to us, but ultimately it's going to be us to make the decision. And so since the circumstances have changed and that you are here, you are the very defense that you are asking him how it will be protected. It's you. I'm good. Yeah.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, no, and listen, I'm right beside you on the rural boundary. It's non-negotiable, directing growth to the urban core, non-negotiable, looking for opportunities to designate for president, non-negotiable. I think what I want to point out, because I hear exactly what your concerns and your anxieties are, the process by which anything coming through would be done under our existing comp plan, we'd be right back here doing that. The part that we'd be giving up if we don't move forward with an ordinance update are the things that, that were articulated to be, and I know these are priorities also, right? So the Shingle Creek Protection Area, TDR strategies, like these are things they're not going to go on their own, and they're not specific to a parcel, right? They're actual overall planning concepts that go into our conservation element that we didn't have in the last version. So I know this is going to be a hold your nose on it, but I plead with you for the things that are good that would not be, I believe, contested in an opt-out conversation. Let this move forward for this ordinance, knowing that there's a piece in it so that we can, when SB 180 goes away, go right back to doing things the way we believe we've done with those bumpers, with the bumpers that were put into the plan along the way.
Let me ask a question. If it happens to be that, so let's say we do that, right, and we adopt the opt-out, but let's say the state comes back and says, no, you have to, you can't opt out. You have to remove the 14 provisions that were in the that we said were more burdensome and restrictive. So if they make us take those out, do you still support Vision 2050?
I mean, it's a hypothetical, but yes, because we have a very broken comprehensive plan.
But it's gutted. Then at that point, it's gutted because it's wetlands, it's pedestrian safety, it's bicycle safety, it's affordable housing, it's stormwater management, it's flood management, it's all those 14 provisions.
I don't think.
And those aren't based on somebody's personal property rights. Those are conceptual planning elements, and that's the difference, right? So.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, the position of the state has evolved since their initial letter to the county. We were the first one out of the gates, and the first one to get a null and void letter. The state has subsequently sort of retracted that position, and that ultimately I think at least a judge recommendation said, their charge is to make a 163 finding. It's up to a court to make a decision regarding null and void. And so it's not the state's job. So I think, again, the readoption is intended to get us back under the state compliance review process pursuant to Chapter 163. So it's not this, the state should not be taking a position of a county policy being more burdensome or restrictive. And the opt-out provisions have been successful with a COE and probably other jurisdictions as well in getting their plan amendments across the finish line. And so we're recommending that similar strategy.
I hear you, and I know you're very good at your job, and I know your whole team is very good. There's a problem though, like when Tallahassee has more politicians that have sold out their voters for campaign donations, I'm concerned about what they require us to do. And what we say is illegal today, tomorrow is all of a sudden, they're threatening to remove us from office unless we do
No
what we're supposed
argument
to.
from you there. I think we've all suffered with that. I do think this board adopted Vision 2050, and I am ready to make a motion if there is some consensus here to move forward trying to get language developed for the ordinance that you believe will put us back into compliance for movement.
Okay, so Georgiana, I'm going to go to legal. You probably have some thoughts about what the language, what is the next step says in terms of restoring statutory compliance. What does that mean if we don't do this?
If you let me start by saying this. Consistent with your own rules, unless the majority of the board objects, then the direction, it sounds like the consensus is for the county attorney's office to draft an ordinance and bring it back. And so, consistent with Alberto's presentation, we would be bringing back an ordinance with the opt-out provision in it. Like I said, this recommendation from staff and the county attorney's office is in response to Senate Bill 180. The landscape has changed since we got that first letter. John is correct that not only us, but other jurisdictions have got it. There's been litigation against Senate Bill 180. There's been litigation for at least one jurisdiction that received a null and void letter. So we believe that this is a position that allows us to re-engage the state in a defensive posture of Vision 2050. To your point, Commissioner Simrad, there's lots of ifs, thens. We've talked about them ad nauseum, and we believe this one gives us an opportunity to defend Vision 2050. You could do nothing, or you could take this. It's not without risk because we don't know what the state is going to do. But we also know that the state could do something with Destination 2030 today.
Well, and regardless of kind of where we are today, this conversation won't be over. I think there's 100% probability that in some form or fashion this is going to be readdressed in the next legislative session. But we're in a quagmire where nothing is really happening. No clear direction is able to be given. So,
and the expiration of currently the expiration of Section 28 is October 1st of 2027. So given Alberto's timeline, if we're looking at an effective date at the end of this year, the opt-out essentially would exist for 10 months.
Okay. All right. So with that feedback, I will entertain
I'd like to make a motion to support development of ordinance language. And to bring back an ordinance, we can talk.
I hear 3 objections.
Okay.
Second.
I didn't quite understand what Georgiana was saying, but
I was just saying you didn't need a motion. According to your own rules, unless the majority objects. So given who's sitting here today, unless 3 of you tell us that this is a no-go, the county attorney's office, what I'm hearing is that we're going to draft an ordinance and bring it back.
Make it happen.
we're going to draft an ordinance with the opt-out provision. You can withdraw. All right, with that, we had a lot of spirited conversation today, but I remind the board, we're back here, we'll be sitting in these seats all day tomorrow, so we stand adjourned.